Chapter 685. Female Literature, Meng Yang, tell me what's going on. Don't tell me you don't know, Su Yang said angrily. Meng Yang probably also knew that he had done something wrong. This time, he didn't waste any more words and just said, "Indeed, I was wrong in this matter. However, I didn't want to be like this. Moreover, I think that even if you were in my shoes, you would most likely make the same choice as me." Su Yang immediately felt curious when he heard this. It seemed that it was really something good for Meng Yang to say such words. "Oh, tell me about it." At this point, Meng Yang's face immediately showed excitement. He said directly, "Su Yang, that day, the demon god woke up and fought with the void beast." Su Yang certainly remembered. If it were not for the two guys fighting, the black hole would not have appeared, and he would not have forcibly broken through to the Five Dragons realm under the threat of the black hole. Meng Yang continued, "The two guys fought for a few days, and in the end, the void beast gained the upper hand. In the end, the demon god retreated, and the void beast chased after him. However, after they left, I found something good on the battlefield, and that was a claw of the demon god." After saying that, Meng Yang took out the demon god's claw. As soon as the claw appeared, a very terrifying demonic aura immediately emerged. For a real demon god, this claw should be just a small part of his body, but the aura it contained was already so terrifying. Not to mention the huge amount of demonic aura on the claw itself was already an extremely rare treasure. If he could bring it back and make good use of it, it might become a very good thing. "Su Yang, do you know that if I bring this back and ask a forging master for help, this thing should be able to be forged into a sacred weapon?" At this point, Meng Yang was almost drooling. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said with a smile, "A forging master? I have one in the Taihang Soured faction. Although Uncle Master Wuya almost always forges swords, with such a material, he can help you forge a treasured saber." As soon as Feng Yueyu finished speaking, Meng Yang immediately said, "Treasured saber? What's the point of forging that thing? What I need is an indestructible stick. That way, it will feel better when I fight in the future, ha ha ha." Meng Yang laughed arrogantly, and everyone subconsciously took a step back. This guy, is he really a swordsman? Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Such an eccentric fellow was truly rare at that time. As for Meng Yang himself, he was still proud of his creativity. He did not care about what others on their minds. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "If I had known that brother Meng Yang had such thoughts, I think we shouldn't have helped him back then." Most people agreed with this statement. After all, everyone was concerned about Meng Yang's staggering blow. After all, if one day, Meng Yang's brain suddenly went haywire and did something like that, not everyone would be able to live a long life. "Chimph, the devil's claw? Meng Yang, why don't you give it to me?" At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Everyone immediately frowned, because they knew the owner of this voice. Rosen. Rosen of the Devil Sect's Ghost-Killing Hall. This time, Rosen seemed to have gained a lot of benefits. His aura had become extremely vigorous. Clearly, his cultivation had increased a lot. Su Yang looked at this guy. He naturally knew Rosen's plan. According to Su Yang's original plan, he wanted to go find Rosen after a few rounds with them. However, he didn't expect this group of demons to appear and delay a lot of time. Furthermore, Rosen's efficiency was not bad. He actually came straight to him. However, this was also good. After all, Su Yang was going to find trouble with him. At this time, since he was above, it would save him the trouble of looking for him. "Rosen, right? Have you lost your mind? You actually want to buy my things? Is this young master's things something a fool like you can buy?" At this moment, Meng Yang was extremely arrogant. He could naturally see that Rosen's strength had increased a lot. But so what? His Meng Yang's strength had also increased greatly. It was still unknown who would win. Furthermore, Su Yang, Feng Yuhai, and the others were all here. If they really got up, it was still unknown who would win. Who would Meng Yang be afraid of when he went back? At this moment, Rosen directly said with a smile, "Everyone, I know that you think you have extraordinary strength and have the ability to fight with me. However, I advise you not to do so. Because if you help the Taihang Soured faction today, My devil sect will definitely settle accounts with you in the future. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the experts behind Feng Yuhai immediately changed. After all, not all the experts here were from the 10 major sects. Many of them were individual cultivators. As Rosen said, if they offended the devil sect and were directly hunted down by them, it would not be a fun thing to do. However, at this moment, Su Yang directly said, "Everyone, each of us is a cultivator. We cultivators are fighting against the heavens. Why would we need the devil sect's charity? Besides, if you shrink back today, what about another day? Since you're able to come here, you're naturally not ordinary people. I think you all understand this." As soon as Su Yang's words fell, the eyes of all the powerhouses lit up. It was a kind of anger. Su Yang was right. Cultivators were fighting against the heavens. Most importantly, if they shrank back in the face of the devil sect, what about in the future? One day, they would have nowhere to retreat. Moreover, at this time, they were already on the Taihang Soured faction's side. If Feng Yuhai and the others were really killed by them, would the devil sect let them go? No, they wouldn't. The devil sect was not so kind. In that case, what was the use of being in awe of the devil sect now? At this moment, everyone's aura suddenly rose. At this moment, there were already people who sneered. "H, you damned thing. Even now, you still want to talk nonsense with us? So what if you're from the devil sect? Kill me if you can." With one person taking the lead, more people immediately stood up. That's right. Aren't they just a bunch of bastards? What's so great about them? Besides, if they all die here, then, There were indeed many ruthless people among these people. At this moment, they actually wanted to kill the devil sect people to silence them. What a bunch of naive people. You actually want to silence us? I only hope that you can continue to live. At this moment, the two sides had already started cursing at each other. Su Yang was speechless. The two sides were clearly going to start a war, but at this moment, they were cursing at each other like gossipy women. Among them, Meng Yang was the one who cursed the most fiercely. His strength was indeed terrifying. At least 70% of their firepower was on him. Stop. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in everyone's ears. It was Feng Yueyu who stood up. Are you all idiots? At the very least, you're all outstanding talents of the younger generation. You actually started cursing at each other. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. If you're a man, then don't say anything and just start fighting. At this moment, Feng Yueyu was overflowing with domineering aura, displaying the demeanor of a queen. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of Taihang's moon. Her charm is extraordinary. Ha ha ha, I'm definitely going to pluck this flower. At this moment, the lecherous midget in the crowd stuck out his tongue greedily. At this moment, Rosen had already laughed and said, if that's the case, then let's do it. He directly pressed his palm down lightly, and immediately, a terrifying aura rose into the air. A dark golden ring began to appear. The smile on his face became even wider, and he directly said, Su Yang, I'd like to see how you're going to block this move of mine. He waved his palm, and as his palm danced, the dark golden ring began to split. In the end, it formed a total of 108 rings. Earth Fiend Astral Wind, Demon Summoning Technique. Demons, heed my command. He directly shouted. As his voice fell, a series of extremely terrifying energy directly exploded at this moment. Then, demonic figures immediately appeared one after another. Those were demons. This guy was actually able to summon demons. This was really unexpected. This is the secret technique of my limitless demon sect. After the great battle back then, the seniors of my demon sect directly researched methods to control demons. This is the void outside the realm, so summoning demons is even easier. Face your enemies well. I hope you won't be eaten up by the demons. As soon as this move landed, an endless number of demons immediately appeared. The demon sect had the word demon in it, so their cultivation technique was naturally strange and evil. After the great battle back then, some people realized the strength of demons, so they began to study them. In history, the craziest thing was to directly transform oneself into a demon. However, that expert was directly killed not long after. And what the demon sect did was to summon demons. They directly summoned demons to fight for them. However, this method was very difficult, and no one in the demon sect had been able to successfully perform it for a long time. Rosen was really a genius. He actually succeeded in something that others couldn't do. Probably because this was the void outside the realm, the difficulty of summoning demons was greatly reduced. At this time, an endless number of demons appeared. Feng Yuhai raised his eyebrows and directly locked his consciousness on Rosen. He naturally knew the principle of capturing the ringleader to capture the bandits. Moreover, he had just fought a great battle with the demons, so he also knew the importance of a controller to the entire demon group. Chapter 686. Female literature. At this moment, Rosen was obviously the core of this group of people. If he was directly killed, then everything would be settled. Although there were powerhouses among the remaining people, they were insignificant compared to Rosen. Therefore, Feng Yuhai's first target was Rosen. However, as soon as he made his move, someone immediately blocked Feng Yuhai's path. Take Xing's second sword? Come. Let's fight. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Today is a rare opportunity, the person said directly. Since this guy dared to appear in front of Feng Yuhai, his strength was not bad. With a rough look, his strength had reached the peak of the 4 dragons. It seemed that Rosen had gathered a large group of people. Feng Yuhai did not waste any words. He immediately unsheathed the sacred sword in his hand, and an extremely powerful aura directly oppressed the other party. At this moment, he did not hold back and directly released the strength of the 5 dragons. Facing the enemy, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. The terrifying aura had been raised to the extreme in that instant. The person who blocked him felt as if a terrifying giant beast had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, he almost retreated. It was obvious how terrifying Feng Yuhai's strength was. This person was also a member of the demonic path, but he was not from the limitless demon sect. However, he had a great reputation. Moreover, his fierce reputation was earned by his own killing. That lecherous dwarf could not be compared to him at all. At this moment, he came up with high fighting spirit, but he was directly defeated in just one move. He could not accept such an outcome. Therefore, he directly sneered, "You are indeed powerful." As expected of Feng Yuhai. It seems that it is impossible to continue holding back today. Yasha Ming Wang. At this moment, an extremely mysterious and powerful aura immediately appeared around his body. That was the so-called Yasha Ming Wang. The cultivation of demonic path disciples had always been extremely extreme and cold. However, it was very rare to see someone like this one in front of him. At this moment, it was as if he had directly opened the door to the netherworld. At this moment, his aura was directly raised to the extreme. His entire person seemed to have changed. This was the Yaksha Hades. Such a heavy and terrifying aura. Feng Yuhai raised his eyebrows. His original intention was to kill Rosen directly. However, at this time, this guy was blocking his way. It seemed that it was impossible to bypass him and kill Rosen directly. Since that was the case, he could only kill this guy now. Because this guy's aura was so strange, he knew that it was the aura of the legendary Yaksha. Yaksha's successor, you also deserve to die. His power was released at this moment. It was as if an incomparable ocean had suddenly appeared around him. That terrifying aura was unimaginable. Although his aura couldn't be compared to the sea-splitting demonic serpent, it was still very terrifying. He was able to burst out with such power in such a realm. Feng Yuhai was indeed an extremely terrifying person. When the Yaksha descendant felt Feng Yuhai's power, he actually trembled. This guy was really too strong. His cultivation level should be the same as his. But why was his battle prowess so strong? His cultivation level had actually reached such a level. The first thought that came to his mind was to retreat. This was something that he never thought would happen. However, at this time, he still didn't retreat. This was because if this operation was successful, the benefits he could reap were simply too great. Therefore, he still went up to fight with him. At this time, the two's powers were competing head-on. Yaksha's power had always been known for being dangerous and terrifying. At this time, an extremely cold and gloomy power directly enveloped him. However, at this time, his advantage in power was directly suppressed. The majestic power of the sea pressed forward with indomitable will, as if it wanted to crush all of his power. He frowned and immediately knew that this was an extremely dangerous situation for him. "Mph, do you really think that you can defeat me with such strength? Feng Yuhai, you've been standing on the altar for too long. Today, I'll directly kill you." Since the battle had already begun, he might as well stake it all and put all of his power into this. At this time, his body began to release a faint red light. At this time, he seemed to have completely transformed into a divine ghost. At this time, his power had at least increased by several times. In such a state, he finally had enough confidence. He directly swung his sword, and the scarlet power tore a terrifying crescent moon in the sky. This was an evil crescent, and its power spanned across heaven and earth. Feng Yuhai's terrifying aura of the ocean was actually forcibly blocked. "Ha ha ha, I blocked it. How was it? I told you that your legend would end today." This state was his ultimate battle state. Once he entered this state, his strength would become extremely terrifying. The price he had to pay for this was extremely heavy. Normally, he would never use this state, but at this time, he did not hesitate to use it. Putting aside the promise that Rosen gave him, just the thrill of defeating Feng Yuhai was enough to make him extremely excited. In a short moment, he had already exchanged at least 30 moves with Feng Yuhai. Each of their moves would erupt with extremely terrifying energy flames. The terrifying energy flames were strange and overbearing. For a moment, even Feng Yuhai was forced to retreat by him again and again. "Ha ha ha, do you see that? You're no match for me at all. What bullshit, young genius. I'm the one. You people are just fishing for fame. You're nothing at all. Your strength can't be compared to mine at all." Once he entered the Yaksha state, there was an extremely serious sequela, and that was berserk. Yakshas were irrational creatures. They were extremely crazy, but they were also extremely murderous. Every living Yaksha was a natural fighter. They lived for battle and died for battle. The power possessed by such a powerhouse was simply unimaginable. It could be said that the strength of a Yaksha was not inferior to that of a demon. However, the frequency of Yakshas appearing was not high, and they had never invaded in groups like the demons. Therefore, many people did not have a deep impression of them. However, the strength of a truly powerful Yaksha was extremely terrifying. They were simply the destroyers of the world. And now, this guy had transformed himself into a Yaksha in a short period of time. How could such a person not be powerful? How could his strength not be terrifying? Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the little demons summoned by Rosen had already gathered here. The densely packed little demons were like a terrifying bat colony. They were even more terrifying than before. Everyone here had powerful cultivations, but they could not help but tremble in the face of such a scene. There were definitely many people who had the same thoughts as Feng Yuhai. At this moment, Su Yang had such thoughts. At this moment, he also charged directly at Rosen. Rosen's devil summoning was indeed powerful. In this way, it was equivalent to summoning countless powerful subordinates for himself. Even if they wanted to fight against him, it would not be easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, only by killing this guy could they lead everyone out of this predicament. Rosen looked at Su Yang, then said with a smile, "Hehe, do you want to kill me? I'd like to see how powerful you are to be able to execute the decapitation strategy on me." Among everyone, the one Rosen wanted to kill the most was not Feng Yuhai, but Su Yang. When he was in the secret realm, he had already begun to fight with Su Yang. From that moment on, he already knew that Su Yang was very likely to be his lifelong enemy. His potential was really too terrifying. Although he had not met Su Yang many times, he had such a feeling every time. And this time, it was even more intense. One had to know how powerful his own strength had become at this time. However, unfortunately, Su Yang's strength was actually not inferior to his. The last time they met, his realm was 2 realms higher than Su Yang's. But now, Su Yang's realm was actually not inferior to his. He was simply a monster. One had to know that the reason why his realm could continuously break through in such a short period of time was because of the Ghost Killing Hall's first elder. But what about Su Yang? Why did he have to do this? What right did he have to compete with him? Rosen had investigated Su Yang. He was just a wild boy from a backward place like the Five Counties continent. But his strength was actually not inferior to his own. This made him extremely unwilling. When Feng Yuhai came, someone stopped him. However, Su Yang directly came in front of Rosen. "Long time no see, Su Yang," he said with a smile. Su Yang said, "It seems that it hasn't been long. Rosen, you're really annoying." At this moment, his eyes were already filled with killing intent. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy. Moreover, because of their different standpoints, both sides were natural enemies. Since it was already like this, there was no need for any nonsense. At this moment, both sides' killing intent had already locked onto each other. Their arrogance was raised to the maximum at this time. Chapter 687. Female literature. Both of them had dragon shadows hovering around them. That was a sign that one's dragon aura had been refined to the extreme. Ordinary dragon realm powerhouses would not be able to manifest their dragon aura even if their realms had increased. However, both Su Yang and Rosen were extremely powerful. Their auras had been strengthened to the extreme. Therefore, at this time, their power could directly manifest into the shape of a dragon. Su Yang's dragon form was a crimson fire dragon. The fire dragon's tooth that he obtained from Xiongju had begun to completely fuse with his body. Therefore, although his body was clearly covered in the blood of the great demonic dragon, what he manifested was a fire dragon. On the other hand, Rosen was displaying a completely dark aura at this time. That dark aura fused with his dragon aura and turned into the dark dragon. The dark dragon was the most mysterious existence among the dragon clan, just like the light dragon. They were the most powerful and could almost be considered the royal family of the dragon clan. Yet, this Lawson was actually able to manifest his dragon aura into such a dark dragon. From this, one could see how powerful he was. At this time, he said directly, "PH, it's just the appearance of a fire dragon. Su Yang, you're no match for me. Let me kill you today." Su Yang ignored him and only said, "Are you here to quarrel?" While speaking, Su Yang actually chose to take the initiative to attack. At this time, his dragon aura directly pressed over. At this time, that terrifying power directly crushed over like a raging fire. Both of their dragon auras directly met at this moment. A terrifying dragon roar directly erupted. This terrifying power directly crushed the nearby imps into pieces. To ordinary powerhouses, the little demons were indeed powerful. However, to powerhouses like Su Yang and him who were 2 realms apart, what was the little demons? Not only the little demons, but even those powerhouses also directly retreated under the pressure of such an aura. At this time, 2 of the most powerful auras immediately appeared in this battlefield. One of them was naturally the battle between Feng Yuhai and the terrifying expert who had transformed into a yaksha. The other one was Su Yang and Rosen. It hadn't been long since the battle between Su Yang and Rosen broke out, but this aura was already comparable to that of Feng Yuhai's battle. "PH, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Rosen didn't use any fancy moves and directly threw out a punch. When he punched out, an extremely terrifying dragon head immediately appeared on his fist. The aura of that terrifying dragon head was truly terrifying. The endless radiance continued to entrench itself. The power of darkness directly suppressed Su Yang in an overbearing manner. It was as if the dragon of darkness had awakened and wanted to devour Su Yang. If Su Yang's aura was really just a fire dragon, then he couldn't compare to Rosen. Unfortunately, the essence of Su Yang's power was that of a great demon dragon. The great demon dragon was a special case of the dragon clan. In other words, he was no longer part of the dragon clan. He was too powerful. Legend had it that the great demon dragon was jointly suppressed by the 5 dragon gods of the dragon clan. Among the 5 dragon gods, there was the light dragon and the dark dragon. Therefore, Su Yang didn't feel any pressure against the power of the dark dragon. On the contrary, The aura of the dark dragon stimulated Su Yang's fighting spirit. At this moment, his aura became even more violent. So what if it's the aura of the dark dragon? Rosen, don't be too arrogant. Su Yang directly responded. At the same time, he also threw out a punch. This was really a direct collision between the two dragons. Their terrifying strength could simply annihilate everything in this world. Of course, this was just a feeling. After all, this was the void. With their current strength, no matter how they performed, it was impossible to have any effect on this void. In an instant, the strength of the two reached the peak at the same time. Like Su Yang, Rosen also had dragon wings on his back. Moreover, he had 3 pairs of dragon wings. The dark dragon wings were indeed terrifying. It seemed to be able to directly integrate him into the night. However, although he had an extra pair of dragon wings than Su Yang's speed was not inferior to his. At this moment, the battle between the two began. Gradually, Rosen's power began to suppress Su Yang. This was the void outside, and there was no lack of darkness. For Rosen, this was like a fish in water. He directly said, "Ha ha ha, Su Yang, you can't be my opponent. The dark dragon is the king of the dragon clan. Your fire dragon Chi can't compete with me." When he fought with Su Yang now, every time they met, Su Yang had to retreat slightly. His power was truly terrifying to the extreme. It seemed that even a mountain range could be directly flattened by him. But gradually, he also discovered a problem. Although his strength had already suppressed Su Yang, it seemed that was all there was to it. No matter how powerful he was still unable to directly kill Su Yang. Not to mention killing him, he couldn't even continue to suppress him. Gradually, Rosen suddenly discovered that Su Yang seemed to be deliberately maintaining such a battle situation. Under such circumstances, his heart was already a little chaotic. The scene of the battle in the past reappeared. The situation at that time seemed to be the same, but no matter what he did, Su Yang seemed to be able to directly resist. Confusing my heart. Damn Su Yang, you're trying to confuse my heart. No, you won't succeed. Today, I'm far from what I was before. He waved again, and a huge black hole directly appeared under his palm. That black hole began to wander and spin. At this moment, countless little fiends flew toward his black hole. This was an extremely terrifying scene. When such a small fiend crashed into it, it immediately caused countless movements. He was actually devouring the essence of these fiends. Su Yang, do you still want to continue fighting with me? I might as well tell you, this time you're dead for sure. Rosen had painstakingly set up this time. His so-called goal was actually only one, and that was to kill Su Yang. As for the others, Rosen had never thought about them from the beginning. If he could kill them, that would be for the best. If he couldn't, then it didn't matter. The one he cared about the most was still Su Yang. Back then in the Ghost Killing Palace, the First Elder had personally told him that if possible, he had to kill Su Yang. At that time, he was extremely shocked, because the First Elder had not left the Ghost Killing Palace for many years. However, he knew Su Yang's name. He knew that the First Elder had the ability to see through the heavens and earth, and could even foresee the future. For him to say this, it meant that this elder must have seen something. In fact, he was also very afraid of Su Yang. Since that was the case, then he no longer had any misgivings in his heart, and was even more determined to kill Su Yang. At this moment, it was the best chance for Su Yang to fool him. Perhaps, it was also his last chance. Because Su Yang's strength had increased too quickly. He didn't know what kind of surprise Su Yang would give him the next time they met. However, this surprise wasn't what he wanted, so he took advantage of this opportunity to kill Su Yang in one fell swoop. He summoned so many small fiends, but these small fiends were actually not to deal with the others present, but to deal with Su Yang. At this time, countless small fiends were directly attracted by him. These small fiends had no intelligence and were directly devoured one by one. After devouring the small fiends, Rosen's aura had already begun to change. At this time, his aura had already become stronger and more domineering. Even his body had begun to change. The original black dragon wings had already become wider. The terrifying dragon wings stretched out, and they were more than twice as long as before. Countless dragon auras and demonic auras began to entangle on his body. "You actually want to transform yourself into a fiend?" Su Yang said in surprise. The people of the Devil sect had always been crazy. However, this guy was actually so abnormal that he directly transformed himself into a fiend. Ha ha ha, surprised, right? But don't worry, I don't care about turning myself into something like that. At this time, I'm just directly devouring the aura of these small fiends, and then forming a powerful armor for myself. Su Yang's eyes revealed an increasingly fearful look. Is that so? To condense an armor for himself, this seems to be somewhat similar to my demonic dragon armor. This guy's courage was really not small. Just by looking at his expression at this time, one could tell how much pain this guy was going through at this time. Scorching Sun Sword, heaven-breaking 10 slashes. At this time, Su Yang activated his sword without hesitation. The first ray of powerful sword aura was released directly. The sudden arrival of the terrifying sword aura immediately made Rosen's body tremble. However, that was all it could do. Su Yang's first sword aura was actually unable to do anything to him at all. At this time, his defense was actually so strong. Ha ha ha, do you see that? This is the power of my demon god armament. No matter how powerful your sword energy is, it will not be able to break through my defense. So, you can give up. Today, you will die here, Luosen said straightforwardly. However, Su Yang ignored him. At this time, the second sword aura was released directly. The second sword aura was stronger than the first. After all, it was heaven-breaking 10 slashes. When such a sword aura was released directly, the sword aura became even more profound. A ripple appeared directly. That was the extremely terrifying power that erupted after the sword aura and the devil god armor met. If this place was not in the extraterritorial void, there would definitely be a sonic boom. Lawson's expression turned even more unsightly. Although Su Yang's sword aura did not break through his defense, he clearly felt that the power of Su Yang's sword aura had increased by many times. Chapter 688. Female Literature. How could he be so powerful? However, at the very least, he could not break his own demon god armor. That was enough. As time passed, the demon god armor would become more powerful. He wanted to see how this guy would fight with him. When the demon god armor was completed, it would be time to kill Su Yang. At this moment, there was an incomparably resolute divine light in his eyes. The first elder had told him that the ghost-killing hall would rise under the leadership of Rosen. As for the enemies of the ghost-killing hall, he would kill them one by one. Hence, Su Yang would definitely die. At that moment, the third sword descended. After the third sword, it was the fourth sword, the fifth sword. Su Yang did it all in one go without stopping at all. At that moment, the demon god armor was becoming more and more complete. As the armor was completed, Rosen began to transform into a demon god. A demon god was the opposite of an honorable realm. He was only at Dragon Realm level 5, but he already had the aura of a demon god. This set of equipment did indeed have its strong points. The sixth sword. This time, Su Yang's scorching sun sword had reached its peak. The terrifying sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the entire sea. If one looked at his sword, one would feel that his sword was the only thing in the world. There was no power that could contend against this sword. There was still no sound, but Luo Sen's body had already started to sway. His demon god armor was much more powerful than before. Logically speaking, his defense should be much more powerful than before. However, he was now in such a situation. This could only mean one thing: Su Yang's sword was much more powerful than before. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Why is it so powerful? He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. He kept telling himself to hold on because the demon god armor was about to be completed. The seventh sword. At this moment, there was no expression on Su Yang's face. The power of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was extremely terrifying. At this point, he could already unleash 7 times his original power. The power of such a sword was naturally terrifying. However, the burden on his body was also extremely heavy. An ordinary person might not be able to withstand such a terrifying backlash after using the third last sword. At this moment, Su Yang had already forcefully performed the seventh move of this sword technique. At this point, even with his strength, he could feel a huge burden on his shoulders. The sword light of the seventh sword seemed to have turned into a meteor. His speed was so terrifying that the dazzling light attracted the attention of almost everyone. There were even a few experts who were in the middle of fighting who stopped at this moment. Because this power was truly terrifying, vaguely, everyone felt as if two venerables were fighting. It was at this moment that Rosen roared, "It's done. Die." At this moment, he did not stop at all and directly attacked with a terrifying punch. The powerful punch directly turned into a huge devil's shadow, which then tried to devour Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang's sword qi shone to its peak. When the two forces met, a terrifying halo of light exploded at the center of the confrontation. This kind of power was almost endless. Everything came to a halt at this moment. Those who were fighting immediately fled in all directions. The power was so terrifying that if they were affected by it, they would be severely injured even if they were as strong as they were. No one was willing to bear such an unexpected disaster. Ha ha ha, it's painful. Rosen's thoughts spread out. At this moment, Rosen had almost completely transformed into a demon god. No matter what, everyone was in awe or fear of him. However, right at this moment, another sword shadow appeared. No one could describe the power of this sword. The terrifying halo that had yet to descend seemed so insignificant in front of him. This speed had already broken through to the limit. Su Yang. It was Su Yang who made his move again. This rising star of the Taihang Soured faction had actually become so powerful. At this moment, Rosen no longer had any carelessness. He had already seen through the strangeness and terror of this sword, and also deeply understood the power of this sword. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Why do I feel like I've seen this move before? Could this be the heaven-breaking 10 slashes from my devil sect's inheritance? As the current #1 genius of the Ghost Killing Hall, Rosen was naturally clear about some of the secret records of the devil sect. He had once read the records. The heaven-breaking 10 slashes of the ancient devil sect was a technique created by the great devil Heavenly Lord. At this moment, the power that Su Yang displayed was very similar to this move. However, at this moment, this thought only flashed through his mind. This was because at this moment, he no longer had the time to care about this. He had to deal with Su Yang's sword. Su Yang's sword was too powerful. He originally thought that after summoning the divine demon armor, he would be able to quickly defeat Su Yang. But who would have thought that Su Yang would be far more difficult to deal with than he had expected? If he couldn't withstand such a sword strike, then it was very likely that he would be killed directly. I'll let you know the power of my divine demon armor. His hands shook violently, and a terrifying power immediately condensed at this moment. That powerful power began to spin. A huge ball of darkness directly appeared. Terrifying lightning condensed on the surface of the ball of darkness. At this moment, his power was constantly rioting. In the end, it had become so powerful that it was extremely terrifying. He directly threw this ball of darkness at Su Yang. The flashing power was very frightening. Those who had unconsciously started to watch the battle were actually quite a distance away from the two of them, but at this moment, they still unconsciously retreated backward. This was because this power was too terrifying. It was as if even the aftermath of the power made them feel incomparable fear. At this moment, these two powers finally met directly. That kind of violent and crazy power, the sword shadow and the ball of darkness, that was endless fear. After the two powers met, they immediately began to annihilate everything. No matter what kind of existence it was, as long as it was affected by these two powers, it would immediately be flattened. This was how terrifying and powerful it was. Su Yang's figure was so resolute. This time, he did not hesitate at all. His entire body directly passed through the terrifying shadow, and the black ball was directly cut open. What? This is impossible. At this moment, he was truly panicking. This was the power he obtained after activating the demon god armament. Even he did not dare to imagine such a power. However, at this moment, His attack was actually cut open by Su Yang. How terrifying was the power of Su Yang's sword? Was it really that move? Could it really be that move? Why was his power so terrifying? At this moment, he was very sure that Su Yang had used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. This was because he believed that in this world, other than that person's heaven-crushing 10 slashes, there was no other move that could make Su Yang's power reach such a level. At this moment, his gaze suddenly fell on Su Yang's eyes. At this moment, he was completely shocked. Su Yang's eyes were actually so terrifying. After activating the demon god armament, to a certain extent, he had transformed his power into that of a demon god. However, at this moment, Su Yang's eyes were actually so terrifying. They were as cold as black clothes, and no one could see any hope in them. It was as if he was the terrifying demon god, and he was just a mortal. Vaguely, he seemed to see a terrifying power in Su Yang's body. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying ancient giant beast living in his body. At this moment, he had an illusion that even the terrifying giant beast in the void could not compare to the existence in Su Yang's body. That was because he was really too great and terrifying. Unwittingly, he actually took a step back. If he did not take that step back, everything would be fine. However, now that he took a step back, his aura was immediately suppressed by Su Yang's aura. When Su Yang's terrifying aura enveloped him, he realized that he had done something so stupid. Damn it, this despicable guy. Originally, he thought that he could directly kill Su Yang with a terrifying technique like the demon god armament. However, now, he was forced into such a sorry state by Su Yang. Damn it, that must be the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. It's all my fault. I gave him time to accumulate so that he could directly push his sword momentum to such a level. At this moment, he was already regretting. The power of the demon god armament was indeed terrifying. However, if he wanted to use it now, he would need time to directly devour the little devil that he had summoned. During this time, Su Yang had forcefully pushed his power to the peak. If he had directly suppressed Su Yang with an extremely terrifying aura from the very beginning, he thought that Su Yang would have absolutely no chance. This was because he could not accumulate the aura of the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. However, at this point, there was no point in regretting. Now, his aura was already at a disadvantage. Chapter 689. Female Literature. Rosen knew that at this time, he had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Otherwise, at this time, Su Yang had already seized the opportunity, and then he could only face the fate of being defeated. He had already failed the last time. And this time, he definitely did not want to fail again. He would not allow himself to fail. It was at this moment that a small skull suddenly appeared in his palm. This skull was really small, about the size of a fist. The pale instant noodles did not seem to have anything special about them. However, when Rosen took out this skull, his face was filled with struggle. Obviously, this thing was very important to him. This item was passed down to him by the first elder. This was an extremely important item. His name was Ghost Killer's Beginning. Just from the name, one could tell how important this item was to the Ghost Killing Hall. The reason why the first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall passed this item to him was so that he would have enough confidence when competing for the Devil's Son. And Rosen also knew that this was definitely his most precious treasure. No matter what, he could not lose this. From the very beginning, he had never thought of taking it out. In his opinion, no matter how strong Su Yang was, it was impossible for him to force him to this point. Using the Devil God armament was already the limit of his power. However, it had already come to this point. Under such circumstances, he finally took out this item. At this moment, the terrifying sword had already arrived in front of Rosen. Almost subconsciously, Rosen directly blocked the Ghost Killer's Beginning in front of him. This was a subconscious action. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto something beside him. But it was this action that saved him in the end. It also immediately changed the situation. At this moment, the tip of Su Yang's sword directly touched the Ghost Killer's Beginning. Almost at this moment, Su Yang immediately felt an extremely terrifying sense of danger. At this moment, he subconsciously retreated, not even caring about the backlash of the sword chi. Almost at the moment he retreated, An extremely terrifying and evil purple light immediately appeared in the small skull. It was clearly not as dazzling as the purple light, but when he appeared, he had already become the core of everything around him. It was as if he was a natural overlord, and in front of him, everything would pale in comparison. Su Yang had already retreated fast enough. However, at this moment, there was still a ray of light that came into contact with his body. At this moment, he only felt an unstoppable force directly rushing into his body. This kind of power seemed to want to melt him directly. Looking at such a powerful force, Su Yang's entire body trembled. What kind of terrifying power was this? This world, this heaven and earth, everything was directly drowned by this terrifying power. However, at this moment, the bright moon in Su Yang's sea of consciousness suddenly bloomed with radiance. In an instant, the scene of the destruction of the world finally disappeared. What a powerful and strange power! At this moment, Su Yang was extremely shocked. This kind of power was not only extremely lethal to his body, but even more terrifying was that it was the same for his divine sense. Beginning of the ghost kill, this thing was actually so powerful and had such a mighty force. It actually forced Su Yang to retreat directly. One had to know that at this moment, Su Yang had already used the seventh sword of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. At this moment, his power could not be said to be lawless, but it was definitely not far from it. However, in such a state, Su Yang was actually forced to retreat. Moreover, Su Yang had only touched a bit of the light, but he already felt that he was in so much pain. Whether it was the destructive power of the purple light itself or the power of the light that could destroy consciousness, they were both terrifying. Although the lecherous midget's method was strange, it was only able to temporarily suppress him. But now, this purple light was extremely domineering and destructive. Everything was destroyed by brute force. This kind of domineering was simply terrifying. Fortunately, Su Yang's strength was not weak. His sea of consciousness was also blessed by the heavens and could turn something rotten into something magical. In such a state, he was not injured at all. As for the injuries on his body, they healed in an instant. Ha ha ha, Su Yang, how is the power of the beginning of the ghost kill? In front of this kind of power, you are nothing. Today is the day of your death. The purple light and his own black dragon power gradually converged. At this time, it actually formed an extremely strange picture. His aura had already begun to undergo a huge change. At this moment, he had become even more mysterious. The aura emanating from his body was much stronger than before. Moreover, his body had begun to release an aura that was almost equivalent to that of a supremacy. Just as Su Yang and Rosen were fighting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from the mysterious divine demon island. Interesting, you are actually starting to have the aura of a supremacy. Not bad at all. At this moment, a woman beside him asked sweetly, Master, I don't understand. It's just a supremacy, it doesn't seem like a big deal. I really don't deserve such praise from Master. What she said was not without reason. This mysterious island master had the means to reach the heavens. He did not care about ordinary supremacies. The supremacy from the devil sect from before did not even have the strength to fight back in his hands because the gap between the two was too big. At this moment, the island master was actually interested in someone who just had the aura of a supremacy. The mysterious island master said, a supremacy is naturally nothing, but you should be able to feel his realm, right? Dragon realm. He is only Dragon Realm level 5, but he can have such an aura. This kind of person is naturally not bad. The maid beside him was immediately speechless. She knew that what her island master said was naturally reasonable. Indeed, this person was only in the Dragon Realm, but he already had such an aura. This was indeed amazing. At this moment, Rosen was already slowly walking towards Su Yang. His steps were very slow, and each step did not seem to cover a lot of distance. However, every time he lifted his foot, he was able to move a long distance. His two were indeed very powerful, and to be able to display them at this time, it was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he was already in front of Su Yang. The distance between the two was really too close. It was as if in the next moment, he could directly kill the other. He laughed sinisterly. Su Yang, Now, are you afraid? Do you remember that I once said that I will definitely kill you? Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Your strength is indeed strong, and you can even master the 10 heaven-breaking slashes. You are really a terrifying enemy. It is a pity that my strength is stronger than yours. You are not my opponent. Today is the day you bite. He opened his palm again. He knew that the scorching sun sword in Su Yang's hand was a holy sword and had extremely terrifying power. However, at this moment, he did not care at all. Because at this moment, he was under the divine demon armament. In this state, he was invincible. So what if it was a holy sword? A divine demon armament would only be more powerful than a holy sword. Su Yang could no longer rely on the sharpness of this sword to kill him. On the contrary, the current him could not resist his strength at all. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed across Su Yang's eyes. At this moment, he actually laughed. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. So your strength has already reached this level. Divine demon armament. The beginning of the ghost killer? Both are powerful things. Su Yang directly transmitted his thoughts into Rosen's sea of consciousness. Voice could not be transmitted in this place, but it did not matter. Although words could not be transmitted, they could still communicate through their thoughts. When Rosen saw that Su Yang was not afraid, he actually laughed. His heart was immediately filled with rage. Laughing? At this moment, you can still laugh. Su Yang, you are indeed someone that I see in a new light. At this moment, I'm afraid only you can maintain such calmness. However, this is also good. I treat you as a great enemy. If you die like a coward, it will be too boring for me. Alright, now it's time for me to send you on your way. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are a respectable opponent. Really, don't worry, I will remember you. After all, among my enemies, you're the only one who can make me feel so pressured. So now, you can go to hell. At this moment, his aura had directly increased. The purple light and the black light directly intertwined and immediately turned into a terrifying dragon. The aura on its body was so terrifying and so unbridled, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Ha ha ha, Rosen, do you think you have one? Do you think I'm just bluffing? No, you're wrong. I'm just excited. I really didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. Do you know that I have been longing to find someone who can fight with me with all his strength? At this moment, Su Yang had directly let go of his scruples and began to prepare for battle with all his strength. Naturally, there was an extremely powerful aura directly bursting out from his body. For a moment, the aura that he had been suppressing burst out at the same time. The aura of the great demonic dragon, the aura of the Buddha's heart, and the aura of the demonic beast blood essence. Su Yang had too many powerful forces in his body, but he had always been suppressing them. These forces made Su Yang extremely powerful, but at the same time, they were also extremely dangerous. Su Yang had to maintain a balance between them. Otherwise, once this balance was broken, he would not be able to suppress such forces. However, at this moment, he no longer needed to do so. Because now, he could completely release these forces without any scruples. When Su Yang heard that Rosen was ambushing him, his first reaction was to feel happy. Because at that time, he had already thought of making Rosen his punching bag. At this time, Rosen's strength had gradually been revealed. The strength of this sandbag made Su Yang feel pleasantly surprised. This was good. If there was not even a little bit of pressure in a battle, then how could it be called a battle? In essence, Su Yang was a gambler who liked to linger on the edge of life and death. At this time, his aura was constantly rising. Let's change places, Rosen. Su Yang said directly. Rosen smiled. Change places? Hehe, don't you want to lose so miserably? It's okay, I like to help others the most. Don't worry, I will never let you die so miserably. At least, you are an opponent who has gained my recognition. Rosen still wanted to say something, but at this time, Su Yang directly said, you talk too much nonsense. Chapter 690. Female Literature. After saying this, Su Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he had already unleashed his fastest speed. Almost in the next moment, His figure had already appeared in front of Rosen. At this moment, Rosen was a little stunned. At this moment, Su Yang's palm had already directly covered his head. Whoosh whoosh. An extremely violent aura directly appeared. At this moment, Su Yang had already taken him to a distance. Until now, he still had a look of disbelief on his face. Because it was too fast. Su Yang's previous speed was so fast that he did not even have time to react at that moment. At this moment, he had already been taken by Su Yang and directly flew into the distance. Impossible, how can this guy be so powerful? This was the thought in his mind at this moment. However, he calmed down very quickly. "Mph, you're just forcibly propelled up using a secret method. Fine, fine. Since you want to fight elsewhere, I'll fulfill your wish." At this moment, he directly let go of all his thoughts. He actually still allowed Su Yang to take him to another place. Su Yang's speed was really terrifying. In just a short while, he had already been immediately out of everyone's sight. At this moment, he sensed a large meteorite in front of him. "This is the place, Rosen, let's fight here." A huge force suddenly erupted from Su Yang's arm. Under this force, Rosen was directly thrown out. "Mph, is this the place you chose to be buried? Fine, then it shall be here. Don't worry, this time, I'll definitely kill you directly." He directly stabilized himself in the air. At this moment, he was wrapped in the divine demon armor and was a living demon god. His gaze was fixed on Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang's aura was also becoming stronger and stronger. Rosen flipped his palm. A long black spike gradually appeared. "You have the holy sword in your hand, but my devil god armament is definitely more powerful than the holy sword. Come at me now." In fact, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, Su Yang had already released the power suppression on his body. All the power began to burn in an instant. At this moment, he needed to find a breakthrough for himself, and Rosen was clearly one of them. Wang! The scorching sun sword and the strange black spike collided, and a terrifying energy spread out at this time. When the energy landed on the meteorite, it immediately cut a long hole in the meteorite. "Mph, Su Yang, did you see that? This is my power. A casual strike of my sword can cause such destruction. Do you really think you can defeat me now?" As he spoke, he swung his sword backhandedly. A terrifying sword edge appeared at this moment. The terrifying black and purple shadow seemed to be omnipotent. Everything would be destroyed under such power. No one could describe such power. At this time, the world seemed to have become very crazy. It was no wonder that Su Yang had chosen to bring him here at the beginning. Because at that time, he had already predicted that this battle would be extremely terrifying. Rosen's aura became stronger and stronger. At the same time, he became more and more excited. At this moment, he almost fused with the devil god armament. The devil god armament was indeed powerful. He felt that he was almost omnipotent. There was no doubt that no one could defeat him. He firmly believed that although Su Yang could stop him now, it was only temporary. However, this was only temporary because he deeply discovered that the power in his body could not be unleashed at all. Once his own strength reached the pinnacle, what would Su Yang amount to? The gigantic meteorite was already riddled with holes after being ravaged by the two of them. At this moment, both of their powers had become even stronger. However, the two of them did not know that a pair of eyes was watching them at this moment. This person was naturally the island master of the divine demon island. How interesting. You're only at this age but you're already so powerful. Haha, not bad. It's good to be young. He laughed. At this moment, Rosen became even crazier. His thoughts were constantly transmitted. It was a kind of roar as if he had really transformed into a devil god. "Su Yang, you're dead. Die." He waved his black thorn again. A pitch-black shadow appeared and slashed towards Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang actually stood on the spot. He only looked coldly at the terrifying light that was charging towards him. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten to resist. Haha, you're already powerless to resist. That's right. It's indeed very difficult for you to fight with my divine demon armor to this extent. Now, everything is going to end. There's still a gap between you and me. I'm the chosen one and you're nothing. Ooh. His last sentence was abruptly interrupted. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. Because at this moment, his sword was actually caught by Su Yang. He didn't block it, but caught it. Su Yang calmly stretched out his hand and directly caught the black spike. It was clearly such a terrifying attack, but he received it so casually. It was as if this terrifying power was nothing in front of him. At this moment, Rosen was simply in disbelief. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly waved his other hand and a crimson sword light flashed. At this moment, Rosen was jolted awake. He immediately retreated backward. At this moment, his aura had become chaotic. However, he couldn't understand why Su Yang was able to borrow his sword. Impossible. According to the previous power, you definitely did not have the ability to dodge this sword. However, if you successfully dodged this sword or blocked it with your divine sword, I wouldn't be surprised. But how did you catch my sword? At this moment, he was extremely confused. He really couldn't understand how Su Yang was able to withstand his sword. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his shoulder. He lowered his head and realized that there was a long cut on his shoulder. If it was not for the protection of the divine demon armor, he might have lost his arm by now. At this moment, Su Yang said, "H, I borrowed your sword and it made you so surprised." Rosen looked at Su Yang with a face full of anger. "What did you say, you damned guy?" At this moment, Su Yang transmitted his thoughts again. As expected, your mind is in a mess now? Then I'll repeat it again. I blocked your sword and it made you so surprised. Do you really think that your strength is already above mine? Of course, my power is above yours. You only borrowed the power of the heaven-breaking 10 slashes to reach this level temporarily. How can your power be compared to mine? I understand now. You must have used some kind of secret technique to forcefully keep your strength at this level. Temph, you won't be able to defeat me like this. Rosen said directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying sword light suddenly flashed and disappeared. This sword light was naturally released by Su Yang. The power of this sword light was actually much faster than before. Su Yang looked at it expressionlessly. Temph, so that's how you understand it. I can tell you that the power that cut the meteorite was mine, not yours. The person who used power that didn't belong to him was you, not me. After Su Yang finished speaking, he directly walked towards Rosen. At this moment, Rosen was even crazier. Stop talking nonsense. How can you have such power? How can you defeat me? You're just a loser. You can't defeat me. Ha ha ha. Come on. I hate you very much now. You're just a guy who talks big. Go to hell now. At this moment, his speed reached the limit. He wanted to kill Su Yang directly. However, Su Yang's face was still as cold as ever. The red light behind the scorching sun sword began to rise. The blazing sword chi seemed to want to burn everything around it. Just as Rosen arrived in front of Su Yang, that stunning sword light had already slashed across. And this sword slashed at Rosen's chest. Even with the protection of the divine demon armor, Su Yang's sword still directly penetrated his body. At this moment, Rosen directly retreated. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment, he was obviously on the verge of collapse. He didn't understand why he was not Su Yang's opponent in such a state. Su Yang's face was cold and indifferent. At this moment, his sword was still emitting a light hum. It was clearly impossible to transmit sound here, but Rosen clearly heard the hum of Su Yang's sword. Blood continued to flow out of his body. He was really in too much pain. Not only was it because of the wounds Su Yang had inflicted on him painful, but it was also because he had actually lost to Su Yang in such a state. However, he was really unwilling to accept this. Chapter 691. Girls' Literature. It wasn't easy for his strength to reach this level, but why was he still not a match for Su Yang? Could it be that this guy was really his destined nemesis? No matter how much his strength increased, he was still not his match. However, He was truly unwilling to accept this. He was the future of the ghost-killing palace. Even the first clan elder had admitted this point, and had even given him the devil god armament secret technique and the beginning of the ghost-killing. The beginning of the ghost-killing was the most important thing to the ghost-killing palace. The last person to obtain the beginning of the ghost-killing was the second clan elder. However, even such a powerful and terrifying second clan elder had not received the recognition of the beginning of the ghost-killing. However, he had already received recognition. What kind of honor was this? Therefore, he knew that as long as he could survive, he would definitely become the master of the ghost-killing palace in the future. Rosen had grown up in the ghost-killing palace since he was young. Therefore, he hoped more than anyone that the ghost-killing palace could continue to exist forever. Of course, this was still not enough. He hoped that the ghost-killing palace could walk towards glory and become the ruler of the entire devil sect. No, it should be said that he was the ruler of the entire world. This was indeed a grand goal, and also a crazy one. But he didn't care. He could accomplish it himself. Rosen's talent was very high. Since he was young, he knew this. Because many adults had said this to him. As time passed, his talent was revealed bit by bit. Whether it was his talent in cultivation or his talent in war, he was one of the best among his peers. His strength became stronger and stronger, until one day, he met an enemy. This enemy was Su Yang. He, who was 2 realms higher than Su Yang, had actually lost to Su Yang. Of course, failure was nothing. Since he was young, he had experienced countless failures. He was not the kind of flower that grew up in a greenhouse. All of his cultivation was obtained through his own hard work. His achievements today were all due to his own hard work. He had lost to his senior brother and to other enemies. Every time he failed, he would not be as unwilling as this time. Facing an expert, he could lose, because he knew that after he failed, he would win back sooner or later. But this time, it was completely different. He felt that it was impossible for him to win it back. When he had failed the last time, he already had this feeling. He had never failed like this before. At that time, he could still tell himself that he would definitely win it back. Furthermore, that was what the first elder had told him as well. He had passed down the devil god armament and the beginning of the ghost kill to him. But this time, he was actually defeated. His strength had indeed increased greatly, but Su Yang's strength had increased even more. Why? Could it be that this guy was his nemesis? No matter how hard he tried, he would never be a match for him. Right now, he felt endless desolation in his heart. At this moment, Su Yang watched coldly. After this strike, his aura didn't stop at all. Instead, his battle intent became even stronger. Rosen, is this all you've got? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? If this is all you've got, then don't say such nonsense. You can't defeat me like this. Su Yang walked over. He wouldn't show any mercy to his enemy. However, this Luo Sen was still someone who could stand a good fight. Therefore, he hoped that Rosen could stand up. He hoped that Rosen could fight with him properly, and not be like this, like a woman. No, Su Yang, I won't lose, I definitely won't lose. Don't think that you've already won, I won't lose, I won't. Ah. At this moment, an unbearable pain came from his throat. He suddenly felt an intense pain coming from within his body. That kind of pain was simply unbearable, as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his wounds had begun to heal. Moreover, he felt that his strength had begun to increase. Demon God armament, arm the demon god. Ha ha ha, I understand, Su Yang, I've said before, I won't lose. Do you really think you can defeat me? Ha ha ha, impossible, you won't succeed. Demon God armament, evolve. He actually said, Demon God armament, evolve. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in black aura. His strength had increased to such a terrifying level. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. His strength had also become so terrifying at this moment. Su Yang's aura was constantly increasing. His strength was constantly increasing. The current him was too terrifying, too terrifying. 6 dragons, 7 dragons. At this moment, He actually had a breakthrough in his realm. As his strength increased, his appearance also changed. Above his mouth, there were already two extremely strange holes. At this moment, he even grew fangs. Moreover, his palms had also begun to change. His rootless fingers had directly turned into sharp claws at this moment. At this moment, his appearance had also begun to gradually change. At this moment, he looked more and more like a demon god. Even Su Yang was becoming more and more dignified at this moment. Because such a change was simply too strange. In such a long period of time, Su Yang had seen many strange and unusual situations. However, he really had never seen such a strange and terrifying change. At this moment, this guy's change was simply too strange. He did not know what had happened to Rosen at this moment. However, he directly told him that such a change was definitely not a good thing. Whether it was for himself or for Rosen, this was the case. Rosen, stop your current change, this is not a good thing for you. You are still unable to control such strength now, if you continue, you will die. Hearing Su Yang's words, Rosen laughed directly. At this moment, his laughter had also changed, his voice was already so unpleasant to hear. However, he did not notice this at all. Su Yang, are you afraid? Haha, this is the second change of my demon god armament. Haha, you are indeed powerful to actually force me to this point, but I still have to thank you. If not for you, I would not have known that the demon god armament has such a second change. So don't worry, after I defeat you, I will directly kill you and not torture you at all, even your friends, I will let them off this time. This is the mercy that I am about to give you. His laughter was so unpleasant that it sounded like the laughter of an old man on the verge of death. Ch Fish Dragon Dance Sword. Su Yang did not speak any more nonsense, because he knew that Rosen was now intoxicated by such strength. This was like a person who was addicted to drugs, everyone knew that he was on the verge of death, but he did not notice at all. At this moment, a trace of a smile suddenly appeared on his ferocious and ugly face. Then, his body suddenly disappeared on the spot for no reason. Su Yang's sword fell, but this sword did not cut anything. Originally, he was just like a shadow. It was so terrifying, yet so strange. His speed had actually reached such a level. No, this was not just speed, but something more profound than speed. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly felt that there was a powerful force behind him that was rushing towards him. The moment he felt this force, Su Yang's scorching sun sword had already launched a defense. At this moment, he had no time to turn back, so at this time, he directly turned his sword behind him. Clang! Although sound could not be transmitted, Su Yang still seemed to hear a terrifying loud sound. The power of this sword was so great that it caused Su Yang to be directly sent flying. The strength has at least increased by 3 times. Su Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. This force was actually so terrifying. The strength had actually increased by more than 3 times. How terrifying was this? 3 times. What kind of concept was this? Rosen's strength was not weak. At this time, it had directly increased by 3 times, which was even more terrifying. Ordinary people would probably be killed in an instant when faced with such a change. At this time, Su Yang was also directly caught off guard. At this time, he continued to laugh wildly. Ha ha ha, do you see, this is power. This thought was directly instilled into Su Yang's mind. In the next moment, he immediately appeared. Now, he appeared on the trajectory of Su Yang's inevitable arrival. He had already raised his sharp claws, waiting for Su Yang's body to arrive, then he could directly kill Su Yang. This kind of power could already be considered abnormal. It's really powerful, what a terrifying power. At this time, Su Yang's demonic dragon wings shook violently, and he directly changed his trajectory. Even after taking my attack, your strength is not affected in the slightest. Under such circumstances, you are actually still safe and sound. Truly impressive. However, this is what makes it interesting. His thoughts were still being transmitted, but his body had already disappeared from where he stood. At this time, Su Yang, who was still moving, seemed to have noticed something. He did not speak, but directly swung his sword. Buzz! In front of him, which was originally empty, a terrifying light directly appeared. This light collided with Su Yang's power, and the powerful and terrifying power directly spread at this moment. Chapter 692. Female Literature. He managed to block it. In the end, Su Yang managed to block the attack, but it was extremely difficult. The strength of this enemy was far beyond his expectations. However, at this time, he also keenly discovered that Rosen's aura had changed even more violently. It seemed that soon, his own aura would completely disappear. However, sometimes, his own aura was very exuberant. This must be a very strange thing. However, Su Yang couldn't tell what was strange about it. Soon, Rosen's next attack came again. The terrifying thing about Rosen was that he seemed to be pressuring himself all the time. There was no way to predict which direction he would attack from next. At this time, the reason why Su Yang could still deal with him to this extent was only because of his fighting intuition. The moment Lawson launched an attack at him, he would be able to detect it and respond to it. Rosen was the attacker, and he was the defender. However, Su Yang also knew that blindly defending was definitely not a long-term solution. Because defending meant being passive. Su Yang had never been a person who was good at defending. Rosen had completely taken the initiative at this time. Now, he could only wait for Rosen to make a move, and then he could resolve it. However, gradually, Su Yang's heart began to calm down. Since he couldn't take the initiative at this time, he could only look for opportunities in the passive. Battles had always been unpredictable. At this time, since he had fallen into a disadvantage, he naturally wanted to be stable. And such a battle was just what he wanted. Because he could constantly sharpen his swordsmanship in such a battle. Rosen was becoming more and more crazy, while Su Yang was becoming more and more calm. Regal Sword Scripture, Buddha's Boundless Technique, Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Scripture, the inheritance of the Great Demonic Dragon, the inheritance of the Great Demonic Heaven Lord, and even the inheritance of the 4 Great Demonic Beasts. Su Yang had mastered too many things. And each of them was extremely powerful and terrifying. Of course, this was a good thing. No matter which one Su Yang used, he was already powerful enough. But there were always 2 sides to everything. He had mastered so many cultivation techniques. This allowed Su Yang to possess unlimited power. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yang had a huge flaw, and that was his inability to master it. Unless he chose one of them and abandoned everything else, it would be very difficult for him to master all of them. However, at this time, Su Yang already had an idea. Since it already existed, it was someone else's Tao. Even if these things could make him extremely powerful, could he really surpass the people who created these inheritances? Maybe, but it was too difficult. Because the path you walk is someone else's path, there's no meaning to me at all. Su Yang didn't want to be like this, and he didn't want himself to be like this. What Su Yang needed was a path that belonged to him. He could only use other people's things as a reference, but he could never copy them. How could he, Su Yang, not understand this logic? Therefore, at this time, when he was defending, he began to integrate these powerful cultivation techniques with his own strength. In other words, Rosen at this time was indeed terrifying. However, he was still just Su Yang's whetstone. Right now, Su Yang was trying to figure out his own path through this battle. Vaguely, Su Yang's aura had begun to change. Of course, such a change naturally couldn't happen like Rosen's, where it was a crazy change. It was just that his aura had become even more mellow, becoming even more integrated. If there were to be 4 words to describe Su Yang at this time, it would be Tao follows nature. That was exactly what he was feeling right now. It was a supreme state, a supreme thought in the world where Su Yang's previous life belonged to. Almost everyone knew these words, but there were only a few who could really do it. At this time, Su Yang was moving towards this state. Of course, he was just at the beginning stage, but even so, Su Yang was already very happy. After all, he had already begun to touch this state. Ghost Killer Roar. At this time, purple demonic flames surrounded Rosen. The terrifying aura directly suppressed at this time. After this move, his aura increased again. Under such a state, he still has such a fighting instinct. Su Yang knew that the reason why Rosen suddenly used such a huge power was because he realized that Su Yang seemed to be using the battle to nurture the battle. Therefore, he did this. He wanted to end Su Yang directly with a single move. He didn't want Su Yang to continue like this. Go to hell. At this time, circles of purple flames appeared directly around Su Yang. The terrifying aura of power gave Su Yang extremely heavy pressure. This terrifying aura made Su Yang's surroundings extremely heavy. Under such an attack, it seemed that the gravitational field around Su Yang was directly changed. Amazing power. It's really amazing. Although Su Yang was his enemy, he still gave this move a very high evaluation. Such a move was truly terrifying. Moreover, if the battlefield at this time was not in the void but in the 9 regions, then such a power would be even more terrifying. However, even so, it didn't mean that Su Yang had admitted defeat. At this time, his aura had completely calmed down. It wasn't because he wanted to give up, but because he wanted to better display his power. A moment after Su Yang's aura completely disappeared, a terrifying power once again awakened. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for countless years suddenly erupted directly. Such a terrifying power directly appeared at this time. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in it at this time. This power was really terrifying to the extreme. Supreme sun-shattering slash. He knew that Rosen's attack was extremely terrifying, so at this time, he had to use his strongest power to meet the attack. This was using offense as a form of defense. Under such circumstances, it was already impossible for him to continue defending. Therefore, he could only use offense as a form of defense at this time. Your attack is indeed powerful, so I'll use an even more powerful force to fight against you. One was a demonic purple radiance, while the other was a blazing golden radiance. When these two forces collided, the surrounding stars seemed to have dimmed. Island Master, these two people are both moldable talents. On Divine Demon Island, a beautiful woman beside the Island Master said. The Island Master said softly, they are indeed not bad, but let's continue watching and see if they are qualified to inherit it. Su Yang and Rosen didn't know that every scene of their battle had already been seen by others. Supreme sun-shattering slash had already turned into a terrifying sun sword, and the terrifying purple radiance had turned into a strange evil eye at this time. Before today, the strangest eye that Su Yang had ever seen was that of the evil eye tyrant. That terrifying and powerful creature had left a deep impression on Su Yang. There was no doubt about the strength of this fellow. However, the strange eye that had formed at this time was even more terrifying than it. Su Yang even saw an extremely mysterious and different power in this eyeball. It was as if this power didn't belong to this world at all. This is the Eye of 9 Nether. Master, why does such a thing exist in this world? The beautiful woman's tone wasn't normal. It was obvious that she was very afraid of this thing called the Eye of 9 Nether. However, at this time, the Island Master said, no need to be nervous. It's just a Eye of 9 Nether. After all, there were too many things left behind in that era. Those people who thought that they were chess players would leave behind some backup plans. However, look, what kind of inheritance does Su Yang have? After the Island Master said that, the two beautiful women looked at each other. That's Fu too. No, there's also the power of the great demonic dragon and the demon master. This fellow. If the Island Master hadn't reminded them of this, they would have directly ignored this point. Fu too, great demonic dragon, demon master. These 3 names were all very impressive. Back then, they were the men who truly stood at the peak of this world. At this time, their inheritances had actually hit a person's body. How inconceivable was this? This fellow called Su Yang, where did he come from? Why did he have such power? At this time, the 2 women couldn't help but fall into contemplation. However, at this time, the Island Master smiled gently, then sighed and said, you 2 can't see far enough. These 2 women couldn't see clearly, but he could see very clearly. It was true that the inheritances of these 3 great powers were very powerful. However, this little guy named Su Yang was obviously hiding something. Those 3 powerful forces weren't his origin at all. His true origin was another kind of power, And this kind of power was something that even the island master hadn't seen before. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence among the people who were summoned this time. Hihi, such a powerful strength. It seems that he's above many experts. Then, Futu, Great Devil Dragon, and Devil Lord, are you also attracted by such a strength? Is that why you've started to make arrangements? You guys really aren't simple. It seems that this chess game really hasn't decided the winner, but I'm very curious. What kind of surprise will this chess piece give me? Chapter 693. Female Literature. This mysterious and unfathomable island master was high and mighty, overlooking everything. It was as if he was the will of heaven and earth. My lord, the great demon lord should be here soon, a woman said. The great demon lord? Yes, he should be here. But if he wants to come, then let him come. After such a long time, these things have to come to an end. Now, let's see which of these two interesting guys will be the final winner. He was so playful and disdainful. The battle between Su Yang and Rosen was just a show to liven things up for him. The battle between the two finally came to an end. Both Su Yang and Rosen were not in good condition. After one round of battle, Rosen's demon god armor was broken again. One of his palms was drooping. It was obvious that his arm was broken. He had the protection of the demon god armor, but he was still severely injured. It was obvious how terrifying the battle was. As for Su Yang, he wasn't much better off either. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. In terms of injuries, he was more powerful than Rosen. After all, Rosen's demon god armor was no joke. Although Su Yang was protected by the power of the invincible golden body was built on his own strength after all. At this moment, his strength had been pushed to the limit. However, even though he was injured to such an extent, Su Yang did not have any intention of admitting defeat. At that moment, he stood up. He raised the sword in his hand again. The long sword was filled with power again. Such a sword principle was already flickering with light. It was an extremely terrifying power. But now, he actually wanted to fight again. He didn't want to make any adjustments. He wanted to continue fighting. One must know that at this time, he must have suffered extremely heavy injuries. Rosen, do you still have the ability to continue the battle? He asked with a smile. After hearing Su Yang's words, Rosen's face, which was hidden behind the demon god armor, burst out a ferocious radiance. Su Yang, kill, Su Yang, I want to defeat you. At this moment, his voice was like that of a wild beast. And it was under such circumstances that his aura became stronger and stronger. At this moment, his aura was even stronger than before. How terrifying was that? This guy was really a terrifying person. His eyes were constantly flickering with red light, which was not a color that a human should have. Sure enough, Rosen, you can't control yourself anymore. Are you going to become a wild beast? You are no match for me. Su Yang spat out a mouthful of blood at the corner of his mouth. His power spread out once again. Kill. At this moment, Su Yang activated the Taishang sword shield and rushed toward Rosen. Rosen roared angrily and then shook his broken arm. At this moment, his broken arm was directly reconnected. What a terrifying and abnormal regenerative ability. His two claws danced, and a terrifying cross-shaped radiance immediately appeared. The terrifying black and purple lion set off a frenzied wave. Su Yang's power hit the terrifying cross head-on. Almost at this moment, his body was directly sent flying. His power was indeed strong, but this terrifying cross seemed to be even more terrifying. Su Yang's body was directly sent flying. Humph, Su Yang, you are still far from it. The battle between the two began again. Last time, Luo Sen was constantly on the offense while Su Yang was constantly on the defense. At that time, although Rosen's power had the upper hand, he was still unable to defeat Su Yang directly. However, at this moment, Su Yang actually started to attack. There was indeed an advantage in attacking, but there were also relative conditions to it. That was the strength of both sides. When both sides were equal in strength, the attacking side would naturally have the advantage. However, at this moment, Su Yang's fighting power seemed to be inferior to Rosen's. Rosen's strength was originally strong. In terms of realm, he was in the same realm as Su Yang. Moreover, he had entered the Five Dragons realm earlier than Su Yang. Moreover, at this moment, the terror of the Devil God armament was directly reflected. As the battle continued, the fusion between the Devil God armament and Rosen became more and more intimate. As a result, his strength naturally became extremely terrifying. In such a state, there was no need to say anything more. After the collision of the Supreme Sun-shattering slash and the Ghost Killer's roar, both of them suffered extremely serious injuries. However, with the help of the Devil God armament, Rosen's recovery ability was better than Su Yang's. In other words, at this moment, Rosen's state was better than Su Yang's state. Because of this, Su Yang's state was greatly inferior to Rosen's. However, at this moment, Su Yang was still so reckless and started to attack directly. This was extremely illogical. However, since Su Yang did this, he must have his reasons. One sword to decide the universe. Another sword attack was launched. Unlike Su Yang's previous defense, Rosen did not think of blocking at all. When Su Yang's attack arrived, he directly counterattacked with an even more terrifying power. He was so overbearing and crazy. He wanted to let Su Yang know that in front of him, Su Yang was nothing at all. Supreme Ascension swordsmanship. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly used a sword attack. He had never used such a sword move before. However, he directly used it at this moment. Moreover, this move seemed to be a little different from the previous one. This move seemed to have integrated the terrifying aura of the deity vanquishing sword and the mighty majesty of the Buddha's infinite skill. Oh! It seems to be completely different from the previous swordsmanship. What an interesting guy. It seems that he is going to create his own sword principle. Amazing. At this moment, the island master who was watching the battle suddenly said. Hearing the island master's calmness, the two maids next to him were stunned. Others did not know the island master, but they did. They did not even dare to imagine how terrifying the island master's strength was. The two of them followed the island master for such a long time and experienced so many times when the divine demon island chose experts to fight against the demons in the void. When had they ever heard the island master praise a person like that? Amazing. Even the island master said that he's amazing. This person called Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang's sword attack had been blocked by Rosen. Su Yang frowned. Of course, he was not frowning because the sword attack was blocked because it was a matter of course. After all, the sword attack just now was a sudden thought that he had. He did not dare to feel surprised that it was blocked at all. The reason he frowned was because the sword attack was still very different from what he had imagined. The speed is indeed enough, but the changes in the sword are not enough. However, it was still a prototype. Since there was a direction, it was a good thing. After all, as long as he did not die today, there would be a chance to slowly get back at him in the future. At this moment, Su Yang's aura had begun to increase. Su Yang dared to do so because the aura in his body was truly enormous. At this moment, streaks of lightning began to appear around his body. Another new power. That seems to be the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts. Hehe, how interesting. Has he attracted the heavenly tribulation? He's only a venerable one, but he can already attract the heavenly tribulation. Ha ha ha. The divine demon island's master began to laugh again. Rosen, let's go again. Su Yang raised his long sword again. At this moment, the scarlet long sword was surrounded by thunderbolts. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yang was at an absolute disadvantage at this moment. His aura had begun to weaken. On the other hand, Rosen's aura was much more powerful than before. In such a battle, Rosen was constantly becoming stronger while he was gradually weakening. However, Su Yang was still attacking Rosen again and again. Rosen was able to repel Su Yang every time. However, unknowingly, Su Yang's aura had already suppressed him. At this moment, a voice appeared in Rosen's heart. I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose. As soon as this voice appeared, it caused his mind to be in a mess. No, I won't lose, I won't lose. As he roared, his power became even more terrifying. At this moment, his aura was almost on par with a person in the Eight Dragons realm. Monster. He was really a monster. The power of the demon god armament was indeed terrifying. The huge meteorite that the two of them were standing on was already full of holes. Have you increased your power again? Rosen, it seems that you can't control this demon god armament after all. You're going to be devoured by it. Su Yang said directly. Since the first evolution of the demon god armament, Su Yang had already realized that the demon god armament was not a good thing. At least, it was too evil. As time passed, the aura on Rosen's body was almost indistinguishable from that of a human or a demon. Moreover, his aura was becoming crazier and crazier. Su Yang believed that this was definitely related to the demon god armament and the ghost killer's beginning. However, Rosen was not his friend. Naturally, he did not need to care about this. All he wanted was to fight and defeat. Now, his battle with Rosen had lasted for 2 days. There was not much time left before the 15 days set by the Divine Demon Island's Tao Master. To others, this might be a land of demons, with groups of demons touching it. However, to the real experts, this was a paradise and a holy place for fighting. Chapter 694. Female literature. Regardless of whether he was fighting with others or himself, it was an extremely interesting thing. This was because true experts were never afraid of battles. Only through continuous battles could their strength grow. Only then could they become even more powerful. The best among them was Su Yang. He naturally knew that he did not have much time left. Therefore, at this time, he had to speed up. Only in this way could he obtain more power. Rosen was indeed powerful. However, he, Su Yang, would not lose. He wanted to defeat Rosen. Was he tired? Of course. After so many days of battle, he was physically and mentally exhausted. But so what? Exhaustion was not a reason to retreat. Absolutely not. He had already experienced too much pain and had endured too much fatigue. From the very beginning when he first learned the sword, Su Yang had understood a principle. Either persevere or give up. In this place, giving up meant death. My sword Tao, my protection. No matter what, I will not retreat. I will not fail. I will eventually walk to the dawn. Since that is the case, I will create a sword Tao that truly belongs to me. My first sword will be the dawn. This is my will and my belief. No matter what happens in this world, I will eventually walk to the dawn. Therefore, this sword will be the dawn sword. At this time, Su Yang's aura flowed out again. Facing Rosen, who was constantly growing stronger, Su Yang did not retreat at all. Instead, he prepared for battle with an even stronger will. His first sword, the dawn sword. Dawn was dark because he had just walked out of the night. Dawn had yet to arrive and light had yet to rise. At this time, the power of the great demonic dragon and the great demonic heaven master directly increased. Dawn was also full of light and hope. Therefore, the light of Buddha appeared. With the will of darkness and light, with hope and an eternal oath, his first sword was born, the dawn sword. At this time, Su Yang's surroundings changed. Darkness and light began to revolve around him. At this moment, the darkness and light had reached an extremely strange balance. Then, everything moved toward Su Yang's body. This Su Yang, what's going on? His power, why did his power become so strange? Darkness and light are clearly two kinds of power that don't fuse together. Why is his power like this? At this time, the two women were also baffled by what was going on. They were also experts. To be able to follow this mysterious and unfathomable island master, they were naturally not ordinary people. Their strength was much stronger than Su Yang's. However, at this moment, they were astonished by the situation that was happening to Su Yang. At this time, they didn't seem to understand why Su Yang could be in such a strange situation. At this moment, the island master of the Divine Devil Island said, "You two, stop acting cute in front of me. I don't believe that with your realm, you can't see Su Yang's current situation. Hehe, it seems that this kid has already created his own path. Furthermore, it is a very impressive path. The coexistence of darkness and light. How daring, how daring." The two sisters looked at each other. This Su Yang was really amazing. This was not the first time their master had praised a person like this today. The two sisters had followed the island master for so long, but they hadn't encountered such a situation for a long time. At this time, Su Yang's Daybreaker sword finally took shape. In this world, everything revolved around him. It was as if he was the core of this world. Light arose because of him, and darkness existed because of him. His aura still hadn't changed, but at this time, he gave people a feeling. He had become the core of this world. On the other hand, with the support of the demon god armament, Rosen's strength had increased. This increase was obvious. In the blink of an eye, his realm had reached the 8 dragons realm. This wasn't an illusion, but a real increase in realm. Terrifying, it was actually so terrifying. In just a few days, his realm had broken through again and again, from the 5 dragons realm to the 8 dragons realm. Such a terrifying increase would probably scare people to death. No one would believe it, but unfortunately, this was the truth. And now, this fact was right in front of his eyes. At this time, he stopped all his actions and focused all his attention on Su Yang. Obviously, at this time, he had already felt the terror of Su Yang. Although Su Yang's realm hadn't increased, and he didn't even have a berserk aura. But at this time, Su Yang was really too dangerous. Now, he felt a great sense of danger. Rosen's will seemed to have become very vague. The only thing that remained was his battle instinct. His instinct told him that the current Su Yang would be more terrifying than ever. What a terrifying young man. How terrifying. At this time, a voice came from Rosen's body. It wasn't Rosen's voice. On the contrary, it was a very old voice. Su Yang. What an interesting young man. You're too terrifying. No wonder you could defeat Rosen. The voice that came out of nowhere sounded like a wild ghost. This feeling was naturally terrifying. Soul swap. Hihi, it's actually a soul swap technique. How interesting. I haven't seen someone from this lineage for a long time. The island master realized. At this time, a maid beside him said, "Master, it's obviously a battle between 2 young men, but this shameless old man interfered. Let me make him stay. This person is really bold. He actually dares to ruin your business." Before the island master of Divine Devil Island could speak, the other woman beside him said, "Chen, I think you've taken a fancy to that kid called Su Yang." "Immerse, I've taken a fancy to him." "So what? He's handsome and powerful. It's not easy to find someone like him." The 2 women started to tease. At this time, the island master said, "All right, Chen, don't interfere in this matter. That kid called Su Yang is a big trouble. It's better if you don't get involved. Moreover, it's only a soul swap and it's only a weak soul shadow. It's still uncertain if it can defeat Su Yang. Let's look forward to the power of Su Yang's sword." The island master of Divine Devil Island said. Since the island master had spoken, Chen didn't dare to say anything. It's really strange. Is this the mystery of the Divine Devil armament? It seems that Rosen is also a pitiful person. Su Yang said as he walked forward. The sudden appearance of this person had indeed given him a huge pressure. As soon as he appeared, Rosen's aura actually increased again. From this, it could be seen that this person was definitely a terrifying person. Su Yang didn't know who he was, but he wasn't interested in finding out at this time. Was he strong? That's good. If he wasn't strong, how could he test if his Daybreaker sword was strong enough? Rosen. This child is indeed not bad, so I made him my cauldron. Everything he has was given to him by me, so he's naturally mine. I wanted to wait for a while before harvesting him. Unfortunately, you forced him to this point. His Divine Devil armament evolved too quickly, so I had no choice but to harvest him. But this is good. If not, I wouldn't have found such an excellent seed like you. This dry voice was really annoying. Moreover, he seemed to want Lin Fan to be like Rosen and become his seed. Although Su Yang didn't know what kind of seed this was, it was probably something like possession or life transfer. You want me to become your seed? Come at me if you can. How could I, Su Yang, be someone who would be frightened by a few words from you? Haha, I'll walk towards the dawn. Everything will be destroyed by me. Daybreaker sword, kill. Su Yang's sword finally fell. At this moment, The huge meteorite under his feet had been completely enveloped by the sword aura. His power was actually so strong that it had completely surrounded everything. At this moment, darkness and light actually transformed into two dragon shadows. The two dragon shadows were constantly alternating. It was like day and night. Two extreme powers were vividly displayed at this moment. The first sword created by Su Yang had finally appeared. And his opponent was this mysterious old man who had suddenly appeared. At this moment, he had already occupied Rosen's body. Faced with such a sword, the eyes covered by the divine devil armament flickered continuously. Powerful, you're really powerful. I never thought that your power could reach such a level. Powerful, really powerful. But now, let me destroy your power first. Ghost killer, evil ghost killer. It seemed like a sigh, but it also seemed like a roar. In short, that terrifying power appeared at this moment. A terrifying knight was born, and a terrifying evil ghost appeared out of thin air. That was almost the power of a venerable one. You're indeed very powerful, but the power of a venerable one seems to be about the same. Daybreaker sword. It's better for you to be destroyed. That terrifying ghostly figure roared, as though it wanted to kill Su Yang. And now, Su Yang was in the midst of the dawn. Everything around him was his sword. Such powerful power is almost on par with a venerable one. But that's fine too. I've never tried to fight a venerable one. Today, I'll use you, the evil ghost, as a sacrifice to my sword. Kill. As soon as the word kill was said, the Daybreaker sword suddenly shone brightly. The sun rose from the west. Everything would be destroyed by such a sword. Chapter 695. Female literature. The power of a venerable was indeed powerful, and it was so powerful that it was suffocating. However, Su Yang was not afraid at all, because at this time, he believed in his sword. Daybreak sword, the first sword he slashed out. He was absolutely confident that he would not lose. At this moment, he was constantly moving forward. No matter how terrifying the darkness is, I will eventually walk towards dawn. This was his belief, this was his will. At this time, Su Yang was the most determined person in the world. No, not only at this time, Su Yang had always been like this no matter when and where. He would never back down, nor did he think of backing down. Because he was Su Yang. At this time, the old man's voice sounded from Rosen's body. You're actually so powerful that you won't back down in the face of my power? You're really amazing. Then come, let this old man see how brilliant your dawn is. At this time, Rosen's palm pressed down once again. That terrifying aura appeared again at this time. The terrifying brilliance directly dazzled at this time. That terrifying power seemed to want to directly suppress Su Yang at this time. He wanted to cut off Su Yang's belief, he wanted to destroy Su Yang's dawn. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, Su Yang's dawn seemed to have stopped. He smiled coldly, then said, "This is indeed an amazing power, but unfortunately, your realm is still too low. Even with Rosen's body, he has reached the realm of 8 dragons, which is 3 dragons higher than you. You have no chance." His palm pressed down again. His words were like heaven's will. If he said that Su Yang would fail, then Su Yang would fail. Su Yang said directly, "Old dog, I don't care who you are, but it's definitely not that easy for you to defeat me. My daybreak sword is my belief. Perhaps darkness covers my eyes, but dawn will eventually come. My belief is immortal, and my will never stop." Su Yang shouted directly. At this moment, his power was fully ignited. All the power in his body was mobilized at this moment. All kinds of powers were burning at the same time. This was Su Yang's willpower. No matter what kind of difficulties he faced, he would not relax. At this time, the heart of the great demon dragon and the Buddha's heart began to beat wildly. Others only had one heart, but he had 2. At this moment, his heart was beating, and his strength had become even stronger. At this moment, he was completely reckless. This was his will, and he would never yield. It wasn't just the 2 hearts, Su Yang's other powers also began to awaken at this time. The thunderbolt in his body began to rumble at this moment. Within his body, the power of the demon god was also ignited at this moment. Although the demon god's power had increased Su Yang's strength, for Su Yang, it was also an unstable factor. If he couldn't completely burn this power, then it wouldn't be his own power. One day, once this power was released, it would bring him endless trouble. At this time, with the help of this battle, Su Yang's power began to fully erupt. For Su Yang, although this was extremely dangerous, it was also a huge opportunity. Only by fighting could he improve his strength faster. This was definitely not a lie. Not only that, but even the blood of the demonic beasts in Su Yang's body began to boil. The 4 demonic beasts were not to be underestimated. The sea-splitting demonic snake, the blood-winged dragon, and the terrifying oriole were the last to arrive. They were all extremely powerful existences. At this time, Su Yang's willpower started burning. It actually caused his blood to burn. That was the power of their blood essence. At this time, when their blood essence was directly stimulated, they naturally felt it. The sea-splitting demonic snake, who was closest to Su Yang, felt it the most clearly. After the battle began, he did not appear. Instead, he was ordered to protect Xue Xinyu and Feng Yueyu. At this time, he suddenly felt the changes in this place. Master, my great master can actually activate the power of my heart's blood. Haha, as expected of the master I've chosen. He will definitely become the most powerful existence in this world. At this moment, he began to roar. At this time, he had completely forgotten that he was forced to become Su Yang's mount. However, this did not matter to the sea-splitting demonic snake. Giving their heart's blood to Su Yang was not a good thing for them. This was because their strength would be restricted by Su Yang. In other words, if Su Yang's strength was unable to break through, it would be extremely difficult for them to increase their strength. However, at this time, Su Yang actually stimulated their heart's blood. This meant that Su Yang's strength had begun to increase again. If Su Yang's strength increased faster than them, then as mounts, they would be able to reap the benefits. However, this situation was really rare. After all, they were demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines, while Su Yang was only a human. However, at this time, Su Yang's strength increased again. The burning blood in his heart had already caused his body to feel scorching hot. Ha ha ha, my great master, I can feel that you are fighting. In that case, how can I stay here so comfortably? I won't be lazy anymore. Kill. The sea-splitting demonic snake was originally wrapped around Xue Xinyue's beautiful neck. However, at this time, it felt Su Yang's fighting spirit and directly burned. He immediately flew out and revealed his body. At this moment, the people from the Devil sect immediately panicked. The sea-splitting demonic snake's aura was really terrifying. It could fight against a venerable one. No, if it was an ordinary human venerable one, it could directly tear him apart. What is this? Is this a void beast? Why? Why would a void beast suddenly appear? At this time, the people from the Devil sect were already in a panic. They really did not expect the sea-splitting demonic snake to suddenly appear. This was really too sudden. This is the sea-splitting demonic snake. Su Yang's pet is actually such a terrifying thing. Humph, I knew this dead man was very powerful. Hee, this old lady's vision is really not bad. But little you I admire your vision even more. You must remember, we must not let this man go. Feng Yueyu said to Xue Xinyu very seriously. As she said that, her gaze fell on Mu Tiansheng. Although Mu Tiansheng had been wearing a veil, she could naturally see that this woman was definitely a first-class beauty. She was probably not inferior to her. Su Yang really knew how to attract bees and butterflies. However, Feng Yueyu did not mind. In her opinion, this also proved Su Yang's excellence. At this time, Xue Xinyu actually nodded seriously. In the Jojo continent, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly roared. At this time, he could only feel that his aura was blazing. He could feel Su Yang's aura. At this time, Su Yang was in a great battle. He could feel it. After the previous tribulation, although Su Yang had successfully passed the tribulation, he had also paid a price. That was, his 4 demonic beasts could not gather with him directly. Otherwise, if the demonic beast's blood were to explode, Su Yang would be killed instantly. At this time, he could already feel that Su Yang's control over the blood of their hearts had become stronger. At the same time, he also knew that Su Yang had become even more powerful and terrifying. "Oh, my midget, are you fighting? Why do I suddenly want to fight by your side? Well, since I have become your mount, I hope you can succeed. You can become a peerless expert. Don't die." Back then, the blood-winged flying dragon was the first to become Su Yang's mount because it was afraid of death. However, in reality, he was very unconvinced by Su Yang. However, the contract had already been set and he could do nothing about it. At this time, he could already feel Su Yang's transformation. In just a short period of time, Su Yang had become even stronger. Like the blood-winged flying dragon, the double-winged sky tiger and the huge oriole were also in the same situation. "My master, since you are in a tough battle right now, let us lend you a hand." The four demonic beasts roared in unison before unleashing their powers. The blood of their hearts had a mysterious connection with them. At this time, the blood of their hearts was directly activated and transferred its power to Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang was facing a power that could kill a supremacy, but he still did not cower. His eyes were still very calm. At this time, he could feel the demonic blood in his body growing stronger. Are you temporarily transferring your powers to me? I really didn't expect the blood of the demonic beasts to have such a magical effect. Well, since you trust me so much, how can I lose just like that? In that case, let's fight together. Dawn, show yourself. Su Yang roared furiously. At this moment, his aura was completely instilled into the air. All the power condensed and Dawn was finally formed. That sword stood in front of Su Yang for a long time. It was an illusory sword. The body of the sword was exactly the same as the scorching sun sword, but the power within was completely different. This was the alternation of darkness and light. This was the awakening of Dawn. This sword was not the scorching sun sword, but the Dawn sword spirit. When the Dawn sword spirit appears, all laws will be destroyed. His sword finally fell, and everything began to come to an end. Such a sword strike actually tore apart that terrifying ghostly shadow. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, there was no pause at all. That terrifying ghostly figure was directly destroyed just like that. As the ghostly shadow was destroyed, cracks appeared on the demon god armor. Chapter 696. Female Literature, Kaka. Cracks began to appear one after another. Actually, it was impossible to transmit sound here, but it felt so clear. Under the Daybreak Sword, the terrifying ghost-killing shadow was destroyed. Along with it, the Devil God armament was also destroyed. The cracks in the Devil God armament appeared, and a terrifying black aura spread out, filling the air with black smoke. That horrifying scene began to fade away. Rosen's face appeared once again. At this time, Rosen's face was filled with pain. On his face, there was an extremely strange and terrifying black pattern. This pattern did not seem to exist in the human world at all. It was almost like a living evil spirit. At this time, his eyes were filled with a dazed expression. Why is it like this? At this time, he was roaring with unwillingness. Moreover, Su Yang knew that he was not angry at losing to him, but at the actions of the old man. Why did the Great Elder treat me like this? Didn't you say that I was the hope of the ghost-killing hall? Didn't you say that I would become the strongest person in the ghost-killing hall? But why did you treat me like this? I can't accept it, I really can't accept it. At this time, he had gone completely crazy. He was also completely furious. He originally thought that the Great Elder saw him as a successor. Therefore, he wholeheartedly fought for the Great Elder, for the ghost-killing hall. But today's battle made him realize that he was just a seed nurtured by the Great Elder. It was just a seed. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yang today, he would have been forced into a corner, causing the evolution of the Devil God armament to be ahead of schedule and forcing the Great Elder to reincarnate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about this. He fought for the ghost-killing hall, but the ghost-killing hall only treated him as a seed. Why did it have to be like this? Why did the Great Elder treat him like this? At this time, he was truly crazy. He really could not understand why the Great Elder would do this. Moreover, The reason why he was able to survive this time was because of Su Yang. If it wasn't for Su Yang's terrifying sword strike that defeated the Great Elder's reincarnated soul, then he would have really died. You can go. At this time, Su Yang was standing in front of him. Rosen was a member of the Devil Sect. Su Yang and the Devil Sect were like fire and water. He should have killed Rosen directly. But at this time, Su Yang couldn't do it. Because he wasn't such a person. At this moment, Rosen was as fragile as a piece of paper to him. If he really wanted to kill him, he could easily do so. But in the end, Su Yang didn't make a move. Rosen was also a pitiful person. Now, his faith had been shattered. I'm actually just a seed. Ha ha ha, Ghost Killing Hall, number 1 elder, you old thing, you actually only treated me as an elder. At this moment, Rosen was in a daze. It was as if he had gone crazy. Su Yang, kill me. I don't need your pity. Rosen, don't need anyone's pity. Hehe, I'm just a seed. How laughable. Rosen was such a person, but now he actually let Su Yang kill him. Su Yang sighed. He directly kept the Dawn Sword spirit into his sea of consciousness and turned his head. If you want to die, then kill yourself. Mitch, to think that I still treated you as my opponent. You, who are crying like a woman, what qualifications do you have to make me attack? Su Yang said directly. Hearing Su Yang's words, Rosen was speechless. At this time, Su Yang was actually too lazy to kill him. His opponent was actually too lazy to kill him. This was a great insult to Rosen. If you are a man, then don't cry endlessly. He deceived you and wanted you to become his seed. Then why didn't you choose to resist? If you hate him, then kill him. After Su Yang finished speaking, he ignored Rosen and went to the other battlefield. Because at this time, his eyebrows kept twitching. At this time, he had a bad premonition in his heart. It seemed that a greater crisis was about to arrive. The Divine Demon Island Master suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that he has a premonition of something. What a sharp intuition. Hehe, what an interesting person. Perhaps, he is suitable to be my successor." When he said this, the 2 beautiful maids were shocked beyond words. Be his successor, what was their great master trying to do? Su Yang left. Rosen was still sitting in the same place dispiritedly. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and took out an item. It was a skull the size of a fist. This was the Ghost Killer's beginning. Once, when he obtained the Ghost Killer's beginning, his heart was filled with joy. But at this time, it was gone. Everything was gone. At this time, he had endless anger. That damned guy, he actually dared to deceive him. At this time, a faint purple light appeared. Then, the image of an old man suddenly appeared. It's you. At this time, Rosen's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. This old man, he used to revere him so much. But now, he was so angry at this old man. Because this old man deceived him and betrayed him. The first elder's voice was heard, "Rosen, my child." To be honest, his voice was kind. It was not as gloomy as when he was fighting Su Yang. "Rosen, my child." Rosen had heard these words countless times. This sentence was almost like his spiritual power. This mysterious first elder was his teacher and also his idol. Therefore, no matter how many times he had suffered, he felt full of power when he heard this sentence. But this time, it was different. This time, it was completely different. After hearing this sentence, he did not feel any warmth. Instead, he was so angry and disappointed. "Shut up, you old thing. Shut up. I'm not your child. I'm definitely not. If I was really your child, why would you want to kill me? Hey, old thing, you just treat me as a seed. You want to eat me." Rosen said directly. The first elder said with a smile, "That's right. Now you understand, my child. Shut up." These words were the source of Rosen's pain. "Unfortunately, you failed. You didn't defeat Su Yang. Hehe, so you failed. Old thing, do you think I will let you succeed? I'm not a fool." There was no longer a trace of sadness in Luo Sen's eyes. Instead, there was only incomparable determination. Just as Su Yang said, how could he cry like a woman? Since this old man wanted to kill him, he might as well kill him. Hihi, my child, you're always so naive. Whether I can succeed or not, it's never up to you. Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. Your life was given to you by me. Everything you have is given to you by me. You are just a seed. Now, it's time to take back this seed. Although it's barely satisfactory, since it's already come to this point, it's time to take it back. The beginning of the ghost killer suddenly bloomed with radiance, and that radiance had become incomparably intense. The dazzling radiance was simply terrifying. Rosen was soon enveloped by this radiance. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. No, my power, how can it be like this? Rosen was really panicking at this time. The power that he had painstakingly cultivated since childhood was actually unable to be mobilized at this time. Even his own power had betrayed him. How painful this was for him. Damn it, damn it. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he had never thought that he would die in such a way. He was really unwilling to accept this. As I said, your fate has never belonged to you. A shadow directly emerged from the purple beginning of the ghost killer. It was also a terrifying shadow. He suddenly appeared, and as soon as he appeared, his palm had already grabbed Rosen's neck. The power of this ghostly shadow was actually not very strong. If it was the usual Rosen, he would be able to easily crush it. Unfortunately, at this time, Rosen could not even use a trace of his power. The current him was simply frighteningly weak. It was as if in the next moment, he would be killed. Rosen, my child, although you have not completely matured, but now, your life should also reach the end. Your everything is mine, hey, the first elder's laughter was still so benevolent. However, this gave people an extremely terrifying feeling. At this moment, Rosen was not the least bit afraid. All he felt was endless anger and unwillingness. In the end, the genius of the Ghost Killer Hall had actually ended up like this. He couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. At this moment, the ghostly shadow had already opened his mouth. He wanted to directly devour Rosen. It was at this moment that a clear voice rang out. Since you have not completely matured, why don't you continue to wait? This voice was truly beautiful. Moreover, he did not appear as an idea, but as a voice. Her voice was like flowing water, but also like a cool breeze. It was incomparably beautiful, giving people a very cool feeling. What was even stranger was that after this voice appeared, the ghostly shadow's movements actually stop. Chapter 697. Female Literature, Who's There? At this moment, the old man immediately roared. The ghostly figure stopped. However, the ghostly figure didn't stop by himself. He was stopped by someone. The old man realized that he couldn't control the ghostly figure anymore. This wasn't a good thing for him. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared. Rosen couldn't describe the beauty of the woman in front of him because she was too hazy. He couldn't see anything about her clearly, including the color of the clothes she was wearing, or whether her hair was long or short. He couldn't see any of these clearly. However, he was sure that the woman in front of him must be a beautiful woman. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded again. Old man, you've got guts. How dare you interfere with my master's affairs? Do you really think that my divine Devil Island is just a decoration? The woman's laughter sounded again. At the same time, she waved her hand. A gust of wind appeared. The breeze was very weak, but at this moment, the ghostly figure roared angrily, How dare you? Then, the power of the ghost killer's beginning was activated. He wanted to stop the woman. Unfortunately, he failed. The power of the ghost killer's beginning was very strong. However, it couldn't stop the breeze. The breeze shattered the light of the ghost killer's beginning and defeated the ghostly figure. This was simply too fast. In just the time it took to think, the ghostly figure had already disappeared. Rosen was really surprised when he saw this. Who was this woman who suddenly appeared? She was actually so strong. Thickwaist knew that the ghostly figure's true strength wasn't strong. However, it could be seen that later on, the old thing had sent a terrifying force through the air. However, that power was defeated so easily. The woman seemed to have just waved her hand. So casually. Although he hated the first elder, the old man's strength was indeed terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have respected the old man so much since he was young. However, everything in front of him was completely out of his expectations. "Thank you for saving my life, fairy," Rosen said respectfully to the woman. He suddenly realized that when he faced this woman, he was actually a little nervous. She had never felt such tension before. His heart was beating faster, and his face was burning hot. It made him feel extremely nervous. One had to know that even when he was in a situation of certain death, he had not lost his composure like this. As expected, he must be blushing right now. "Hehe, little fellow, your heartbeat seems to have sped up. However, you don't need to thank me. This is all the island master's arrangement. Hehe, moreover, your crisis has not been resolved. You are still that old thing's seed. One day, this old bastard will still make a move on you. It's just that you have more time than before. During this period of time, this old thing won't be able to sense your existence. So, you should take advantage of this period of time to work hard and become stronger. If the time is up and you still can't escape from your fate, then you can only blame yourself for being too useless." Every word that this woman said was engraved in Rosen's heart. So this was the arrangement of the Divine Demon Island's master. However, it didn't matter. As long as he was given a chance, it couldn't be better. It was better than suddenly dying like this. "Alright, Rosen, understand. Fairy, can you tell me your name? No matter what, you saved me today. I will always remember this kindness in my heart," Rosen said directly. At this moment, he was already despising himself in his heart. He, Rosen, had killed countless people and survived through life and death situations. However, at this moment, he was just asking for a person's name and it made his heart beat faster. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "You can call me Xiaoqian. However, you don't have to repay me. As I said earlier, this is the kindness of the island master. I hope to see you alive next time." She disappeared right after she finished speaking. From the beginning to the end, everything happened so quickly. Rosen didn't even see her real face. However, at this moment, Rosen was sure that he had already fallen in love with this woman called Xiaoqian. There was no reason. He just fell in love with her. Rosen originally thought that he was in despair. The first elder deceived him. Not only that, that old dog wanted to swallow him. Therefore, he was in incomparable pain at that time. However, it was different now. Everything was different. At this moment, he was filled with hope for the future. Because of this woman called Xiaoqian. She was a fairy, a beautiful fairy. She should belong to him. No, it wasn't should, it was definitely. "Old dog, do you want to swallow me?" "No, I definitely won't let you do as you wish. I won't die and I can't die because I have already found the meaning of living in this world." When Su Yang met up with Feng Yuhai and the others, the battle on this side was about to end. With the help of the Luo Hai demonic snake, the battle was almost one-sided. Moreover, Rosen had not returned for a long time. Naturally, their morale was shaken. At the end of the day, the reason why these people could unite was because of Rosen. The battle between Su Yang and Luo Sen had been witnessed by most of the spectators. They were extremely afraid of Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang appeared directly. To them, it was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying thing. In just a short while, those people dispersed. "Ha ha ha, great master, I knew that you would be fine." At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake turned back into a small snake and hung on Su Yang's neck. Su Yang ignored him. He originally wanted to use the sea-splitting demonic snake as a surprise attack. However, this guy actually exposed himself. However, it did not matter. "Senior brother Feng, is everyone alright?" Su Yang asked directly. Among this group of people, Feng Yuhai had the most difficult battle. His enemy was the successor of Yaksha. Su Yang knew how terrifying he was. However, it was obvious that Feng Yuhai had won in the end. Feng Yuhai said, "Yes, everyone is doing well. At least we're all alive. There's only a little more than a day left until the deadline of 15 days. As long as we can return safely, we can get what we want from the Divine Demon Island. Su Yang nodded his head, but his brows did not relax because of this. He had a feeling that things were not so simple. It was as if there was something waiting for them. Mu Tiansheng was the same as him. Little Junior Su Yang, what's wrong? Are you that unhappy to see me? You're still frowning even now. Feng Yuhai was a little puzzled. Didn't this cousin of his always hate Su Yang to the core? Why was it that they still had the same tone now? However, he did not care. In his opinion, this was a good thing. Through this, he had discovered Su Yang's huge potential. He was sure that as long as Su Yang did not die, he would definitely become a strong person. He might even become a strong person like the sect leader. Su Yang was now a strong person. He was no longer the person who had just joined the Taihang Soured faction and was only at Dragon Realm level 1. Currently, he was at the same level as Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai was confident that he could defeat Su Yang, but now, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Su Yang. It was definitely not a pleasant thing to have such an enemy. On the contrary, if Su Yang became a friend of the Feng family, it would be very different. At this time, Su Yang was a disciple of the Shui family in name. However, he was not a real member of the Shui family. If something really happened between his cousin and Su Yang, however, he quickly dismissed this thought. Looks like Su Yang is really giving me a lot of pressure. I'm actually thinking about this at this time. However, it seems like this trip to Divine Demon Island is finally over. Even Feng Yuhai began to breathe a sigh of relief at this time. After all, Divine Demon Island was not simple. If he was alone, he would not have cared. However, Feng Yuyu was also here. Therefore, he had to ensure the safety of this little princess. Su Yang, what's wrong with you? Feng Yuhai asked when he noticed that Su Yang's expression was very strange. Su Yang looked at Feng Yuhai and asked in a deep voice, Senior Brother Feng, you know the most about Divine Demon Island. The Divine Demon Island has appeared so many times. Are there as many survivors as we are this time? Feng Yuhai immediately frowned when he heard Su Yang's words. He was also an extremely smart person. He immediately understood what Su Yang meant when he heard Su Yang's words. That's right, there seemed to be too many survivors this time. One had to know that after the Divine Demon Island opened, less than 10% of the people survived each time. However, what about now? This time, almost half of the people on both sides had survived. Although it was dangerous this time, it did not seem to be to the point of being in a desperate situation. If these were the only things that happened every time the Divine Devil Island was opened, then could it be that all the experts in history were so weak that they all died here? No, that was definitely not the case. There's still one more day, he blurted out. Chapter 698. Female Literature. Yes, there's still one more day. I'm afraid that the last day won't be so easy to get through, Mu Tiansheng continued. It was at this moment that the huge Divine Devil Island suddenly appeared. A voice was heard from the Divine Demon Island. The fact that all of you were able to survive until today has already proven your strength. Now, it's time to truly test all of you. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. When it's time to truly test us, does this mean that the real danger is coming? As expected, this matter wasn't that simple. In the next day, I'll lead you to the evil demon hunting ground. What you need to do is to kill evil demons there. That's the place where the real evil demons gather. The evil demons that can survive there aren't the same as the trash that you've encountered previously. Moreover, that place was also crucial. Whether you can leave the Divine Demon Island alive or not depends on this. As his voice fell, many people's eyes flashed with shock. The hometown of evil demons. The real evil demons. What about the evil demons that they had killed previously? Cannon fodder. The cannon fodder had already killed many of them. How terrifying would the real evil demons be? Also, what did he mean by leaving the Divine Demon Island alive? At that moment, the mysterious island master continued, I need the heart of an evil demon lord, the more the better. Of course, it'd be best if you can get the heart of a demon god. Whoever can give me a heart of an evil demon lord will be able to leave the Divine Demon Island and return to your world. Of course, if you can give me the most evil demon lord's heart, I'll give you a corresponding reward. You have to believe that the things I give you will definitely not be bad. At that moment, Su Yang said, Senior, can we choose our own rewards? You can. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to give me enough things. As soon as he finished his sentence, he disappeared. It was also at this moment that the divine Devil Island emitted a mysterious radiance. The radiance appeared. Everyone who was alive immediately felt themselves floating towards the sky involuntarily. In just a short while, everyone had already arrived on the divine Devil Island. Su Yang, Feng Yuhai, Rosen, and the others all arrived at the island. Furthermore, at that moment, they were unable to even move. All right, everyone, we will be setting off now. I hope all of you will be able to survive. A beautiful voice rang out. This voice was really beautiful. After hearing this voice, everyone was moved. At this time, they were really curious about how beautiful the woman who could make such a beautiful sound was. Even women like Feng Yuhai and Xue Xinyu couldn't help but be curious, let alone these men. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was shocked to discover that the space in front of them had actually started to distort. What kind of strange power was this? No, it should be said that this power was so strong that it could directly distort space. Space was an extremely unfamiliar domain to everyone present. Only those who were extremely powerful were qualified to step into this realm. And this so-called extremely powerful person wasn't something that everyone could achieve. At the very least, it was impossible for ordinary supremacies to have such an ability. It was a domain that even supremacies couldn't reach. Unless one's cultivation had reached a certain level and was already at the level of a sacred venerate. Otherwise, absolutely no one was qualified to do so. However, this woman actually had such strength. It was evident how terrifying she was. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes were emitting a bright light. He was constantly pondering in his heart. He wanted to know the motive of this big shot. If it was just for the heart of the overlord evil demon, was it really necessary for him to do this? Su Yang didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he was, and he didn't dare to believe it either. Not to mention the overlord evil demon's heart, a person like him could even obtain the heart of a demon god. However, he actually did so. Su Yang imagined that this person must have a motive for doing so. Perhaps Su Yang had already guessed some of it. Of course, his guess might also be wrong. But no matter what, this wasn't important. The most important thing was this time. He had to find a way to survive. Only by surviving this battle would he be able to think about many things in the future. Survive. These three words sounded so simple. However, Su Yang was very clear in his heart. If he truly wanted to achieve this, it would be too difficult. He would need to risk his life to do so. Fortunately, Su Yang was never afraid of anyone. But at this moment, Luo Sen's eyes shone with a strange light. At this moment, his soul was trembling. It's her, it must be her. He actually heard her voice so quickly. Her voice was so beautiful. Did he want to live? I will definitely live on, and I will live longer than anyone else. The first elder wanted his life, but so did the demon lords. But now, his life wasn't so easy to take. The moment he was rescued by the mysterious woman, he had already made up his mind. In this world, no matter who it was, no one could take his life. His life was his own, and no one could take it away from him. At this moment, an incomparably determined radiance flashed in his eyes. The method of tearing space was really terrifying. Almost in the next moment, the scene in front of everyone changed. It was as if they had just changed a piece of screen. However, everyone understood that they were no longer at their original place. They should have already arrived at the place mentioned by that person. That was the origin of the evil demons. Because the environment here had completely changed. The evil demons lived in an extremely dangerous place. 1,000 miles of barren land, no, it should be 10 million miles. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren land. Just by standing on it, one could feel a terrifying heat being transmitted from the soles of one's feet to one's body. This was also because they were Dragon Realm experts. Their bodies were already extremely strong, so they were not afraid of such power. If it was someone with a slightly lower cultivation base, they would have been burned to death by this horrifying blazing power. And these little evil demons lived and grew up here. Growing up in such a harsh environment, it was no wonder that the evil demon's strength was so terrifying. Everyone, this is the place where you will spend your last day of holiday. I hope that every one of you will like this place. Of course, I also hope that every one of you will be able to survive. Hehe, after all, watching you get torn apart by the evil demons is not a fun thing to do. At this moment, he said so grandly. Hearing his words, everyone frowned. If it was just to survive today, it would not be difficult. However, this guy had already stipulated that if they wanted to survive, they had to have the heart of a big evil demon. But in such a godforsaken place, how were they going to find a big evil demon? At this moment, the mysterious divine demon island had already disappeared. Damn it, if I succeed in my cultivation one day, I will definitely dominate that despicable divine demon island. How dare they make us come to such a place? At this moment, naturally, there were experts who could not take it anymore. They were experts. If they were in their own sects, they would be the favorites of their sects. Even if they were rogue cultivators, with their cultivation, they would be respected by everyone. However, in this place, they were actually treated in such a manner. What did the divine demon island master treat them as? Toys. However, they could not say these words in front of the island master. After all, the island master was too powerful. Saying such words in front of him was just courting death. Now that he had left, they could say a few words to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Su Yang ignored these people. Regardless of whether it was in this world or the original Earth, he knew that complaining was useless. It would only make him worse. Su Yang had known this since a long time ago, so no matter what, he had never complained. Damn it, when the time comes, he actually left just like that. What are we going to do? Yeah, in such a godforsaken place, how are we going to find the evil demon overlord? Damn it, really damn it. At this moment, many people began to complain. At this moment, Su Yang walked in front of Feng Yuhai and the others and said directly, "Let's take advantage of this and leave quickly." Feng Yuhai and the others did not understand what he meant, but they looked at Su Yang and trusted him very much. Since Su Yang said so, he naturally had his reasons. Even Feng Yuhai did not ask any more questions and walked away quietly. Their speed was not slow. In just a short while, they had already left everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Feng Yuyu asked, "Su Yang, aren't we going to hunt the evil demon overlord? Why are you leaving everyone now?" In an unknown environment, everyone hoped to be able to stay together with the group. This was the case even for powerful cultivators like them. This was a human instinct. At this moment, Feng Yuyu had such thoughts. Not only Feng Yuyu, but Xue Xinyu also had such thoughts. Or perhaps, Meng Yang was the same. Chapter 699. Girls' Literature. Su Yang chuckled and said, "Hunting demon lords? Haha, senior sister Feng, I think you're mistaken. It's not that we're hunting the fiend overlord, but that we've become its prey." Hearing Su Yang's words, Feng Yuyu was startled and asked, but, at this moment, Feng Yuhai interrupted her. Su Yang is right. We did make a mistake. In fact, we are the real prey. Have you forgotten where we are? He asked Feng Yuyu. Feng Yuyu was stunned for a moment before she said, This is the devil's world. At this time, Su Yang said, "That's right, this is the world of demons. Previously in the outer space, we have already experienced the terror of demons. Their numbers are the most dangerous thing for us. But there's already such a terrifying number of them in the outer realm. Senior sister Feng, how many do you think are here?" After hearing Su Yang's words, Feng Yuyu instinctively shuddered. Yes, there were already such a terrifying number of abyss devils in the extraterritorial void. What about here? Although this place seems to be barren, I'm willing to bet that it won't be long before a horde of terrifying evil demons appears. If all of us were a cooperative group, that would be fine. But these people now, it's already good enough that they don't stab each other in the back. How can they be a cooperative group? At this time, once the evil demons rush in, I'm afraid it will immediately become chaotic. At that time, we will be very passive. Therefore, we have to leave the main group and hide our auras, Su Yang said directly. After hearing Su Yang's words, they finally understood what Su Yang meant. Now, he wanted to use these people as a signal. The scent of humans would definitely attract the demons. At that time, danger would come. But at this time, they had already left the crowd and suppressed their auras. When that time came, they wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the devils. The island master of Divine Devil Island had made it very clear that the condition to return to Divine Devil Island was very simple, and that was the demon heart of a demon overlord. Su Yang's decision caused them to move from the open to the dark. At that time, the demons would start fighting with these people, and they could only fish in troubled waters. It was not impossible to kill a demon lord in a group of demons. When the evil demons begin to attack, Senior Brother Feng, Meng Yang, and I will go and kill the evil demon overlord first, then hand over the evil demon overlord's heart to you. Su Yang's plan was actually very simple, and that was to prioritize protecting the weak. The weak ones here were naturally the three women. At this time, Xue Xinyu suddenly said, "But, Big Brother Su Yang, if we do this, won't it be unfair to those people?" Her voice was a little weak, but it was obvious that she really couldn't bear to do that. After all, it was Su Yang who was using these people. At this time, Su Yang said, "Fair? Warm Moon, remember my words. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. The so-called fairness is in the hands of the strong. All I want is to live on. What's more, these people are not our friends. Half of them are our enemies. If you are kind to your enemies, then you are being cruel to yourself and your friends." Su Yang said these words very calmly. However, there was an unimaginable cruelty in this calmness. Xue Xinyu had never heard Su Yang speak to her like this. At this time, she felt a little wronged. At this time, Mu Tianxing said, "Miss Xue, Su Yang is right. This world is a man-eat-man world. Moreover, we didn't mean to frame them." At this time, Su Yang said directly, "Okay, this topic ends here. This matter has been decided. When we get the Overlord's heart later, the first will be given to Xue Xinyu, the second will be given to Feng Yueyu, and the third will be given to Big Sister Mu. I think no one has any objections, right?" At this time, Feng Yueyu pouted. Clearly, she was very unhappy that Su Yang put her after Xue Xinyu. However, she quickly suppressed her unhappiness. She understood that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. Moreover, Su Yang didn't do this out of selfishness. Xue Xinyue's cultivation base was actually similar to hers, but Xue Xinyu was too kind. It was a good thing for a person to be kind, but if a person was too kind, it could also be a road to death. Obviously, Xue Xinyu was not suitable to survive in such an environment, so Su Yang made such a decision. Not long after Su Yang and the others made a plan, an unforeseen event happened. At this moment, a terrifying roar was transmitted directly over. It was the sound of demons. In the distance, a dense horde of demons was beginning to head towards them. So many demons gave people an unparalleled oppressive power. At this time, the number of demons was really too large. The people who had been clamoring to hunt the demon lord had already quieted down. Now, they knew that at this time, the roles of the hunter and the hunted had been switched. No, it should be said that at this time, they finally realized that they should be the hunted. "No, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die." At this time, they no longer had the aura of the past. At this moment, they had already become stray dogs. In panic, they immediately began to flee. Since they could come here, none of them were weak. So they would not be directly killed at this time. At this time, it was Su Yang and the others' opportunity. At this time, Su Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Meng Yang directly found their target. There were countless little demons and great demons here, but the number of overlords was not many. "Su Yang, I'm going." At this time, Meng Yang had already begun to get excited. His bludgeon was already thirsty. "Okay, Meng Yang, take out your best means later, don't hold back." Hearing Su Yang's words, Meng Yang immediately became excited. Wasn't Meng Yang's forte in sneak attacks from the back the most? Meng Yang said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Su Yang, don't worry, leave this glorious figure to me. Hehe, What bullshit, demon overlord. In front of me, they are just a group of vegetables. At this time, Feng Yuhai suddenly said, Meng Yang, don't be careless. Demon overlords are much stronger than great demons in terms of defense and attack. Although your martial arts are powerful, you can't fail because of this. After all, generally speaking, the power of a demon overlord was equivalent to a powerhouse of 9 dragons. How terrifying was this kind of strength? In this place, other than Luosen, the highest realm that everyone had reached was only the 5 dragons realm. As for Rosen, his strength would only reach 8 dragons after he put on the demon god armament. Moreover, Rosen was obviously not on the same side as them. It was impossible for him to cooperate with them. Therefore, it was very important to make the first move at this time. Rosen nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, Su Yang, I'm actually very reliable. He patted his chest and said. For some reason, when the word reliable came out of Meng Yang's mouth, it felt a little weird. At this time, a demon overlord suddenly attacked. This time, his target was a powerhouse in front of him. This human powerhouse had already killed an unknown number of demons. However, it was a pity that while he killed quickly, the devils behind him were even faster. That terrifying demon was simply boundless. At this time, he was actually far from exhausted. But under such circumstances, he only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. This was an extremely bad feeling. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He was now looking for a demon overlord. Because he knew very well that no matter how many little demons and great demons he killed in front of him, what was the use? In this place, there was no lack of demons. If he wanted to leave this place, the last way was to directly kill the demon overlord. Only by killing the demon overlord could he directly return to Fiend Island. While he was looking for the demon overlord, he didn't expect that a demon overlord had already targeted him. It was at this moment that a terrifying cry rang out. That terrifying roar shook him so much that his entire body began to tremble. Damn it, it's the demon overlord. At this time, he immediately realized what had happened. But unfortunately, the demon overlord was really too powerful. This person's ability was already not bad. His realm was already equivalent to 4 dragons. But in the face of a devil overlord that was almost in the 9 dragons realm, he couldn't do anything at all. No. He only had time to let out a painful roar, as if this was his best farewell to this world. 15 days of time. He had already endured so many days in front of him, but was he going to fall on the best day of the month? He was really unwilling to accept this. At this time, suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded, Big reptile, eat this Lord Meng Yang's staff. At this time, Meng Yang directly appeared and fiercely swung his staff. Boom. This strike was one that Meng Yang used all his strength. Naturally, one could imagine how terrifying the power was. Chapter 700. Female Literature, Ang. At this moment, the painful roar of the demon lord came directly. Meng Yang immediately laughed. Big reptile, accept the punishment of Master Meng Yang's stick, you damn thing. At this time, the person who should have been killed by the demon lord immediately escaped from death. This person was originally a powerhouse in Rosen's camp. When he first fought with Su Yang, he was taught a lesson by Meng Yang's stick. At that time, he hated Meng Yang to the bone. However, at this time, when he saw Meng Yang, he felt so close. Meng Yang, it's you, hurry up and save me. At this time, he found a life-saving straw in a desperate situation. However, Meng Yang said, Who are you, ugly man? I don't know you. Don't talk to me, I have a phobia of ugly men. Hearing Meng Yang's words, that person almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What does he mean? Am I really ugly? No, that's impossible. I'm a pretty boy who's very accurate. This hateful Meng Yang, he actually slandered me like this. Once I get out, the first thing I will do is to severely correct this guy's aesthetics. But soon he remembered that it didn't seem to be the time to argue with Meng Yang about such a thing. After all, the most important thing for him now was to survive. Meng Yang, save me. Meng Yang looked down and finally understood why this person made such a wailing sound. It turned out that when Meng Yang made a move, the devil child had already landed a terrifying blow. Although this blow didn't hit because of Meng Yang, it still hurt him. The demon lord's claws directly nailed into half of his arm. At this time, he had to cut off his arm, otherwise, it would be too difficult to escape. If Meng Yang wasn't here at this time, then maybe he would really have to cut off his arm. But now Meng Yang was next to him. Wishful thinking was also the bad habit of every human. If Meng Yang wasn't here, then he knew that if he didn't do this, then he would definitely die here. But now Meng Yang was next to him. If Meng Yang was willing to save him, he could walk out of here with the smallest price. Unfortunately, it seemed that Meng Yang didn't buy his words and simply ignored him. At this time, two extremely powerful sword lights suddenly appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, countless terrifying booms began to sound. It was as if endless distance began to roll. In such a place, not to mention huge waves, even a drop of water was very difficult. Therefore, such a situation could only mean one thing, and that was that someone was causing trouble. That was because Feng Yuhai's sword had arrived. On the other side, Su Yang's sword light also directly appeared. At this time, Su Yang's sword was simple and clean, without the slightest intention. It seemed to be an ordinary sword strike, but it made people feel an enormous pressure. Both of their sword chi had reached a certain level, and their power was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Even if it was just one of them, their swords were already very powerful and terrifying. Moreover, at this time, both of their swords were attacking the same target. At this moment, the demon lord had already felt the crisis of death. At this moment, he suddenly let out a huge roar. Under his roar, countless small demons directly swarmed over. And at this time, his surroundings also directly exploded. At this time, a terrifying aura directly rose into the sky. At this time, Su Yang seemed to have boundless majesty. And so did Feng Yuhai. Both of them knew that at this moment, the demon lord in front of them had to die. Although this demon lord had extremely powerful and terrifying power, they would never let him go because if the demon lord didn't die, they would be the ones to die. Two sword chi rose against the sky, and all the obstacles were crushed under such sword chi. At this time, in the entire sky, all the endless light began to fall. The demon overlord's expression was now replaced by panic. At this time, he couldn't even see the world that he was originally familiar with. "Big guy, go to hell," Meng Yang directly roared. At this time, he was gambling everything. And also at this time, the person who was almost killed by the demon lord finally made his move. Under such circumstances, he had to make a move. Because he also deeply understood that this was his last chance. If he couldn't succeed this time, then only death would be left for him. In any case, he had no way out. At this time, the power of the four powerhouses all moved out. The powerful force directly stabbed into the terrifying demon's body. The fiend overlord's body released a terrifying brilliance. What was shocking was that the black brilliance actually blocked everyone's path. At this time, everyone was stunned. For a while, their power couldn't pierce through. How terrifying was this? Previously, when they fought against the great demon was indeed powerful, but it could be easily killed by them. But now, this great demon overlord's strength had actually reached such a level. At this time, the power of the four powerhouses was actually not enough to directly kill this great demon. Such strength, such defensive power, this was simply abnormal. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? Why, with so many of us, we can't kill it? Meng Yang directly shouted. At this time, Su Yang's expression was very gloomy. He had previously estimated the strength of this demon overlord to be very high, so he had formulated such a policy. But at this time, it seemed that the strength of the demon lord was much more powerful than he imagined. But this was definitely not good news. Supreme sun-shattering slash. Su Yang's expression was dignified. At this time, he directly used the supreme sun-shattering slash. After using the Daybreaker slash, this was already his most powerful move. However, the Daybreaker slash was not suitable to be used in such an environment because that move consumed too much energy. If he used it now, only death would await him. At this time, two more forces came directly. Big brother Su Yang, senior brother Feng, we're here to help you. It was Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyu. Originally, according to Su Yang's plan, they should be hidden and let them be backup. However, at this time, Su Yang's plan to kill the demon lord failed. At this time, Mu Tianxing decisively decided to let the two of them help. These two women were indeed slightly inferior among the crowd, but their strength was in the dragon realm after all. At this time, with the addition of their strength, the great demon immediately couldn't resist. Its body began to retreat bit by bit. "Okay, let's kill it in one go," Su Yang shouted. At this time, they had been here for too long. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, at this time, it was already extremely crucial. If they could kill this great demon, they could directly obtain a key to leave this place. However, if they failed in the end, then they would be in an extremely passive position. At this time, the combined strength of the 6 people finally broke through the great demon lord's defense. Su Yang directly shouted, "Deity-slaying sword." This was a terrifying sword passed down from the great demon heaven lord. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. At the very beginning, the great demon lord had a terrifying armor to resist, so Su Yang's sword couldn't penetrate it at all. However, at this time, the great demon lord's armor was directly pierced. Su Yang's sword qi directly entered its body. Immeasurable demon slaying. At this time, Feng Yuhai's sword also directly pierced in. At this time, the power of the two people cooperated with each other and immediately displayed a terrifying destructive power. Even if this great demon lord was powerful, it was already at the end of its road at this time. At this time, its body directly released a dark green radiance, which was its blood. At this moment, this great demon lord finally walked towards death. "Ha ha ha, dead, finally dead. You damn thing, your great demon lord's heart is mine." At this time, the devil sect disciple suddenly burst out and directly rushed towards the great demon lord's heart. This place was really too terrifying. If he continued to stay here, he would die. However, at this time, he didn't want to die. Therefore, he had to escape. And in front of him was the best opportunity. The great demon lord was so powerful that so many people here only managed to kill one. It was simply a joke to let him kill it alone. Therefore, the first thing he had to do now was to directly plunder this great demon lord's heart and use it to immediately leave this place. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment longer. "I'll fight." At this moment, a very familiar voice entered his ears. Then, he only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. At this time, he was somewhat struggling. But in the end, he still fell down powerlessly. "Mph, you dare to play tricks in front of me. You really don't take me seriously." At this time, Meng Yang directly said. The devil sect disciple was now kneeling on the ground. At this moment, his cursing of Meng Yang was simply unimaginable. "This guy who ranked 4th, he actually dared to treat me like this. He actually dared to treat me like this." At this time, Su Yang had directly taken out the heart from the great demon lord's body. "Act according to our plan. Xinyu, take the great demon lord's heart and leave first." Su Yang directly handed over the heart. Chapter 701. Female Literature, Su Yang. "Alright, Xinyu, don't delay anymore. We still have to hunt the next target. If you want us to return safely, don't waste our time." At this moment, Feng Yueyu stuffed the demon overlord's heart into Xue Xinyue's hand. Finally, Xue Xinyu nodded and said, "Everyone must return alive. No matter what, nothing must happen." "No, that's mine. You can't do this." That was the key to leaving this place. It was something he longed for. He had also contributed, and in fact, he was the one who was in the most danger. But now, they actually wanted to give the demon overlord's heart to this woman. If it was any other time, he would definitely be willing to curry favor with a beautiful woman by offering her flowers to please her. But why didn't he look at the situation now? It was a matter of life and death. Are these people idiots? Why are they doing this? Give me the demon overlord's heart. I'll exchange it with you. I have countless treasures. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. At this moment, he struggled to stand up and take the treasure. But at this moment, Meng Yang suddenly said, "You idiot. If you dare to speak again, I'll knock you out and feed you to the demons. Meng Yang was a complete villain. He wouldn't be polite to such a guy. At this moment, he didn't sneak attack him again. He was already giving him face on account of his help earlier. However, if that guy were to continue to shout, he would have no choice but to give him another hit and knock him down. This person was directly intimidated by Meng Yang's aura and didn't dare to speak again. At this moment, Xue Xinyu had already begun to teleport. Great Master of Divine Demon Island, I've already obtained the Demon Overlord's heart. Please let me return to Divine Demon Island. After she finished speaking, a ray of light immediately appeared. As soon as the light appeared, it enveloped her. In the next moment, Xue Xinyu disappeared. As expected, he has been teleported away. When he saw Xue Xinyu leave, Su Yang immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, he ignored the guy from the devil sect and said, "Alright, time is of the essence. Let's go find our next target." With this hunting experience, everyone knew how powerful a demon overlord was. Therefore, in the first attack, he had to use all of his strength. Only in this way could he achieve a one-hit kill. At this moment, the devil sect disciple finally stood up. Earlier, he did not dare to act impudently. After all, the other party was too powerful. At that time, if the other party had directly killed him, then there was nothing he could do. Taihang soured faction, I won't let you off so easily. Are you going to hunt the demon overlord? H, I miscalculated this time, but next time, your demon overlord rank will be mine. He had seen everything just now. Therefore, he already knew what Su Yang and the others were planning. They wanted to send the two women away first, then immediately kill them one by one. It had to be said that their arrangement was very reasonable. After this experience, he naturally realized the importance of a team. If he was with a team now, it would be very easy to hunt great demons. At least, he would not fall into despair like before. However, he was also very clear about the key point. That was, they were all selfish. If one of them obtained the demon overlord's heart, he would immediately choose to leave. Why would he give this heart to someone else? Therefore, under such circumstances, it was destined that they would not cooperate sincerely. To be honest, at this moment, he was already a little envious of Su Yang and the others. After all, they were able to maintain such a cooperation. His goal was naturally not to join Su Yang and the others, because he did not trust Su Yang at all. Therefore, his real goal was to plunder. When Su Yang and the others killed a demon overlord, he directly flew over and snatched the demon overlord's heart. As long as the heart was in his hands, he would immediately move and leave. So what if these guys hate me? I've already taken the demon lord's heart and left. What could they do to him? Perhaps they themselves would have died here. Taking a step back, even if they could all leave alive and return to 9 regions, so what? At most, he would have a few more enemies. In fact, this was not a big deal. Compared with the current chance of survival, this was much better. Just as he made such a plan, Meng Yang muttered at this time, "Su Yang, why don't you let me kill him directly? Otherwise, it would be good to knock him out." Meng Yang had always been very unhappy with the demon sect. Just now, he actually wanted to kill this person directly. However, it was a pity that Su Yang had actually secretly stopped him. Yes, junior brother Su Yang, I also feel that this guy is not a good person. Feng Yueyu said. Sending away Xue Xinyu was not only because of her fighting strength, but also because of her kindness. But Su Yang's heart actually became so soft. This was truly too rare. At this time, Su Yang said, "Hey, after all, he just helped us, so I want to give him a chance. But don't worry, I'm not a pedantic person. I've already made plans. If he doesn't follow us, then it's fine. But if he insists on following us, then he can't blame us." Su Yang's words caused their eyes to brighten. If that was the case, it meant that Su Yang had long since planned this. In that case, it's good. At this time, Su Yang gently raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually chased us. It seems that he wants to snatch the demon's heart from us." After all, this was not difficult to guess. Moreover, this was indeed a good idea. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have set his sights on them. "Su Yang, What should we do? He asked directly. Aren't we lacking a bait now? I think he's not bad. Since he took the initiative to follow us, then let him lure the monster for us, Su Yang said directly. At this time, the demon sect disciple suddenly shivered unconsciously. Although he was injured now, it was only a minor injury, which was actually nothing to him. Moreover, this place was very hot to begin with. But at this time, he actually shivered for no reason, which was definitely not a good sign. But at this time, he still has something very important to do, so he doesn't care about this now. After all, he's counting on Su Yang to snatch the demon overlord's heart for him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Su Yang and the others had disappeared directly. At this time, his expression was extremely interesting. Disappeared? Damn it. How could they disappear for no reason? Where did they go? Where did they go? While he was puzzled, a voice was suddenly transmitted directly. To him, this voice couldn't be more familiar. Demons. At this moment, the demons actually appeared again. The appearance of the demons also meant the arrival of the demon overlord. Damn it. Where did those guys go? How could they suddenly disappear? I have to find them quickly. Otherwise, I might miss the opportunity. This was a very important matter to him. Whether he could leave this place or not depended on Su Yang and the others. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the terrifying emotions seemed to have become even stronger. What's going on? These demons. Damn it. These demons are actually coming for me, but I've clearly concealed my aura, and I'm only one person. Why are these demons coming for me? If it were just these demons in front of him, he would definitely rush forward without hesitation and kill them directly. Unfortunately, after this incident, he was already confident in his heart. He deeply understood that he would have to face the endless demons here if he fell into the encirclement of the demons. Kill them all? Hihi, that's just a dream. There are too many demons here. Even in his dreams, it was hard to imagine that there would be so many demons here. So, at this moment, the only thing he could do was to escape. But the moment he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was actually a consciousness directly locking onto him. It was the consciousness of the demon overlord. Damn it. I was just casually thinking about it. Why did the demon overlord actually appear? No, I don't want to die. At this moment, he directly urged his strength with all his strength and directly fled into the distance. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to escape. After all, although he was fast, the demon overlord was even faster. At this moment, the huge beetle-like demon overlord pounced directly at him. A huge shadow directly shrouded him. At this moment, he was really in a panic. Previously, the 6 of them had worked together to kill a demon overlord. But now, he was only one person. How could he be a match for the demon overlord? He would die. He would be killed by the demon overlord. At this moment, he was completely terrified. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. The demon overlord's roar had already descended. Then, countless small demons directly rushed forward. 1 or 2 small demons naturally weren't that powerful and could be casually killed by him. But the problem was that this place was filled with small demons. Chapter 702. Female literature. Moreover, it was a group of demons with a demon overlord behind them. Although he was very confident about his own strength, he didn't think that he could leave safely. Damned bastards, you think you can kill me with just the likes of you? Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, then come, I will cut your disgusting body directly. At this time, he also knew that he had no way out. He couldn't beg these demons. Demons were not a kind and benevolent race. If he fell into their hands, he could only become food. Since that was the case, then let's fight. He directly took out his weapon, and then his inventory immediately fell on the body of the demon overlord. This demon overlord seemed to be more powerful than the fellow Daoist killed by Su Yang. His strength was really too terrifying. He stepped forward lightly, and the devil sect disciple felt his soul trembling. At this time, he was really afraid. Ao! The great demon stared at the devil sect disciple. He seemed to have a monstrous hatred for this devil sect disciple, and wanted to kill him directly. Kill. Under the cold gaze of the great demon, the devil sect disciple felt that the pressure on him became incomparably strong. Therefore, at this time, he immediately began to clean up the surrounding great demons and little demons. He didn't dare to look at the demon overlord's eyes again, because it was too terrifying. If this continued, he was afraid that he would lose the courage to fight back. But he really couldn't understand why he was found in an instant when he clearly hid his aura. Su Yang, did you do something to him? I found that you are really too sinister. Ha ha ha, I am not your enemy, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how I died. At this time, Meng Yang directly said. Su Yang didn't pay attention to this fool at all. Because he knew very well that if he talked to this fool, he was afraid that he would be angered to death. After all, this fool was really too powerful, and ordinary people couldn't understand his world at all. Okay, no more nonsense, we are ready to attack. Su Yang directly said. Speaking of taking action, Meng Yang immediately shut his mouth. This was because it was time for him to show off again. After getting Su Yang's permission, he directly flew out. His speed was extremely fast, almost incomparable. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the demon lord. It was still his signature roaring voice, I'll fight. Then, he swung his staff down. With his previous experience, he was even more ruthless this time. Moreover, when he killed the demon lord last time, he had studied the demon lord and discovered his relatively weak points. Almost at the same time, Su Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Feng Yueyu attacked simultaneously. The four powerhouses went all out and didn't give the fiend overlord any chance. A powerful force pierced into his body. After struggling for a while, the great demon finally died. At this moment, the devil sect disciple was dumbfounded. It's them. At this moment, they actually appeared. However, the plot was different from what he expected. Logically speaking, he should have snatched the fiend overlord's heart after Su Yang and the others fell into a bitter battle. But now, why did he become their bait? Yo, friend from the Limitless Demon Sect, long time no see. Meng Yang directly greeted the unlucky guy. Moreover, he seemed to be very cordial. At this moment, no matter how stupid Cao Jiuming was, he knew that he had been used by the other party. Although he did not know what sort of method those guys had used to expose him, he was certain that it was definitely their doing. What's worse was that this guy actually dared to pretend to be so friendly and familiar. He was really gnashing his teeth now. You guys tricked me, he directly questioned. Feng Yueyu smiled and said, I didn't. At this time, Meng Yang also directly said, I didn't. You see, I saved your life again. Counting it, I have saved your life twice. So, big brother, you should thank me properly. Meng Yang said with a cheeky smile. When he heard this, he almost vomited blood. He had saved him twice. He wanted to refute, but it seemed that this was indeed the case. Right now, he was incomparably furious. But at this moment, he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly spoke. Okay, you don't have to pretend to be so angry. Everyone knows why you're here. Don't tell me that it's just a coincidence that you're here. Cao Jiuming directly raised his head and said, You're Su Yang? Okay, I admit defeat. At this moment, he also knew that his scheme had been seen through long ago. Therefore, it was useless for him to continue staying here. In this case, he might as well be sensible and leave. But at this moment, Su Yang suddenly said, What's your name? The disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect was stunned. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? Is he trying to kill me? That's right, after all, I belong to the Limitless Demon Sect and am naturally opposed to them. It's laughable that I overestimated myself and wanted to attack them. But at this moment, I put myself in danger. I know that you also want to obtain a fiend overlord's heart. Why don't we cooperate? Su Yang's words made him pause. Cooperate? This guy actually said to cooperate. What is he trying to do? But at this moment, he came to a stop. He wanted to see what Su Yang wanted to say. Of course I want to obtain the fiend overlord's heart. But cooperation? How are we going to cooperate? Are you going to give me the fiend overlord's heart? He looked at Su Yang, but secretly, he was vigilant. After all, Su Yang's strength was very terrifying. When Su Yang fought with Rosen, Cao Jiuming also saw him. Yes, I will naturally give you the Fiend Overlord's heart. But I can tell you clearly that the next Fiend Overlord's heart won't be yours. Cao Jiuming didn't say anything, but continued to look at Su Yang. If Su Yang said that he would immediately give the next Fiend Overlord's heart to him, then he would have already fled. Because he didn't believe that there was such a good person in this world. Su Yang continued, actually, the reason why you were targeted by the Fiend Overlord has nothing to do with me. We didn't do anything to you, but it was because of you. You might not know, but you were injured by the Fiend Overlord. Therefore, the Fiend Overlord's aura has been mixed into your body. Su Yang's words immediately made Cao Jiuming's expression change. If Su Yang was lying to him, then so be it. But what if what he said was true? If this was true, didn't it mean that he had nowhere to go at this time? No matter where he went, he would be sensed by the Fiend Overlords. Is what you said true? At this time, he was really a little scared. He really wanted to hear from Su Yang that this was just a lie. But at this time, Su Yang said, I think you should know very well whether I'm lying to you or not. Do you think I need to lie to you? Su Yang asked directly. After hearing Su Yang's words, Cao Jiuming suddenly froze, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Because he knew that Su Yang was right, and there was no need for him to lie to him. What happened earlier was actually a very good proof of that. Tell me, how do we cooperate? After all, Cao Jiuming was also someone who had experienced life and death, so he calmed himself down and asked directly. Very well, it seems that you've calmed down. Then, let's talk about our direct cooperation. Su Yang continued, I don't need to say much about your current situation. As long as you're here, you will be the target of those fiends. If you're alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. But now, we can work together. Su Yang continued, you'll be in charge of luring the fiends, and we'll be in charge of killing them. But as I said just now, I can't give you the next Fiend Overlord's heart. We'll give you the next one. But after obtaining the Fiend Overlord's heart, you can't leave immediately. You have to continue helping us. Of course, if you encounter any danger, you can leave immediately. What do you think? At this time, Cao Jiuming's heart was also hesitating. To be honest, his heart was shaken. He had to admit that Su Yang's method was indeed good. But he also had his concerns. Cooperation was based on the status of both parties being equal. But now, compared to Su Yang and the others, the gap was too big. Their strength had completely surpassed his own. If they wanted to go back on their words and kill him, he didn't have much strength to resist. My Taihang Soured faction is not your limitless demon sect. I, Feng Yuhai, guarantee that since you've already cooperated with us, as long as you don't do anything harmful to us, we'll do our best to ensure your safety. Moreover, we won't go back on our words. I think my name is enough. At this time, he couldn't help but look at Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai, the second strongest person in the Taihang Soured faction, and the leader of the younger generation of the Feng family. His reputation had always been very resounding. Logically speaking, his guarantee was indeed enough. But this was a matter related to his life. He didn't want any accidents to happen. At this time, Su Yang suddenly said, forget it, let's go. Cooperation depends on sincerity. Since you don't trust us, we won't force you. Although there's not much time left, we should still have a chance to kill a few fiends. Chapter 703. Female Literature. After Su Yang finished speaking, he actually left without turning his head back. Cao Jiuming. This guy left really straightforwardly, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. He left just like that. At this moment, Cao Jiuming finally said, all right, I promise you that we will cooperate. However, you have to remember what you said just now. The next heart of devil will be mine. Moreover, I promise you that after I obtain the heart of devil, I will continue to stay and help you. However, I hope you remember what you said. Once you are in danger, I will leave without hesitation. Su Yang said directly. At this moment, Su Yang said, all right, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Cao Jiuming also smiled and nodded. At this moment, It was time to send Feng Yueyu away. Feng Yueyu was straightforward and did not say much nonsense. However, this girl was also very bold. She actually sneaked up on Su Yang in front of everyone and kissed him on the cheek before leaving. Seeing this scene, Meng Yang almost shouted, "Sister Mu, look at this. The moral degeneration of the world is really not what it used to be. This Su Yang is really too outrageous. He actually deceived another girl. Sister Mu, you have to stay away from him. From the beginning, I already knew that this guy is a bastard with a human face but a beast's heart." Meng Yang was heartbroken at this moment. At this moment, Su Yang's eyebrows were twitching continuously. At this moment, he wished he could directly beat up this bastard Meng Yang. Can we still be friends happily? How dare he insult me like this? Moreover, it was clearly Feng Yueyu's sneak attack. I am also a victim. At this moment, Mu Tiansheng also smiled and said, "Little Yang is indeed a little dissolute." He. Hearing Mu Tiansheng's words, Meng Yang immediately became very happy. Haha, Su Yang, look, even Sister Mu said that you are a playboy. It can be seen that you are indeed not a good person. Su Yang. Did she say that I am a playboy? Were romantic and unfaithful the same concept? However, Mu Tiansheng continued, however, the fact that Su Yang can be so popular with girls is also a reflection of his charm. Meng Yang, you can't compare to Su Yang in this aspect. When Meng Yang heard this, he immediately felt as if his HP bar had been emptied. Su Yang no longer paid any attention to Meng Yang. Now, they needed to reorganize themselves. Although he had already slain 2 demon overlords and things seemed to be going smoothly, Su Yang wouldn't let this temporary victory get to his head. He clearly knew that he was still in a dangerous situation at the moment. They still had a long way to go if they wanted to leave this place immediately. At this time, Cao Jiuming also got some rest. Su Yang had a way to temporarily conceal his aura. After all, if a demon lord appeared at this time, it would be extremely bad for them. Su Yang had devoured a demon god's demon core in the past. Naturally, he had some ability to do so. If he didn't succeed in negotiating with Cao Jiuming, then according to Su Yang's plan, he would be the bait himself. On Divine Demon Island, Xue Xinyu was restless at this moment. She was pacing back and forth on Divine Demon Island. At this moment, she was the only one in this huge place. None of the others had successfully returned. From this, it could be seen. At this moment, how difficult was it to hunt down a demon overlord? If it weren't for Su Yang's countermeasure, it would be very difficult for them to hunt down a demon overlord. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed, and then another person appeared. Feng Yueyu. At this moment, she had also returned safely. The 2 women were naturally happy to reunite. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "Little Yu, don't worry, our family's Su Yang is very capable. 2 people have already returned. Hehe, this Su Yang is a bit interesting." Divine Demon Island Master said softly. At this moment, he suddenly stood up. Hehe, those idiots are here again. They always come to bother me. How annoying. Just as he was speaking, there was suddenly an endless terrifying suppression in this world. That terrifying aura appeared directly at this moment. Such a berserk power was simply frightening. That kind of berserk aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was much stronger than that of a holy venerate. It reminded Su Yang of the scene when evil sword Icy Jade appeared. Obviously, there were peerless experts who had arrived at this moment. At this moment, terrifying thunderclouds gathered in the sky one after another. There seemed to be a few terrifying demons hidden in the thunderclouds. Such a power was simply terrifying. Whether it was those who were fighting or those who were hiding at the side. Whether it was the humans who came from Divine Demon Island this time or those terrifying demon overlords, after feeling such a huge suppression, they subconsciously knelt down. That terrifying power seemed to make all living beings kneel down. At this moment, Su Yang's knees unconsciously bent down. Under such a power, even he could not resist it and almost could not help but kneel down. However, he was very clear in his heart. No matter what, he could not kneel down. Su Yang did not have the habit of kneeling down to others. Moreover, the other party was not a human, but a demon. That was even more impossible. However, this power was simply too terrifying. Under such an aura, it seemed that the entire world could not resist. You want me, Su Yang, to kneel down? Impossible. At this moment, the heart of the great demon dragon and Buddha's heart in Su Yang's body violently beat. The power of the two hearts exploded at the same time. Under such a power, Su Yang's aura finally stabilized a little. Human reptile, die. As this thought fell, there was finally a terrifying lightning that began to fall from the terrifying thunderclouds. Such a terrifying power simply shook the heavens and earth. It seemed that such a power was everything in this world. However, at this moment, the voice of the divine Demon Island's island master was heard. How annoying. It's like this every time. In front of me, do you really think you can kill people? Inside the divine Demon Island, there was a sudden burst of light. When this light appeared, the thunderclouds that filled the sky were actually dispelled at this moment. How powerful was this power? Although everyone knew that the divine Demon Island's island master was definitely very terrifying, when they saw his means at this moment, they were still terrified. With a wave of his hand, he changed the weather. Could it be that he was the legendary Tao master? One must know that even the old antiques in their sects would not have such terrifying power. At this moment, they were really terrified. It's you again. At this moment, an extremely terrifying shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. That shadow was really indomitable. When he appeared, it seemed that he was the only one in the entire world. This was his strength, and also his strength. It was so terrifying and so frightening. Such a demonic shadow, just standing in front of him, already made people feel despair. At this moment, the divine demon island reappeared. That's right. Of course, it's me again. Hehe, I'm just bringing my little friends here to play. Saint Demon God. Hehe, it's quite interesting. However, you're not my opponent. If you want to fight with me, I don't mind. Anyway, your place is already broken enough. I don't mind destroying this world. The divine Demon Island's island master played it down, but when everyone heard this, they were extremely agitated. He said that he didn't mind destroying this world. Exactly how powerful was he to be able to say such words? However, everyone knew that he was definitely not joking. He definitely had the ability to do so. If he wanted to do so, he would definitely be able to do it. Chumph, Island Master of Divine Devil Island, don't be too proud. The king of the 10 great Saint Devil gods is about to return. When that time comes, your world will definitely be destroyed. My devil race will sweep across the universe, and your world will be conquered by us sooner or later. The two great experts communicated with each other using their unique thoughts. At this moment, the divine Demon Island Master said, I know. You have to say such nonsense every time you come. Call those old fogies back. Moreover, you didn't succeed last time. This time, you won't succeed either. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to train my troops. If anyone above the Demon Lord level dares to appear, I'll immediately flip the table. After the divine Demon Island Master finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the huge demon and disappeared. That huge Saint Demon God shadow that stood between heaven and earth finally disappeared. Chumph, your world will be destroyed in the end. Moreover, this day won't be long. Finally, his huge shadow disappeared. Following the disappearance of his shadow, the terrifying pressure also dissipated. At this moment, the divine Demon Island Master's voice sounded again. All right, everyone. I've already talked to the master of this place. He will be very happy to help you train. However, the time is almost up. If you can't get the Demon Lord's heart, I won't wait for you. This voice clearly appeared in everyone's mind. His casual words made everyone's hearts become even more anxious. Stay here. What kind of joke was this? Staying in this place would definitely result in death. And at that moment, more devils appeared on the horizon in the distance. At this moment, Su Yang exhaled. Previously, under the terrifying pressure of the Saint Demon God, he insisted on not kneeling down. This had taken a huge toll on him. If he didn't have the Buddha's heart under the great demon dragon, which made his strength far surpass others, it would be impossible for him to recover. However, his original plan was disrupted at this moment. Originally, as long as they cooperated with Cao Jiuming and continued to lure the Demon Lord, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to immediately leave this place. However, at this moment, a large group of greater demons was charging towards them from the distant horizon. Such a large number of greater demons was definitely no joke. If they weren't careful, they would all die here. Moreover, it seemed that they couldn't take any shortcuts at this moment. At this moment, we can no longer use lure to kill. Cao Jiuming, I will conceal your aura. Of course, if you don't want to fight alongside us, you can leave now, Su Yang said directly. Since we've already chosen to form an alliance, I'll naturally fight alongside you. He wasn't an idiot. Just because of the aura on his body. If he were to become a Lone Ranger, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Therefore, at this moment, the wisest thing to do was to act together with Su Yang. Alright, since you have made such a choice, I hope you won't do anything that crosses the line. Of course, I also believe that you won't be so stupid. At this moment, the demon army had already charged over. The powerhouses of the human race had also started to fight. At this moment, the island master of Divine Demon Island was lying on his rocking chair with his eyes closed. However, he said in his heart, everyone, survive. If you can't even withstand such a small scene, who will be able to resist the demons when they attack the world in the future? The mysterious Divine Demon Island would appear almost every few decades and randomly take away a portion of the powerhouses. Of the experts who were taken away, only a few were able to survive and return in the end. As for the others, they simply disappeared. No one knew why the Divine Demon Island did this. However, those who came back alive were very secretive about this matter. Even if their masters asked, they wouldn't easily reveal this matter. Chapter 704. Female Literature. The reason for that was because this matter was truly of great importance. Actually, there was one thing that no one knew. Those who had successfully walked out of the Divine Demon Island, regardless of their identity or status, had all mysteriously disappeared in the end. It was also because of this reason that the Divine Demon Island was so secretive. They even felt that it was an ominous place. In fact, they didn't know that this seemingly lazy island master of the Divine Demon Island did this in order to deal with the devil race. The devil race was fully deserving of the title of locusts in the universe. Everywhere they went, everything would be destroyed. In this universe, it was unknown how many civilizations had been destroyed by them. Although the invasion of the devil race was stopped in the end. However, the vitality of the 9 prefectures world was damaged. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Although the current 9 prefectures world seemed to be thriving, compared to the ancient times, it was still too far away. If the devil race directly invaded at this time, the 9 prefectures world wouldn't have any ability to resist. At least in the current 9 prefectures world, no one could stop them. No one knew the identity of the island master of the Divine Demon Island, but he had already started to plan since a long time ago. And this was the meaning of the existence of the Divine Demon Island. At this time, the devil army had already swarmed over. Under the threat of death, no one was lucky. They knew that at this moment, if they didn't live, they would die. So at this time, they all used all their strength. And at this time, Su Yang said to everyone, form the formation. Listen to my wisdom, split up the position of your combat power, and try to kill this devil with the smallest price. Remember, our goal is not these little devils, but the devil overlord. Su Yang, Feng Yuhai, Meng Yang, Mu Tianxing, and now Cao Jiuming, there were exactly 5 people. And at this time, Su Yang told everyone to split up the position of their combat power, which was the position of the 5 element. The 5 elements were the foundation of all things. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements combined into one, the power was invincible. Although a person's strength was fierce, there was a limit after all, and when they formed the 5 elements formation, they could communicate with each other and relay. This effect was far from as simple as the 5 elements being stacked together. This array was obtained by Su Yang in his previous life. It was just that there was no spiritual qi in the original world, and such a formation was only slightly more flexible. But now, it was different. In this world with spiritual energy, the magical effect of this array was immediately reflected. At this moment, the way the others looked at Su Yang had changed. They had never thought that there would be such an ingenious array formation in this world. If their sects could master such an array formation, then their strength would increase by a lot in an instant. Junior brother Su Yang is truly a genius to be able to come up with such a formation. Truly amazing. I've lived for so long, but it's only now that I know that such a miraculous technique actually exists in this world. Feng Yuhai said directly. He wasn't exaggerating at all. The Taihang Soured faction was famous for their swordsmanship, and their sword chi was the best in the world. However, the swords of ordinary disciples didn't have much power. That was because their aura wasn't enough, so it was impossible for them to release powerful sword chi. However, if Su Yang could really teach them the 5-element sword technique, then it would naturally become very powerful when the aura of the 5 people was linked. Su Yang seemed to have opened a new door this time. When Su Yang heard Feng Yuhai's words, his face turned red. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to say that he created it. However, it wasn't appropriate to say that at this moment, so he said, I've already told you some of the techniques of this array formation. Based on everyone's comprehension ability, I don't think it'll be a problem, but I still have to say that the most important thing for such a sword array is unity. At this moment, Su Yang's expression had become extremely serious. During a battle, if we can't work together, not only will we not be able to kill the enemy, but we might also be implicated by this array formation. I'm sure everyone understands what I'm trying to say. Cao Jiuming frowned. Of course, he knew that Su Yang's words were actually meant for him. After all, the 4 of them were friends, and he was the only outsider. Moreover, he was on the opposite side of them. At this moment, he nodded and said, Okay, I know what's good for me. At this time, I definitely won't be a burden to you. As he spoke, the group of evil demons from the individual division had already charged over. At this moment, the real battle had also begun. For everyone here, this was an extremely terrifying and frightening battle. If they couldn't win this battle, they would die here. Therefore, for everyone, there was no way out. In the seemingly endless evil demon sea, Meng Yang suddenly roared, Su Yang, I found the evil demon overlord. Evil demon overlord. The key to this battle was the evil demon overlord. Only by killing the evil demon overlord could they survive. Charge over, I'll open a path. Su Yang's scorching sun sword appeared directly, and then he roared, Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex, Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. The moment the sword fell, a terrifying crimson fish dragon appeared directly at this moment. At this moment, Su Yang's realm had already risen to 5 dragons, and his accumulation was even more robust. When the sword slashed out, it was no longer the same as before. A terrifying shadow appeared directly on the horizon, and the violent power was simply terrifying. That terrifying power rose directly at this moment. All the evil demons in front of the fish dragon were directly devoured by the fish dragon. It was so simple, yet so violent. It was clearly just a sword chi that Su Yang had slashed out. However, at this moment, it seemed as if the sword chi had come alive. This power was simply too terrifying. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake hanging on Su Yang's neck sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this? He seems to be very powerful. At this moment, the fish dragon was just a sword chi, so it naturally could not be compared to him. However, the sea-splitter demonic snake was able to discern the bigger picture. Although he had only seen a single beam of sword energy, he was able to picture the terrifying scene of the ichthyosaur soaring through the sky and devouring everything in its path. This was simply too shocking for him. At this moment, he admired Su Yang even more. His master was really not simple, to actually have such terrifying power. Now, he was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of level his master could reach. A ray of fish dragon sword chi dissipated, and a path actually appeared in front of Su Yu and others. Although it was the first time the 5 of them had used the 5-element sword formation, the 5 of them were all very powerful and naturally stood out from the rest. At this moment, they directly displayed their power, and the lethality of the 5 elements sword formation immediately manifested. The powerful sword formation rolled forward, and the terrifying power was simply like a meat grinder. Everything was directly annihilated by this terrifying power. Regardless of whether it was the great demon or the little demon, it was impossible for them to affect him in the slightest. At this moment, the demon overlord in front of them had already noticed the change at this time. Roar! Die! This thought burst out, and its huge body directly charged towards Su Yang and the others. Its speed was very fast, and such a huge body did not hinder it at all. Instead, it made its power even more powerful. This aura was very terrifying, and it was assisted by the great demon and the little demon. Its aura was even more terrifying, and Su Yang, who was at the forefront of the 5 elements sword formation, was naturally the first to be affected. Such a terrifying power directly hit his face. At this moment, Su Yang's sword chi directly flashed. At this moment, the exquisiteness of the 5 elements sword formation was displayed, and the aura of the other 5 people directly gathered in his body. Supreme sun-shattering slash. He suddenly jumped, then raised his sword and slashed down. That terrifying aura drew a long track in the sky. The terrifying radiance was about to drown everything. Right now, Su Yang was just like a deity. It was as if he was omnipotent at this moment. Such an aura was directly displayed, and even the demon overlord took a step back at this time. Obviously, at this time, it was already afraid of Su Yang's aura. What a terrifying sword! Feng Yuhai's strength was the closest to Su Yang here. However, after seeing such a sword, even Feng Yuhai's heart palpitated. Of course, he knew that the reason why Su Yang could slash out such a sword was closely related to them. However, because of this, he felt that Su Yang was even more terrifying. This was simply a power that could not be achieved by humans. Su Yang was actually so powerful. It had to be known that the sword chi could be transmitted, but there was a prerequisite, and that was that Su Yang's body could withstand such power. They were not weaklings, and the power of the other 4 people was directly concentrated on one person. For him, this was a huge pressure. If it were him, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. This was not belittling himself, but a fact. However, at this time, Su Yang seemed to be at ease. Hihi, so the current Su Yang is already so terrifying. It seems that I am no longer his opponent now. Perhaps Wang Baichuan can only fight with Su Yang when he activates the true Nirvana state. During the competition of the Taixing 10 swords, Su Yang and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, but only he knew that at that time, Wang Baichuan could not display his true strength at all. Chapter 705. Female literature. Therefore, at that time, although he attached great importance to Su Yang, he really didn't regard Su Yang as an opponent who could really fight with him. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Su Yang's strength had already surpassed his. This guy is really abnormal. The light of the supreme sun-shattering slash had enveloped everything. His sword directly destroyed everything, and the terrifying power was directly penetrated at this time. Even the defense of the Fiend Lord was cut down by the sword at this time. The Fiend Lord let out a roar of shock and anger. He already felt that Su Wei's threat was wrong. But he was still unwilling. He was so powerful, but at this time, he was actually so weak in front of this human. The Fiend Lord kept roaring. Just as Su Yang was about to give him another sword strike, something strange happened. At this moment, the imps beside him suddenly roared in pain. Then, their bodies dissipated. The imps seemed to have turned into grey smoke, and then went toward the Fiend Lord's body. Hundreds, or even thousands, of imps all did the same at this time. Not only the imps, but even the great fiends were the same. These imps actually self-destructed, and then went toward the Fiend Lord's body. At this time, Su Yang narrowed his eyes. He felt that this scene seemed to be very familiar. It seemed that he had seen it not long ago. Demon God Armament. Su Yang suddenly remembered where he had seen such a scene. That was when Rosen displayed the Demon God Armament. At that time, Rosen summoned countless imps, and then began to display the Demon God Armament. After he displayed the Demon God Armament, the imps around him began to move, and then gathered toward him. In the end, they finally became an extremely terrifying demon god armament. That armor was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even at this moment, Su Yang still remembered it vividly. That terrifying power, as well as the constant evolution, caused him to be extremely fearful. At this moment, the Devil Overlord's methods were exactly the same as Rosen's. There must be some connection between the two. Su Yang was sure of this. However, the mystery behind it was not something he could guess at the moment. After all, the Devil God armament was not refined by Rosen himself. Its real owner should be that extremely powerful and terrifying old man. Su Yang had already experienced countless battles and had seen many extremely powerful monsters. However, this old man was definitely one of the most terrifying monsters. Although Su Yang had only fought with him for a short period of time, he had even defeated him. However, Su Yang knew that he was just lucky. That old man could only use that Devil God armament to fight him. In such a situation, the old man's power that could be transmitted over was probably extremely weak. But even so, he had already forced himself to the point where he didn't have much strength to fight back. If he hadn't directly comprehended the Sword of Daybreak at the last moment and directly crushed the old man with an incomparably powerful aura. In that case, it was really unknown who won and who lost. Therefore, after that battle, Su Yang had already remembered this old man in his heart. He knew that the old man was from the Devil sect. Sooner or later, there would be a battle between him and the Devil sect. At this moment, the gap in strength between him and himself was really too big. If the old man attacked him, then he would definitely not be his opponent. More importantly, the old man had already said that he wanted to treat him as another seed. In that case, it meant that the old man had already targeted him. It was only a matter of time before they faced each other. At this time, since he had discovered that the Devil Overlord could display a power very similar to his, Su Yang was naturally very concerned. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Su Yang, kill him. You must not let him finish devouring. Otherwise, he will become even more terrifying. Naturally, Su Yang also knew this point. At this moment, his sword intent had already condensed directly. But at this time, he still didn't make a move but waited. The terrifying black power continued to condense, and in the end, it had almost merged with his body. At this time, Su Yang immediately knew that it was time. If he didn't make a move at this time, then it would be time for these powers to completely merge with his body. At this time, Su Yang directly transformed into a stream of light, and the moment he attacked, the other four people directly gathered their power towards his body. Su Yang's own strength was very powerful. At this time, with the power of these four people, his aura was even more terrifying. Deity Vanquishing Sword. At this time, Su Yang's aura changed. At this moment, his aura was like that of a giant demon. At this time, the terrifying power was directly activated. Then, he slashed down with his sword. Su Yang's sword was really exquisite. He actually slashed the Demon Overlord's body when the terrifying aura was about to merge with it. This was the opportunity that Su Yang deliberately grasped. Because he knew that only at this time, only at the moment when the two powers merged into one, this power was the most terrifying. Because at this time, the Demon Overlord's body began to accept the new power. In order to be able to merge with the devoured power, he naturally wanted to reduce his defense. Su Yang's timing was so clever. If he was a little faster, the Demon Overlord's original armor wouldn't have relaxed. At this time, although the Demon Overlord's power was powerful, Su Yang couldn't guarantee that he could defeat him directly. But if his power was a little later, it would be even more dangerous. It was almost impossible for his power to hurt the Demon Overlord. So at this moment, it was the best opportunity. Su Yang's sword qi directly pierced the Demon Overlord's body and flesh. At this moment, the powerful Demon Overlord immediately roared in pain. Compared to before, this roar was clearly more painful. Because Su Yang's sword had already taken his life. Die! Su Yang roared. His sword finally pierced through the Demon Overlord's body. Then he immediately took out the Demon Overlord's heart. With this heart in hand, Su Yang immediately returned. Big Sister Mu, take it. Su Yang said directly. At this time, Cao Jiuming clearly revealed a look of desire. However, he didn't say anything because this was according to the agreement. The next demon overlord's heart was his. Big Sister Mu, leave now, Su Yang said directly. But at this time, Mu Tianxing said, no, I can't leave at this time because once I leave, the 5-element sword formation will be missing one person. Don't worry, for me, this is just a small matter. Mu Tianxing's words made Su Yang frown slightly, but he knew that this was Mu Tianxing's good intention. Moreover, he also understood that among everyone, Big Sister Mu's strength was actually the most terrifying. Since she didn't want to go back at this time, then let her be. However, he still said, okay, Big Sister Mu, in that case, you can stay here first. But you have to keep this demon overlord's heart first. If you encounter something, immediately activate it and then leave. Mu Tianxing nodded. Then Su Yang's gaze fell on Cao Jiuming. Mr. Cao, don't worry, the next demon overlord's heart is yours. We will keep our word. Among the group, this person was the real unstable factor. His willpower was very important to everyone. After all, just as Mu Tianxing said, the 5-element sword formation needed 5 people. Moreover, the 5 of them had to be of one mind. If Cao Jiuming had a change of heart, then the 5-element sword formation would naturally fall apart without any attack. In this case, there wasn't much meaning for Mu Tianxing to stay. Cao Jiuming said, okay. It was then that his brow suddenly furrowed, because he realized that the imps around him were closing in on him at an abnormal speed. And, it's the demon overlord's heart. Su Yang immediately knew that it must be the demon overlord's heart that attracted them. These imps only had battle instincts and didn't have much intelligence. They instinctively sensed the demon overlord's heart and immediately came here. If they could devour the demon overlord's heart, then their lives would immediately transform and their strength would increase instantly. Su Yang was already a little impatient. If they were surrounded by these imps, then they were bound to become the target of public criticism. At that time, even more demons would be attracted to this place. So at this moment, he directly displayed his strength and suppressed the demon overlord's aura. But this was far from enough. Since those imps had gathered like flies, they wouldn't stop. Su Yang urged the aura in his body. At this moment, a powerful thunderbolt aura was released. After sensing this aura, Feng Yuhai and the others were even more surprised. Su Yang actually has a thunderbolt aura. Is he a monster? His sword aura was already so powerful, but at this moment, there was still a thunderbolt aura in his body. He must be a monster. Otherwise, how could a person have so much power? At this moment, electric arcs were released from Su Yang's body. The electric arcs were like electric snakes. Chapter 706. Female literature. Under the impact of such a terrifying and secret technique's electric arc, the little demon died like a blade of grass. Meng Yang, have you found the next fiend overlord? Su Yang asked directly. In the northeast. Meng Yang said directly. With the aura of the next fiend overlord, they didn't stop and directly charged towards it. There was no need to doubt the power of a fiend overlord. But Su Yang and the others now had enough strength to kill these fiend overlords. Since that was the case, they naturally didn't need to be polite. Under the 5-element sword formation, Su Yang's full power could almost compete with a venerable. Although the fiend overlord's strength was terrifying, it wasn't a demon god. Soon, on the 3rd day, the fiend overlord was also killed by Su Yang. The fiend overlord's heart fell into Su Yang's hands. Su Yang didn't hesitate and directly threw the fiend overlord's heart towards Cao Jiuming. Cao Jiuming looked at the fiend lord's heart coming towards him. At this moment, he couldn't help but get excited. This fiend's heart was the key to life. In fact, when he agreed to cooperate with Su Yang, he wasn't sure if Su Yang would keep his promise. He was just taking a gamble. After all, his situation at that time was really bad. He had an unconcealable aura that could be sensed by many fiends, so he was afraid that only death awaited him. So at that time, he could only act as a dead horse. But now, Su Yang actually gave it to him so straightforwardly, he simply didn't dare to believe it. When he held the fiend overlord's heart in his hand, he truly felt that his life was once again under his control. At this time, Su Yang directly said, "Mr. Cow, now that you have the Fiend Overlord's heart in your hand, I wonder what Mr. Cow plans to do." This was a very important decision for everyone present. Although at the very beginning, Su Yang said that he wanted Cow Jiuming to help them until everyone obtained a fiend's heart, or leave when they encountered an unmanageable danger. But after all, the initiative was now in his hands. If he chose to leave now, then everyone would be helpless. At this time, Cow Jiuming was indeed very excited. In his opinion, the sooner he left, the better. After all, this place was really too dangerous. Although they seemed to be fighting fiercely all the way, who could guarantee that they could continue like this? If they encountered a powerful fiend at this time, then all of their lives would be lost. Although the Fiend Overlord's heart could allow him to leave immediately, what if it was too late? There were always too many unknowns in such a terrifying place. So for his own safety, the most important thing he should do was to directly teleport and leave immediately. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Leave immediately? Of course, he wanted to, but he finally said, "Mr. Su Yang, and everyone, please don't worry. Since I, Cow Jiuming, have promised you before, I won't go back on my words. But let me say the ugly words first. If I encounter any danger that I can't resolve, I will still leave." Upon hearing his words, Su Yang said, "Okay, that's what you should do." And also at this moment, Meng Yang directly slapped him on the shoulder. "Good, old cow. I knew you were a reliable brother and comrade. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were different from the other fiends." Meng Yang's appearance made people think that he and Cow Jiuming were long-lost brothers. But he forgot that when he hit Cow Jiuming with the stick, he didn't hold back at all. That solid hit caused Cow Jiuming great pain. At that time, Cow Jiuming had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang. "Okay, there's no time to lose. Now we still lack 3 devil overlords. Let's go." As long as the 5-element sword formation could be maintained, Su Yang and the others would have a great advantage. It had to be said that the battle this time was very dangerous. Who knew how many of the people who came here had died? After a few hours, Su Yang and the others had obtained 2 more devil overlord hearts. At this moment, except for Su Yang, everyone had one in their hands. Damn it, there's not much time left. Where are the devil overlords? Where did those idiots go? Why aren't they coming out at this time? Meng Yang roared at the top of his lungs. There wasn't much time left. When the time was up, those who had the devil overlord hearts would be directly sent back. But those who didn't have the devil overlord hearts would be left in this place. No one thought that this was a joke. Because they believed that the devil overlord would definitely do such a thing. They were clear that at this moment, there was only one way to survive, and that was to obtain the devil overlord's heart. According to Su Yang and the others' methods, it wasn't difficult to hunt down the devil overlord. But at this moment, they encountered a problem, and that was, they couldn't find the devil overlord. This was an inconceivable thing. No, it should be said that this was an extremely shitty matter. But this matter happened just like that. Without the devil overlord's heart, it meant that one of the 5 people couldn't be taken away. No matter who it was, even Su Yang, once they were left in this place, only death awaited them. Everyone was clear about this. What should we do? Damn it, where's that trash? Where's that group of devils? Where did they go? Why didn't they appear? Meng Yang roared furiously. How could this be? Mu Tiansheng said softly. And at this moment, Cow Jiuming began to feel uneasy. At this moment, they couldn't hunt down the devil overlord. If they were really lacking a devil overlord's heart, then wouldn't the one in his hand be their final choice? After all, he wasn't related to them in any way, and strictly speaking, they were still enemies. At the very beginning, he came here because he harbored evil intentions towards them. He knew a principle, and that was, when the birds were gone, the good bow would be put away, and the cunning rabbit would be cooked. Then, did he count as one? At this moment, he inadvertently took a step back. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly turned to him. His heart skipped a beat. Are they going to make a move? If they really made a move, then what were the chances of him escaping from their hands? No matter how he calculated, he found that his chances of escaping seemed to be very slim. Su Yang said, "Mr. Cow, you've helped us a lot. You've also completed what you promised us. So, Mr. Cow, you should leave this devil battlefield first." Hearing Su Yang's words, Cao Jiuming was stunned. "You want me to leave first?" He really couldn't understand why Su Yang would say such words at this time. They should have made a move at this time. Anyway, he wasn't their friend. If they snatched his heart, then wouldn't they be able to rest easy? But now, Su Yang wanted him to leave directly. This guy really didn't want to snatch the heart in his hand, or was he acting to make him lower his guard? He couldn't tell. At this moment, Su Yang said, "I know what Mr. Cow is worried about. Don't worry, we will never attack our friends. Although Mr. Cow and we can't be considered friends, this time, no matter what the purpose is, Mr. Cow is still our comrade in arms. So, we won't attack you. Since we've promised you, then this heart is yours. Yes, old cow, I'm an upright and selfless person. Since I've promised you, I won't snatch your things." At this moment, they actually turned around and left. Whether it was Su Yang or the others, they left just like that. There was no sense of nostalgia at all. He wasn't stupid. He immediately knew that Su Yang did this to avoid suspicion. He wanted to tell him that he would never covet the demon heart in his hand. Now that they were far away, he could activate the ceremony at this time and directly return to Divine Demon Island. They actually let me go just like that. Haha, this group of people. He was a little speechless. If it were him, he would naturally make a move at this time. If it were other people, even if the person next to him was his good friend, in the face of life and death, he wouldn't care and just snatch it first. He had seen this kind of thing far too many times. In the past, he never believed that there were righteous people in this world. But now, he believed it. At this time, he suddenly made a decision. At this time, he didn't activate the ceremony and leave directly. Instead, he directly followed them. He said to Su Yang, "Mr. Su Yang, please wait a moment." Mr. Cow, is there anything else?" Su Yang asked. At this time, Cao Jiuming said, "Everyone is a righteous person. No matter what your standpoint is, you're right. We're comrades now. Since we're comrades, I naturally won't leave my comrades. Anyway, it doesn't seem like there's much to do if I leave now." Meng Yang laughed, "Ha ha ha. Old cow, I knew you were a good person. Don't worry, the next time I hit you, I'll be gentler." Cao Jiuming unnoticeably distanced himself from Meng Yang. He was afraid that his idiocy might be contagious. Chapter 707. Female Literature, Su Yang, no matter what, we can't find the fiend overlords now. What do you plan to do? This was what he was very puzzled about. Logically speaking, Su Yang should be very anxious at this time. However, at this moment, Su Yang did not show any signs of panic. Su Yang said, "It's not that there aren't any fiend overlords. I think, if I'm not wrong, these fiend overlords should have been driven away by someone." Hearing Su Yang's words, Cao Jiuming was taken aback. Driving away fiends? Someone could do such a thing? Could it be that the mysterious island master made a move? But there was no need for him to do so. Su Yang said with a smile, "I know, such a thing seems very inconceivable, but there is indeed someone in our group who can do it." After Su Yang's words fell, Feng Yuhai suddenly said, "You're talking about Rosen of the Ghost Killing Hall." Everyone was startled at the mention of this name. This Rosen was definitely not simple. There was naturally no need to say how powerful he was. If he really wanted to do so, then he might indeed have the ability. After all, last time in the Outer Realm, he directly summoned an imp. Although the difference in strength between an imp and a fiend overlord was too great. But according to Su Yang's words, it seemed that it was possible. Whether it was him or not, we'll know when we go and take a look. I can already feel his aura. After Su Yang finished speaking, he turned to Cao Jiuming and said, "So, Mr. Cao, I think it's better if you don't follow us." Su Yang's meaning was very clear. Cao Jiuming was born in the Devil Sect, and Rosen was also a member of the Devil Sect. If he continued to follow them, he would be in an awkward position no matter what. However, at this time, Cao Jiuming said, "Su Yang, you don't have to worry about me. Although I am also a member of the Devil Sect, I am not from his ghost-killing hall. Hihi, not to mention that his ghost-killing hall has already declined, even if it has not declined, so what? I, Cao Jiuming, am not afraid of him. Those who came from the Devil Sect were all proud and arrogant. This was something that Su Yang had witnessed today. However, since this person didn't mind, Su Yang naturally wouldn't say anything. Alright, then let's go together. Su Yang's guess was not wrong. This was indeed Rosen's doing. At this moment, Rosen's entire body was covered by the Devil God armament. It had to be said that the Devil God armament was really powerful. Inside the beginning of the ghost killing, the aura belonging to the First Elder had already been sealed. So in a short period of time, Rosen no longer had to worry about that old thing appearing again. The mission on Divine Demon Island this time might be extremely difficult for others. But to him, it was a little easy. And the key to this was the Devil God armament. When he first obtained the Devil God armament, he knew that it must be a very powerful treasure. Later on, in the battle between him and Su Yang, this item had even displayed its terrifying ability. He almost directly defeated Su Yang. This thing was really too terrifying. And this time, he once again witnessed the terror of this thing. At this time, the Devil God armament was actually able to affect the Devil clan. And it wasn't an ordinary little devil, but a Devil Lord. Of course, he couldn't control the Devil Lord at this time. But he could affect the Devil Lord's thoughts. If he was alone, he would not be able to do this. However, he just so happened to have a treasure. It was the existence of this treasure that allowed him to do this. This thing was the beginning of the ghost killing. With such conditions, he naturally obtained the Devil Lord's heart very easily. And that wasn't all. Rosen's ambition was very big. In the past, he wanted to take control of the ghost killing hall, then become the son of the devil, and directly become the master of the Devil Sect. But now, because of that mysterious old man, taking control of the ghost killing hall seemed to be impossible. However, although he was unable to take control of the ghost killing hall, he could still do many things. The first thing he did now was to make these guys listen to him. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to do this, but now, this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. At this time, he was enough to control the Devil Lord. Although it only affected their thoughts to a certain extent, it was enough. He made these Devil Lords stop coming. Just this point alone was enough to control everything. Without the demon overlords, it was naturally impossible for these powerhouses to hunt the demon overlords. And without the Devil Lord's heart, whether they could survive or not was a problem. This move could be said to be ruthless. How is it? Haven't you thought about it yet? Will you submit to me? If you submit to me as your master, then I will let the Devil Lord come over. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain these Devil Lords. He said with a sneer. At this moment, everyone was gnashing their teeth in hatred towards him. This damned thing, he really deserved to die. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to him at this time. After all, the current Rosen was really powerful. That strange armor was simply too terrifying. His strength was shocking. The aura within was simply incomparable. Lawson's strength was already very strong, but after he put on this armor, he became even stronger. His strength could almost reach the level of 8 dragons. To everyone, this was already very terrifying. Rosen was so cunning, and his speed was so fast. So now, they had no initiative at all. Damn it, Rosen, you're too ruthless. Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you in the future? One of them said directly. At this moment, the perverted dwarf spoke faintly. Ha ha ha, is your brain rusty? In the future? Do you still have a future? You only have 2 choices now, either submit to young master or die here. Tell me, if that's the case, what do we have to worry about? In the future, the perverted dwarf had long submitted to Rosen. At this moment, the person who spoke earlier had an extremely unpleasant expression. Although they were unwilling to admit it, what that fellow said made sense. They no longer had a future. They would either die here today or be used by Rosen today. At this moment, they were already hesitant because there was not much time left. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard. You said that they don't have a future. I don't think so. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes over. At this moment, someone actually dared to challenge Rosen's dignity. They wanted to know who had the courage to do so. Su Yang, it's Su Yang. That's Su Yang who fought with Rosen earlier, as well as Feng Yuhai and the others. Rosen naturally saw Su Yang too, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Towards Su Yang, he was simply furious to the extreme. If he was not afraid of Su Yang's strength, he would have attacked Su Yang directly. However, he did not dare to do so in the end. The reason for that was because he still clearly remembered the battle that day. Even though it was the first elder who appeared and directly took control of his body, he still remembered the battle that day. He could not forget how terrifying Su Yang was. Even now, he still couldn't forget that terrifying daybreak sword. Such a terrifying sword that directly erupted and cut through everything. How terrifying was that? Su Yang's terror had already made him extremely fearful. Therefore, he did not dare to fight Su Yang at this time. Su Yang, you actually came here. I understand, you can't capture the Fiend Overlord, so you came here. He immediately became complacent. So what if Su Yang was powerful? In the end, he still couldn't capture the Fiend Overlord. Since that was the case, he would be limited by himself. At this moment, Su Yang did not say anything else. Fiend Overlord, I want to see what you're capable of. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly cut his own palm. Then, his blood actually went against the heavens and flew towards the sky. At this time, he suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy, what is he trying to do? Rosen knew Su Yang too well. He deeply understood that Su Yang would never do anything meaningless. Since he was doing this at this time, he must have a purpose. But, what is this guy trying to do? Does he think that his blood can attract those fiend overlords? Fiends do like to eat humans, but at this time, he directly simulated the aura of the demon god with the demon god armament, making them not dare to approach. He did not believe that these fiend overlords would come here for such blood. But at this time, a strange thing suddenly happened. After Su Yang's blood flew to the sky, it began to burn. Almost at the same time, the fiends in the distance suddenly began to riot. All the fiends gathered at this place at this time. Everyone, prepare to fight, your enemy is here. Su Yang said directly. Hearing Su Yang's words, everyone was excited. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that they had no fiends to kill. They did not know what method Rosen used to make these fiends not dare to come over. But at this time, Su Yang actually attracted these fiends again. Impossible, Su Yang, what method did you use? Rosen was really angry. The situation he set up was actually so easily broken by Su Yang. Could it be that Su Yang was really destined to be his jinx? Why is it like this every time? He was clearly going to succeed. But Su Yang suddenly appeared at this time. Su Yang said directly, I used a method. I just broke your method. Speaking of which, Rosen, you are really vicious. You actually want us to die here. The devil sect is really ambitious. After Su Yang finished speaking, he ignored Rosen and walked directly into the distance. Chapter 708. Female literature. Su Yang, of course, wanted to kill Rosen. But he also knew that at this time, the most important person wasn't Rosen, but the great devil. After all, there wasn't much time left. If he continued to fight with Rosen, it was hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. After all, this Rosen wasn't a weakling. That was why he left directly. At this time, Rosen's face became even uglier. At this time, Su Yang left directly. However, he could feel that everyone's eyes were on him from behind. When Su Yang left, his last sentence seemed to be inadvertent. But in reality, he had a malicious heart. Everyone was already very angry with him. And Su Yang's words directly ignited everyone's anger. In fact, even if Su Yang didn't say it, this enmity had already been formed. But many times, many things were only separated by a fine line. At this time, Su Yang's words made the resentment in everyone's heart even greater. At this time, in his mind, Su Yang had become a sinister and cunning villain. Of course, in his heart, Su Yang's image had never been good. But at this time, it was even more abhorrent. However, at this time, Su Yang didn't pay attention to him. At this time, he directly killed the great devil overlord. For them at this time, beheading the great devil overlord didn't take too much time. This time, the battle ended so easily. I finally got it. Since I've got it, I'll leave now. In that case, I should also take my leave. At this time, Cao Jiuming left directly. And then, Mu Tiansheng also left directly. But at this time, Su Yang didn't leave. Su Yang, why haven't you left yet? Meng Yang said. However, Su Yang said, there's still some time. You can go first. Now that Su Yang was no longer under any pressure, he wanted to stay because he wanted to continue strengthening himself. And these demon lords here were the final sparring partners. With the help of the 5-element sword array, he could indeed display extremely powerful strength and directly kill the fiend overlord. But this was still not enough. After all, the 5-elemental sword array was not his own strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to achieve better things in this world, he would be able to do better. The only person he could rely on was himself. Feng Yuhai glanced at Su Yang and said, I finally understand why your strength has risen so quickly. I'm indeed inferior to you in this aspect. At this moment, he deeply understood a principle. That is, in this world, there is no such thing as luck. From the first time he saw Su Yang until now, Su Yang's strength had increased too much. At this moment, when he saw how desperately Su Yang was cultivating, he finally understood this point. For him, Feng Yuhai, to be able to reach this point, he naturally cultivated very hard. But was this really enough? No, it was far from enough. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to cultivate even harder. Soon, those who had the ability had already left, and those who did not have the ability left their corpses here. After everyone left, Su Yang directly released his aura. His aura was rolling like the sea, and that violent aura immediately rejoiced at the arrival of the demons. At this moment, on the divine demon island, the maid named Xiao Qian was looking at a scene. And in the scene, Su Yang was there. This is really a strange person. No, I should say that this is an interesting person. At this time, he's still not leaving. Another woman walked over. TSK, why, Xiao Qian, are you tempted? But this guy is really perverted. He's actually so competitive that he won't even let go of this little bit of time. Xiao Qian said, yes, this is the kind of man I admire. At this moment, Su Yang had already displayed his swordsmanship. Without the presence of others, he displayed his swordsmanship even more unscrupulously. Daybreak sword appeared again at this moment. At this moment, Su Yang's aura was even more terrifying than before. The last time he displayed Daybreak sword, he had not completely mastered it. And this time, it was obviously much better than the last time. As soon as Daybreak sword appeared, the demon overlord also felt threatened. At this moment, there were actually 3 demon overlords directly charging towards him. Those were 3 demon overlords. But at this moment, Su Yang not only did not shrink back, but instead stimulated all the power in his body and directly faced them. At this moment, his power was really forcefully stimulated to the limit. His speed was so terrifying. At this moment, the boundless brilliance devoured everything. Under the continuous stimulation of his power, his body had already begun to riot. Perhaps it was the stimulation of the demon overlord's aura, or perhaps Su Yang's qi and blood power was going berserk. At this moment, he only felt that the power in his body was scattered everywhere. Well, not good, I'm actually going to summon the power of the demon overlord. At this moment, Su Yang was fighting to his heart's content, but he forgot one thing. This was the homeland of the demon overlord. His continuous fighting here actually caused the power of the demon overlord's blood in his body to begin to go berserk. This was something he had never thought of. For him at this moment, this was definitely not a good thing. If he could not suppress this power, then it was very likely that he would be directly devoured by this power. At that time, he would become a demon overlord. How powerful was Su Yang's strength? Once he became a demon overlord, he would definitely be an extremely powerful and terrifying demon overlord. Hehe, I'm finally back. My homeland, I'm finally back here, Ha ha ha. At this moment, such a voice actually appeared in Su Yang's body. After Su Yang heard this voice, his expression immediately changed. At this moment, how could he not know the person in his body? That was the demon overlord. However, back then in the ruins, the demon overlord had clearly died. Su Yang had refined his demon core for such a long time, but he did not have any reaction at all. Unexpectedly, he actually woke up at this moment. At this moment, that terrifying consciousness was constantly descending. Such a powerful power was constantly increasing, causing Su Yang's aura to become more and more terrifying. However, at this moment, Su Yang was not happy at all. Now, he was only terrified. Because this was not his own power, it was the demon overlord's. Human, become a great demon overlord. The great demon overlord will conquer the entire world, and everything will be shattered under our power. That consciousness appeared directly. This consciousness wanted to directly invade Su Yang's body. He wanted to demonize Su Yang directly. Oh, no, Xiao Qian, there seems to be something wrong with this kid. Why is there a demon overlord's consciousness in his body? At this moment, Xiao Qian also looked over anxiously. The demon overlord's consciousness was very powerful. Of course, this demon overlord's consciousness was nothing to them, but for Su Yang, it was too unbearable. If this went on, Su Yang would probably be demonized by this terrifying consciousness. No, I have to help him. At this moment, Xiao Qian suddenly said. Another maid looked at Xiao Qian in confusion and said, Xiao Qian, do you really like him? She originally thought that Xiao Qian was just joking. However, Xiao Qian said, Ah Ying, you don't understand. This person is favored by the island master. In the future battle, he may play a huge role, so he must not be demonized. After saying that, Xiao Qian's body disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Ah Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that really it? Xiao Qian, it seems that you are really moved. The two of them had been together for countless years, so how could she not know Xiao Qian? What Xiao Qian said just now was indeed very reasonable, but she could find that Xiao Qian's heart was really a little chaotic. Of course, it was only a little chaotic. But then again, this kid was really attractive. At this moment, Su Yang's aura became even more terrifying. As his aura increased, he actually felt like he was about to break through the realm. It was extremely rare to break through the realm. If it was a normal time, Su Yang would probably be too happy to do so. However, Su Yang was not like that now. At this moment, he was not unhappy, but suppressed his own realm. I understand. It's not your divine soul, but an obsession. Sure enough, the stronger it is, the more troublesome it is. At this moment, Su Yang directly understood the situation at this moment. This was not his divine brilliance, but a thought causing mischief. It was an obsession left behind after death. At this time, when he arrived at the devil's homeland, he directly killed the devil lord and then refined their hearts, which actually triggered this obsession. Obsession, obsession. Yes, I'm already dead, but the devil clan is immortal. Is it just an obsession? That's enough. As long as there's an obsession, I can be resurrected. Now, your body is mine. At this time, this obsession actually began to grow. The devil god of the devil clan was really terrifying. Only an obsession was left, but it could directly grow, and there was a tendency to directly resurrect. At this time, Su Yang had completely calmed down. Looking at this divine soul, he said directly, H, want to occupy my body? Dream on. Bright moon, green lotus, suppress. At this time, Su Yang directly mobilized the power in his divine consciousness. The current Su Yang was no longer the ignorant person of the past. He had experienced countless battles in the sea of consciousness. At this time, there were divine objects like the green lotus and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness. This kind of power was so terrifying. It should be known that even if a terrifying thing like the Godslayer sword entered Su Yang's sea of consciousness, it still lost in the end, let alone an obsession. Chapter 709. Female Literature, Soul-Suppressing Seal, Evil Spirit Extermination. At this moment, Su Yang's power erupted. His aura was raised to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, The soul-subduing seal was released from his body. At this moment, his power was so terrifying. The surging power immediately suppressed his power. What? This is the power of the Buddha. At this moment, he was really shocked. It was the power of the Buddha. In the previous war, the Buddha sect was so strong. Who knew how many troops of the devil race were killed by the power of the Buddha? At this time, his obsession was released directly, and the violent power slowly swept over. This obsession of his had already started to grow. This was the homeland of the devil race. As long as his obsession could be transmitted, then there would be countless devil race flocking here. At that time, Su Yang would be dead. But at this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Buddha sect appeared. As soon as the seal appeared, his body was immediately frozen. What a terrifying power, such a terrifying light constantly entrenched. At this moment, he began to tremble all over. How can this be? How can this be? He did not want to accept this reality no matter what. He finally had the chance to be resurrected, but he met someone who had the soul-suppressing seal. He could not accept this. No, I will not admit defeat. So what if you have the soul-suppressing seal? You want to suppress me? Absolutely impossible. At this time, he seemed to have made the final decision, and directly burst out with the last of his strength and began to roar. This was his belief, and also all his strength. So what if you have the soul-suppressing seal? Break for me. I am immortal, I am invincible. At this moment, he continued to roar and roar. It was at this moment that Su Yang's eyes burst out with a cold light. This guy was really restless. But since he was so restless, Su Yang would not be polite. Do you really think that I only have one soul-suppressing seal left? You're wrong. If I want to suppress you, I can do it with just a raise of my hand. How can someone like you be my opponent? Now, I'll let you know how strong I am. For directions seal, appear. Su Yang roared again. The powerful four directions seal immediately appeared at this time. Such a powerful force rolled up, it was simply incomparable. Soul beasts began to emerge from the four directions seal. As soon as these soul beasts appeared, they immediately suppressed everything. That extremely terrifying power immediately suppressed his aura by a lot. But this was not the end. Green lotus, bright moon, suppress, refine. At this moment, Su Yang directly mobilized the green lotus and bright moon in his sea of consciousness. Those were the anomalies condensed in his sea of consciousness, and they contained terrifying power. At that time, the Godslayer sword was wreaking havoc in his sea of consciousness, but it was suppressed by this phenomenon. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful this phenomenon was. So what if the demon god's obsession was strong? In the face of such power, it could only end up dead. Under such power, his obsession was slowly ground to pieces. In the end, not a trace of it was left. Phew, I've turned danger into safety. This time, I will directly refine his will, and the power of my sea of consciousness will increase again. Moreover, refining him at this time is better than leaving him alone. If he appears at a critical time in the future, it will be very disadvantageous for me. At this moment, Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was only an obsession, it still belonged to the demon god after all. The psychological pressure it brought to Su Yang was naturally not small. At this moment, although Su Yang had already won, he was still covered in cold sweat. But fortunately, the crisis was over, and it seemed that it was about time. He immediately opened his eyes and found that there was a woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a white veil and was indescribably beautiful. Su Yang was stunned at first. He did not understand why such a beautiful woman would appear here. He even thought that it was just his imagination. But soon, he was sure that it was definitely not. The woman stood in the void. Although she did not release her aura, Su Yang felt extremely pressured. At this moment, he immediately took a step back. You can actually see me clearly? Your spiritual energy is truly powerful. No wonder you were able to directly refine that strand of obsession on your own. Clearly, Su Yang being able to refine that strand of obsession on his own had greatly exceeded her expectations. Su Yang greets senior, Su Yang said respectfully. Hearing Su Yang's greeting, Xiao Qian's face immediately froze. However, there was a layer of white sand on her face. It was dreamy and illusory, so Su Yang could not see it. Senior. You actually called me senior. Am I very old? Xiao Qian questioned directly. Ah. Su Yang immediately froze. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. It was equivalent to calling her old. Fortunately, Su Yang was very quick-witted. He immediately said, Fairy, you've misunderstood. You can't just use senior to describe your age. In my hometown, there's a saying that goes the one who reaches the top first. Fairy's strength is far above mine, so naturally, you should address me as senior. Hearing this, Xiao Qian's face looked much better. H, that's more like it. I thought you would be demonized by this obsession, but I didn't expect you to refine it directly. You're impressive. Since you're fine, I should leave. I think we'll meet again in the future, but you must remember to live well. After she finished speaking, her body had already disappeared. Su Yang was stunned. This woman was really mysterious. When she left earlier, she did not make a sound at all and there were no spatial fluctuations. It was as if she was just a light effect. At this moment, the woman's voice was heard again. I know you're Su Yang, but you must remember my name. I'm Xiao Qian. If you don't die, I think we'll meet again. This voice allowed Su Yang to confirm that everything that happened before was not an illusion. That woman really did exist. Xiao Qian. This voice sounds familiar. At this moment, Su Yang's body was suddenly surrounded by white light. Su Yang was stunned at first, but then he immediately recalled that it was time for him to return to Divine Devil Island. On Divine Devil Island, Foam Yuyu asked Meng Yang and the rest, why isn't Su Yang back yet? Are you really not lying to us? Did something happen to him? Meng Yang scratched his head fiercely. My beautiful young miss, this is already the 74th time you've asked. I've already said that there's nothing wrong with that fairy. I'm very, very sure that there's nothing wrong with her. If you keep asking like this, I'll go crazy. Meng Yang had already cursed Su Yang to death in his heart. What the hell is this guy doing? If he doesn't show up, my head will explode. Xue Xinyu, who was standing at the side, was obviously very worried. At this moment, those who should have returned to Divine Devil Island had already returned. At the beginning, there were at least 100 people who entered Divine Devil Island. However, at this moment, there were only a mere 20 people left. As for those who did not return, they were naturally dead. How cruel was this? Divine Devil Island was really an extremely dangerous place. At this moment, a white light flashed past. Someone's back. At this moment, someone immediately shouted. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately looked towards the white light. Su Yang, damn it, why didn't you die there? Rosen was the first to see the person clearly. It was Su Yang, it was actually Su Yang. This despicable guy, he still came back in the end. However, he also knew that with Su Yang's ability, it was impossible for him to have died there. As though he felt Rosen's gaze, Su Yang directly looked towards Rosen. Both of their gazes met directly. At this moment, an extremely powerful mental strength suddenly exploded from Rosen's eyes. When he was in the land of the evil demons, his control of the divine devil armor had improved further. The most obvious thing was that his mental strength had greatly increased. Otherwise, he would not have been able to affect the judgment of the great evil demons back then. Since he was confident in his mental strength, when he saw Su Yang, he could not help but send his mental strength over. On the other hand, Su Yang did not back down at all. Instead, he went head-to-head and released his mental power as well. In the next instant, both of their mental strengths met directly. Mental power was supposed to be formless, but when the two people's mental powers met, a silver light burst out, as if a flame was burning. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts. These two people really had powerful mental strength. At this moment, Rosen directly took a step back. He felt a little dizzy. How could this be the result of the competition? He had clearly improved greatly, but the result was still the same. At this moment, a beautiful voice was heard. Don't mess around on Divine Devil Island. As she spoke, a light appeared immediately. The light turned into a whip and whipped Rosen directly. Rosen immediately groaned. In the face of this light, he did not even have the ability to dodge. At this moment, he was extremely furious because he recognized the voice. It was the voice of the fairy who had saved him previously. However, because of Su Yang, he was actually punished by the fairy. This was all Su Yang's fault. He deserved to die. He really deserved to die. However, Su Yang ignored him at this moment and walked towards Feng Yuhai and the others. Chapter 710. Female Literature. Rosen was punished by the Divine Demon Island because he was the one who initiated the attack. Even though he was just testing the waters. This was the Divine Demon Island after all. It was a place where no one was allowed to provoke. Here, no matter where one came from or what kind of background one had, it was useless. The island master of the Divine Demon Island was the real ruler. He set the rule that no violence was allowed on the Divine Demon Island. Hence, no one was allowed to violate it. In the end, Lawson was too careless. As his strength increased, unknowingly, his true nature was gradually exposed. He was invincible. This was the kind of person he was. When he wasn't strong enough, everything was fine. He would be in awe. However, as his strength increased, the thoughts in his mind became more intense. In other words, his willpower was dominated by his strength. At this moment, Su Yang had vaguely grasped this point. He also had a guess as to why he was like this. Rosen's strength was not entirely based on his own cultivation. During the battle with him, the demon god armament was activated, and his strength increased by a lot. It was also because of this that he suddenly felt like he could dominate everything. Of course, the devil god armament would also have a huge impact on him. Regarding this point, Su Yang firmly believed without a doubt. However, at this moment, Su Yang could see that the sudden attack from the Divine Demon Island was not a bad thing for Rosen. To him, this was a wake-up call. It would be best if he could learn a lesson from it and wake up. Su Yang ignored Rosen and turned to leave. At this moment, Rosen was looking at Su Yang with resentment. When a person hated his enemy very much, no matter what it was, as long as it was not good, he would put his resentment on it. At this moment, Rosen was like that. At this moment, the voice of the Divine Demon Island's Island Master was heard again. Congratulations to all of you for surviving. At this moment, no one spoke. The reason for that was because they knew very well who was the true master of this place. After all, Rosen's plan was right in front of them once again. Everyone, I won't say any more nonsense. The Divine Devil Island's test is indeed extremely harsh, but I've already said that my Divine Devil Island's reward will absolutely not disappoint everyone. You've killed a lot of demons this time, but let me tell you clearly, this is just the beginning. At this point, he paused. At this time, everyone immediately realized that the next important thing was coming. Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about the invasion of the demon race. I can tell you clearly that this is no longer just a legend. In the near future, the invasion of the demon race will definitely come. As soon as this sentence was said, everyone showed a heavy expression, no matter which side they belonged to. Because they knew very well that no matter which faction they belonged to, they couldn't change the fact that they were all humans. This time, they had witnessed the might of the demon race and deeply understood how terrifying it would be once the demon race's attack arrived at this time. When that time came, it wouldn't be a simple relationship of interests, but a relationship of survival of the race. The demon race definitely had the ability to annihilate all humans. If the humans in this world didn't unite, only death would await them. Originally, they didn't know the purpose of this powerful Divine Devil Island Master. But now, they understood. It turned out that this was the purpose of this person. At this moment, everyone had become extremely solemn. Now, they were thinking about why this person had asked them to come here. The demon race was indeed powerful, but the problem was that they weren't capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. In other words, they were still far from it. Since all of you survived this trial, you'll naturally be able to receive my rewards. His gaze swept across everyone, and then he said, I know a lot of thoughts in your hearts, but it doesn't matter. I was just entrusted by someone to pass the time. The Divine Devil Island Master's voice sounded again, I'll give you the seed of power. As for whether you can become a powerhouse of a generation in the end, that's your own business. The seed of power, no one knew what it was, but everyone knew that it was definitely something very precious. This was because many people knew that those who returned from the Divine Devil Island alive had almost all become powerhouses of a generation if they didn't die midway. If they weren't wrong, this should be related to the seed of power. This was something that could directly increase one's strength, and it was precisely because of this that everyone was moved at this moment. Even Feng Yuhai was the same. The Divine Devil Island was indeed cruel. At this moment, only about 1/5 of the people who had entered were left alive, and the rest were all dead. But just as the Divine Devil Island Master said, if they could survive this event, it would definitely be everyone's luck. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Would the Devil Clan invade? If they really would, then when would they invade? No one could say for sure about these things. After all, the inheritance of the Divine Devil Island had been passed down generation after generation, but the invasion of the Devil Clan had never come. The 9 provinces continent had almost forgotten about the existence of the Devil Clan. If it weren't for the fact that there were memories of such a terrifying creature in ancient records, everyone would probably think that this was a fictional legend. Since that was the case, what did it matter? After obtaining the seed of power, their strength could indeed be guaranteed to increase. This was a good thing. Right at this moment, the island master of Divine Devil Island suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, rays of star-like light began to appear. Shining with a mysterious radiance, small stars directly flew towards the crowd. Not long after, it had already quietly floated in front of everyone. Everyone looked at this small star with burning gazes. Was this their seed of power? At this moment, this seed of power seemed to be calling out to them. Gradually, some people had already directly stretched out their hands. This was a naked temptation that almost no one could resist. Unbeknownst to them, the seed of power had already rushed into their bodies. What a strange scene. Su Yang only felt a sudden heat flow directly into his body, and immediately after, the seed of power actually started to directly attack his heart. Su Yang was suddenly shocked. This thing was actually going to rush into his heart. This heart will merge with your hearts. As long as you don't die, this will be a part of your body. The Divine Devil Island Master's voice sounded. It could be seen that almost all of them were very satisfied with their gains. This was because they had already felt that when this seed of power entered their bodies, their spirit energy seemed to have started to become stronger. The stronger the spirit energy was, the more terrifying a person's strength was. This was almost common sense, and at this moment, this seed of power actually did this so easily. For everyone, this was really something that was full of surprises. However, at this moment, Su Yang's situation was different from everyone else's. This was because when this seed of power wanted to rush into his heart, there was an accident. Su Yang had 2 hearts in his body. One was the Buddha's heart, and the other was the demon heart of the great demonic dragon. When the seed of power entered his body, it could not get close to his heart at all. The 2 hearts released a force almost at the same time, but it rejected this seed of power. At this moment, Xue Xinyu happily walked to Su Yang's side. Big brother Su Yang, I feel that the seed of power has become a part of my body, as if it has become my heart. It's really, really magical. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's expression relaxed, but he suddenly realized that Su Yang's expression seemed to be a little abnormal. Su Yang, what's wrong? Is there a problem with you? Su Yang immediately shook his head and said, there's no problem. I'm just not used to this. Su Yang naturally would not reveal the situation in his body at this moment. This was because he clearly knew that this was not the right time. That seed of power could indeed make the person who obtained it stronger, but was there any hidden danger? Of course, he did not voice this question. This was not the right time. It was not that difficult to figure this out. After all, that seed of power had not merged with Su Yang's heart. At this moment, he was isolated in his body. The Buddha's heart had released a force that directly restrained him to the side. Su Yang had already made up his mind. When there was no one else around, he would begin to study it. At this moment, the master of Divine Demon Island spoke again. The seed of power just now is your reward for surviving. Next, according to the number of demon overlords you kill, I will give you a certain reward. Think about what you want first, then tell me. I believe that this island master will not disappoint you. This sentence undoubtedly caused everyone to forget about everything that had happened. After all, just as this master had said, he had almost everything here. Elixirs, treasures of heaven and earth, and divine weapons. Chapter 7:11. Female literature, for everyone, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At their level, many of the treasures they wanted were no longer so easy to obtain. However, this island master was giving them a chance. A chance to ask for what they wanted. Everyone's eyes were blazing with passion. Under the blazing gazes of the crowd, towering fiend gods suddenly appeared on the fiend god island one after another. These gods and demons looked similar to the demon race, so much so that people felt that they were originally from the demon race. However, there was still a big gap between them and the demon race. Their auras were much deeper than the demon races, and they did not have the terrifying blood chi of the demon race. At this moment, they came in front of everyone. Their duty was to communicate with everyone, or to fulfill everyone's wishes. Su Yang looked at the big guy standing in front of him. Tell me what you want. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, I don't want anything, but I want information. Is that okay? There were indeed many precious things here, and some of them were very precious to Su Yang. However, he did not want those things at this moment. He wanted to know a piece of information. At this moment, the huge god and demon said, Okay, tell me what you want, brave one. The Enchantress of Love, I want to know where the Enchantress of Love is. At this moment, Su Yang's voice was trembling. The Enchantress of Love. Back then, Chu Ling-er had been taken away by this mysterious figure. Su Yang only knew that she was in the 9 provinces continent. However, when he came to the 9 provinces continent, he did not know anything about this person. He asked the Shui family's ancestor, but even the Shui family's ancestor did not know. Then, Su Yang looked up a lot of information, but he was still disappointed. Even a powerful sect like the Taihang Soured faction had very little information about this person. As for the records about her, they were only a few words. As for who this person was, what kind of deeds he had done, and where he was now, he actually had no idea. The more this was the case, the more Su Yang felt that this person was powerful. She was so powerful that even a sect like the Sublime Flow Sword sect did not dare to disrespect her in the slightest. At least for Su Yang, this was not good news, because it meant that it would be very difficult for him to bring Chu Ling-er back. But even so, Su Yang had never given up on this idea of his. Because Chu Ling-er was his wife. She was the woman that Su Yang had already set his eyes on. She, Su Yang, had never thought of abandoning her own woman. Whether it was Lu Lan or Chu Ling-er, she would bring them both back. Su Yang had lived 2 lives. His 2 lives made him understand many more things. There were many people and many things in this world that he had to cherish and fight for. He had to use his own hands to defend his lover. He had already lost Lin Hualu. The moment she fell into the Shura world, his heart was in so much pain. Even though she still had the thought of entering the Shura world in her heart. But his reason was telling him that perhaps Lin Hualu was already dead. Therefore, he had buried Lin Hualu deep in his heart. After all, the Shura world was still too far away from him at this time. However, Lu Lan and Chu Ling-er were in the Jojo continent. Therefore, no matter what, he would not choose to give up. It was also because of this that he would rather give up the precious treasures at his fingertips and use this opportunity to exchange for a piece of information. Because for him, Chu Ling-er's information was the most precious treasure. As for Lu Lan, he knew some clues. At this moment, the tall god-fiend suddenly fell silent. After a while, he suddenly said, All right, I will tell you her information. To Su Yang, this was undoubtedly the best news he had ever received. At this moment, the huge god-fiend suddenly pointed a finger at Su Yang's forehead. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous action. However, Su Yang did not move at this moment. This was because he was sure that this huge god-fiend would definitely not hurt him. Moreover, this god-fiend's power was extremely terrifying. He was probably even stronger than the evil demon overlord. If this huge guy really wanted to deal with him, it would be useless even if he wanted to resist. Moreover, everything here was under the will of the island master of Divine Demon Island. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the huge godfiend's fingertip. That ray of light directly imprinted into Su Yang's mind. Then, an extremely powerful will appeared. That will did not want to do anything to him, but Su Yang felt reverence from it. Su Yang did not have the slightest impression of this will, but he was sure that it was the will of the goddess of love. From the beginning, Su Yang guessed that the other party was definitely an extremely terrifying figure. However, only now did he know that this person was actually this terrifying. Among all the people that Su Yang had seen, such strength was already second to none. No one he was familiar with could compare to her. Even the powerful predecessor of the Stupa sect in the cold land of the far north seemed to be slightly inferior to her. Following this, some news related to her whereabouts came. If you want to find her, go to the Silver Moon Sea. The godfiend turned and left. The godfiend disappeared just like that. At this moment, the mysterious island master smiled and said softly, "Interesting. This kid actually provoked that fellow. Ha ha ha. However, he actually gave up such an opportunity for a woman. Good, I admire him even more now." At this moment, Xiao Ying, who was beside him, said, "Yes, yes. This fellow is indeed affectionate and righteous. No wonder even our Xiao Qian was moved. However, master, that old woman hasn't appeared for many years. Why did she appear during this period of time?" Xiao Qian did not say anything. She just looked at her master. The island master of Divine Demon Island said, "Why else? It's because the time is almost up. Therefore, she has started to make arrangements. In the end, if this great calamity comes, we're not confident that we can survive unscathed. Although we seem to be very powerful, we're actually nothing in such a great calamity. If we're not careful, we might even die in such a great calamity." At this moment, the two maids' expressions were very unnatural. Clearly, this topic was too heavy for them. At this moment, one of the maids said with a smile, "Master, I don't know about the others, but with your abilities, you might come out unscathed no matter what." "That's enough. Xiao Ying, the two of you have experienced the last war with me. There's no need to lie about many things." The island master of Divine Demon Island interrupted the two of them. "But this kid really isn't bad. No wonder those old fellows are making arrangements for him. Haha, Xiao Qian, haven't you taken a liking to this kid? Then how about I let him be the island master of Divine Demon Island?" The island master of Divine Demon Island said as if he was joking. Hearing this, Xiao Qian was stunned. Then, she understood what the island master meant. She immediately knelt down and said, "Island master, please don't make such a joke." In Xiao Qian's heart, "You're the only one. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so nervous. I didn't say that I'm going to die now. Alright, give this kid some compensation. Otherwise, you'll feel heartache. Besides, this kid didn't just kill a demon overlord. Although the chances aren't high, what if all the demon overlords he killed become demon gods?" After the island master of Divine Demon Island finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Ying looked at Xiao Qian and said, "That's fine. Looks like the island master really values your little lover." At this moment, Feng Yueyu ran over. "Su Yang, what treasure did you get?" "I got a famed sword. You have to know that this famed sword is a pinnacle work. It's very likely to become a saint sword." At this moment, she was holding a long sword that was shining with snow-white light. There was a cold aura on the long sword. Clearly, it was an ice attribute long sword. Just as she said, although this was only a famed sword, in reality, it was already comparable to an ordinary sacred sword. In the future, this sword even had the possibility of becoming a saint sword. As long as its owner's strength continued to increase and then used his own strength to nurture the sword, it was possible to achieve this. Back then, she really wanted a good sword. However, it was a pity that Wu Yue had wanted to give the sword to Xue Xinyu after he had forged it. Later, Su Yang gave the saint sword he obtained to Xue Xinyu. Therefore, She was really envious of Xue Xinyu back then. However, the sword in her hand now, strictly speaking, was stronger than Xue Xinyue's saint sword. After all, although Xue Xinyue's sword was a saint sword, it wasn't the best among saint swords. His sword, on the other hand, could continuously evolve. At this moment, Xue Xinyu also walked over. Because she had the holy sword, she had obtained a silver armor. This armor could be used as she wished. When she wanted to wear this armor, she could do it with just a thought. At this moment, she, who was wearing the armor, was simply a goddess. Feng Yueyu said, "Junior Su Yang, let sister take a good look at what treasure you obtained." Chapter 7:12. Female Literature, Chapter 7:11. Searching for the true self. Feng Yueyu was not the only one who was curious. At this moment, they had obtained what they were most satisfied with, but they wanted to know what Su Yang had obtained. After fighting side by side this time, they saw Su Yang's strength. This strength was not only reflected in his battle strength, but also in his wisdom. Therefore, they wanted to know what Su Yang had obtained. At this moment, Meng Yang also walked over. He smiled like a thief and said, "Hey, Su Yang, quickly take out what you obtained and let this brother take a look. Don't worry, with my knowledge, I can tell whether it is good or bad." At this moment, Su Yang shook his head and said, "No, I didn't ask for any treasure, I only exchanged information with him." Everyone could see that Su Yang was not in a good mood at this moment. They did not know what Su Yang had exchanged for information, but since Su Yang did not say, they did not ask. After all, this was Su Yang's own matter. Su Yang smiled and apologized to the crowd. Then, he walked towards a corner. He needed to digest some things, and these things were passed to him by that huge demon god. He did not know why, but at this moment, he was actually very disappointed. The heavy shadow of pain almost made him sink into sorrow. Su Yang was never a sentimental person, but at this moment, he could not help but feel sad. This world was always like this. When sorrow struck, no matter how strong a person was, they would sink into sorrow and be unable to extricate themselves. What happened to Su Yang? He looks weird now. Feng Yueyu said softly. At this moment, Meng Yang said indifferently, "What else? I think he was dumped by a woman. Ha ha ha, this brat also has a day like this." Meng Yang laughed heartlessly, but he suddenly realized that no one was paying attention to him. Therefore, he also laughed dryly after that. "Everyone, let's rest on this divine devil island for a day. After a day, it will be time for all of you to leave this place. Cherish this day well. You can cultivate in the designated areas on the island, and you can also buy some things you like from the hands of the gods and devils. Of course, I don't need money or spiritual sense here. The only thing that flows here is the magic core." The voice gradually faded away. At this time, everyone was in high spirits. There was definitely a lot of good stuff on this divine devil island. If he could really get something, it would be a great thing. Su Yang found a place where no one would come. He leaned against a big tree and closed his eyes to take a nap. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Then, he chased away all the sadness in his heart. The surroundings were very quiet, and Su Yang had completely relaxed his mind. When he was fighting with the enemy, his heart was cold, but it was also hard. It was harder than ice and steel. But only he knew how fragile he was. How could he, Su Yang, know how to be strong? He was just stubbornly holding on. If it was any other place, he wouldn't dare to be so relaxed. However, this was Divine Devil Island. Although he was full of unknowns about this place made him feel at ease. If he had to use a word to describe it, then this place was a refuge. It was a very strange feeling. It had been a long time since he came to this world, and he had experienced too many things. And almost everything was accompanied by killing. It was also because of this reason. Su Yang was used to surrounding his heart with coldness. Because only in this way could he really calm himself down. Only in this way could he live better. At this time, he suddenly let go of this concern. This feeling didn't seem bad. Suddenly, there was a faint radiance that started to be released from his body. This radiance flickered gently, and everything around him became so peaceful. This naturally included his inner thoughts as well. When his heart calmed down, his power started to circulate again. His aura became even calmer, as if it was formed by nature. At this time, his power seemed to be a part of his body. His realm didn't break through, and his power didn't even increase. But at this time, Su Yang knew that he had become even more powerful. There was a kind of power that came from his own heart. He didn't know where Divine Devil Island was. When Su Yang raised his head, he could only see darkness. The unknown darkness always made people feel endless fear. However, Su Yang didn't feel fear or confusion at this time. At this time, he had become completely calm. He didn't know what the future would be like, and he couldn't predict it at all. However, no matter where the long river of fate flowed to, he would continue to walk and face everything with a calm heart. Since he was already here, he should take things as they came. In his original world, almost everyone had heard of this saying. However, Su Yang only truly understood it at this time. Truly amazing. Your mental state actually obtained a breakthrough. Just at this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Time turned around in surprise. Over there, a beautiful woman was standing quietly. She seemed to have been here for a while. However, Su Yang didn't notice her at all. However, Su Yang didn't care. This woman didn't intend to hurt him. At the very least, when the demon god's obsession appeared last time, this woman wanted to help him. She was a friend. At least, that was what Su Yang judged in his heart. Beautiful fairy, good evening, Su Yang said. Perhaps it was because of Su Yang's current state of mind, but when he spoke at this moment, his words were especially calm. His slightly frivolous words were actually so sincere at this moment. Xiao Qian was stunned. Clearly, she wasn't used to such a greeting. However, the effect of this opening was very good. She liked it very much. Therefore, she laughed softly. At this moment, Su Yang discovered that this beautiful woman didn't bring by show like last time. When she smiled, she was really beautiful. Even Su Yang was a bit dazed at this moment. However, he soon realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly came back to his senses. I'm sorry, I lost my composure, Su Yang said honestly. At this moment, Xiao Qian suddenly felt that her mood was much better. She said, it's fine, this is also a compliment to me. Instead, congratulations to you for being able to break through your state of mind and embarking on the path to finding your true self. Finding my true self? Su Yang was stunned and asked. To him, this term was simply too unfamiliar. This was the first time he had heard this term. Yes, you really don't know. Then let me ask you, what do you think a true expert needs the most? She looked at Su Yang and asked. Su Yang knew that this unknown woman was giving him pointers on his cultivation at this moment. What did an expert need? Realm? Or a divine weapon? However, before Su Yang could say anything, the woman had already revealed the answer. No matter which expert it is, what they need the most is their own mind. Whether it's realm or divine weapons, these are naturally important, but the most important thing is the heart of an expert. For those great figures, finding their true self is a necessary path. Whether it's the great demon godlord, the great demon dragon, or the ancestor Buddha, they have all walked this path and found their true self. That's why they are so powerful. Xiao Qian continued, a true expert, even if the world is destroyed, their heart will be as comforted as a mountain. No, this is not appropriate. If you must describe it, it should be said that in their hearts, they are the only center of the world. You may think that this sentence is very easy to say, but you have to understand that when you really do this thing, you will know how difficult it is. Right now, you have already started on this path, which is very good. At this time, those who survived on Divine Devil Island are all first-class experts. They are definitely among the top of the younger generation, but I can say without hesitation that none of them are like you. Finding your true self is not so simple, and it can only be found by chance. After hearing this, Su Yang finally understood many things. So that's the case. In that case, thank you for your guidance, fairy. Su Yang also expressed his gratitude when he said those words. If she didn't give him pointers, then he would be a headless fly. This conversation was very important for him in the future. At this time, the woman said, why are you thanking me? If you can walk on this path, then you will definitely be able to discover the mysteries within. Right, are you going to find the love goddess, the enchantress? Su Yang nodded seriously and said, yes, she took my wife away. At this time, Xiao Qian's heart shook slightly, but she quickly calmed herself down. She said, I see, you are a responsible person. However, you must know that your journey this time will definitely not be smooth. The love goddess's strength is far from what you can imagine. If even this person said so, then this must be the case. However, Su Yang was already mentally prepared. He said, no matter what, I have to give it a try. Xiao Qian said with a smile, okay, in that case, I wish you success. Also, the island master asked me to give this to you. After all, you killed 4 demon overlords and made a great contribution. At this time, Xiao Qian directly handed something to Su Yang. When Su Yang saw it, he was immediately stunned. Chapter 713. Eternal Sword Emperor requesting subscriptions. Requesting votes. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 714. Girls' Literature, Heart. This was a small heart, and Su Yang knew that this heart belonged to a demon. There were mysterious runes on his heart. This was a kind of seal, and Su Yang could sense an extremely powerful power from it. There was no need to explain, and he understood that this heart was definitely not to be underestimated. You have the heart of the great demonic dragon in your body, and your own heart has become a Buddha's heart. To anyone, this is a huge advantage. However, the island lord said that this is not a perfect state for you. At this time, Su Yang was even more shocked. The fact that he had 2 hearts in his body was his top secret. No one knew about it. But now, this woman actually said it out loud. He knew, he really knew. Although he had long known that this mysterious island master was definitely very powerful, he was still very confident. However, in just a moment, he had already revealed his biggest secret, which still made Su Yang feel extremely shocked. However, he soon calmed down. After all, this matter had little to do with the mysterious island master. So what if he knew? They wouldn't make things difficult for him just because of this. Moreover, there must be a reason why he gave this heart to him. You don't have to worry. The island master will not harm you. However, there is one thing you must understand. The current you is not perfect. I don't know if you've noticed, but when you enter a difficult battle, the power of the 2 hearts will sometimes conflict. Su Yang's expression changed once again. Obviously, what she said was right. Although this phenomenon wasn't obvious, it did exist. However, up until now, this situation was not obvious. Xiao Qian said, it seems that the island master is right. Perhaps this is only a small problem at this time. But believe me, as time goes by, this conflict will become more and more obvious. At that time, it will be a disaster for you. If you can't solve it, then you will very likely die because of this power. And this is what the island master gave you. Of course, when the 3 hearts enter your body at the same time, it will indeed make you stronger. However, this has an extremely great risk. Whether or not you want to use the power of this heart is up to you. Su Yang took the heart from his hand. Even now, he was still in a daze. After all, this was too unexpected for him. Su Yang, no matter what, you have to live on. Remember, don't let anyone else know about this. Xiao Qian directly disappeared, and Su Yang's eyes were incomparably heavy. In the end, he sighed. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Finally, he retracted the power of the heart. Of course, he wouldn't use this heart so rashly. When the great demonic dragon's heart entered his body, he felt that he would be controlled by the great demonic dragon's power, and that he would transform into a demonic dragon at any time. Only when he obtained the Buddha's heart did this change. Now, the 2 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance. At this moment, the rash intrusion of the 3rd heart was most likely to directly destroy this balance. However, the island master of the Divine Devil Island was extremely mysterious. Nevertheless, what he said made sense. Since he said that, it was obvious that this matter was likely to develop in the direction that he said. Since he gave this item to Ou Yangming, he probably had his reasons and plans. Therefore, Su Yang only kept the heart at this moment. Of course, he also knew that this power was definitely not a good thing for him. For a person to become powerful, what he needed the most was his own power. If he couldn't even reach his own power, it was obviously extremely unreliable. After a while, Su Yang calmed down from his initial shock. Today's mental state breakthrough was definitely a good thing for him. Now, he could face the challenges in the future with a calmer heart. Regardless of what the future would be like, Su Yang knew that he had to work harder. Only in this way could he truly become strong. Su Yang, where did you go? After Su Yang returned, Mu Tiansheng was the first to notice his arrival. Su Yang only smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a quiet place for a person to calm down." "Oh right, Sister Mu, what did you get this time?" Mu Tiansheng said, "I got some good stuff. Although it can't completely solve my body's problem, I have to say that it's very useful to me." Su Yang said, "That's good. Oh right, let's go over there and take a look. I have a lot of demon cores on hand." At this moment, in the trading area, two parties were confronting each other. Of course, they didn't want to fight. After all, this was the Divine Devil Island. The strength of the island master had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The people here weren't idiots. They deeply understood that if they fought here, the outcome wouldn't be good. "Feng Yuhai, you want this heaven-piercing bow? That will depend on whether or not you have enough magic cores," Lawson said with a smile. Compared to before, the current Rosen was already showing off his abilities. The increase in his strength brought him great confidence. Although he was still defeated by Su Yang last time, after that battle, he had further control of the Divine Devil armament. He believed that if they fought again, he would definitely not lose to Su Yang. As for Feng Yuhai, he was indeed afraid of him a long time ago. But now, that fear had long disappeared. At this moment, he was almost provoking Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai frowned, but he didn't flare up at this moment. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to fight this guy in front of him at this moment. The heaven-piercing bow in front of him was an extremely powerful weapon. In terms of grade, it had reached the peak of the famous weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a sacred weapon. Among all the goods traded here, this was definitely a top-grade item. He wanted to buy this item and give it to the woman he loved. The woman he loved was not powerful, but she was extremely good at archery. If this heaven-piercing bow could be given to her, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for her. Everything was going smoothly at first. After all, with Feng Yuhai's means, he had obtained quite a number of demon cores in this hunt. However, at the last moment of the deal, Rosen actually appeared. Moreover, he took out more demon cores than he did. Rosen had the Divine Devil armament, so his efficiency in hunting evil demons was terrifying. Even Feng Yuhai couldn't compete with him. "Rosen, don't go overboard. My big brother clearly bought this item first," Feng Yuyu rebuked angrily. At this moment, Rosen laughed and said, "But he hasn't finished the deal yet, right?" At this moment, the lecherous dwarf suddenly chuckled. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Is there a first come, first served rule when buying things? It's better for poor people not to cause trouble here. If you can't take out enough demon cores, this item will belong to Master Luo." At this moment, he changed the topic and continued, "Of course, if Taihang Shuangyue is willing to serve Master Luo, he might lend you some demon cores when he's in a good mood." Every word that this guy said was filled with incomparable frivolity. If it weren't for the rules of the Divine Devil Island, Feng Yuyu would have already killed this lecherous dwarf. "Lecherous dwarf, I let you escape last time, but I'll kill you next time." At this moment, a cold voice pierced through. These words immediately enraged the perverted dwarf. The other party said that directly, which showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, he was infuriated. Just as he was about to curse back, he realized that Su Yang's cold gaze was on him. At this moment, he didn't continue to speak and only looked at Su Yang with resentment. Last time, he almost died in the hands of Su Yang. With regards to Su Yang, he was simply too fearful. Rosen sneered, "Su Yang, talk about it if you can survive. The two sides immediately became contradictory. Su Yang was expressionless and said, "Loser." These words filled Rosen with boundless anger. Unfortunately, this was the truth. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost to Su Yang a few times. This was his humiliation, but before he defeated Su Yang, he couldn't argue with anything. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "H, you don't have to be proud. A victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. Next time, I'll definitely take your life." Su Yang said, "Oh." It was a simple word, but it was sharper than any other words. At this time, Rosen was really angry to the extreme. But in the end, he still managed to suppress this chi. "Okay, Su Yang, if you want to interfere, take out enough demon cores. This is the rule set by Sir. Whoever has more demon cores gets to keep this thing." Rosen looked at Su Yang provocatively. "Okay." At this time, Su Yang flipped his hand and 4 huge demon cores suddenly appeared. If I'm not mistaken, a demon overlord's demon core is worth 5,000 lesser demon cores. Then, there should be around 20,000 demon cores here. With senior brother Feng's demon core, this should be enough. Su Yang asked directly. This sentence made Rosen's face become gloomy again. He did have a lot of demon cores, a total of 30,000 demon cores. Feng Yuhai only had a little more than 10,000 demon cores. But at this time, Su Yang gave his 4 demon cores to Feng Yuhai, so he couldn't compare. In the end, he could only leave. Chapter 7:15. Female Literature. Su Yang, I really have to thank you this time, Feng Yuhai said sincerely. Without Su Yang's help, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the sky-piercing bow. Unless he could find Rosen after leaving the Divine Demon Island and snatch it from Rosen. However, it was clear that this was an impossible matter. Su Yang smiled and said, "Senior brother Feng, you don't have to take it to heart. It's nothing. The 4 demon cores are no longer useful to me." After killing the 4 demon overlords, Su Yang had already devoured the power in their bodies. As for the demon cores, they had indeed lost their greatest value to him. A day passed quickly and a ray of light immediately descended on the Divine Demon Island. The moment the light appeared, everyone was immediately enveloped. Then, they were teleported away without any explanation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it was the sound of waves rolling. Hearing this sound, Su Yang knew that he had finally returned. When the flickering light disappeared, Su Yang, Mu Tianxing, and the sea-splitting demonic snake appeared on the sea once again. The trip to the Divine Demon Island this time was like a dream. One had to know that they were originally being chased by a few powerhouses. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had directly dived into the sea and allowed them to escape temporarily. However, how powerful were the Venerables? Moreover, the ones chasing after them were the 3 Venerables. If the Divine Demon Island hadn't suddenly summoned them, perhaps they would have been discovered by the Venerables. However, 15 days had already passed. He believed that no matter how patient those fellows were, it was impossible for them to personally guard this area of the sea. Moreover, these 15 days were too important for Su Yang and Mu Tianxing. After the trip to the Divine Demon Island, Su Yang's strength had increased once again. Now, he had reached the strength of 6 dragons. Moreover, every time Su Yang's level increased, his combat strength would also increase tremendously. Now, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Although they had not really fought, Su Yang was completely confident that he could fight against the Venerable One. Moreover, the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength had increased tremendously after devouring the Void Beast. Just these 2 points alone were enough to give the 3 Venerables a pleasant surprise. At this time, Mu Tianxing was right next to Su Yang. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Yang and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Yang raised his head and said, "Sister Mu, although we disappeared for no reason for 15 days, according to the Devil Sect style of doing things, they will definitely not give up so easily. Even if those few Venerables are not here, I think the disciples of the Devil Sect will still patrol this place." Mu Tianxing nodded and said, "Su Yang, are you going to make a move against them?" She was referring to the 3 Venerables. Su Yang said, "Yes, that's right. Sister Mu, to tell you the truth, I have an irreconcilable conflict with the Devil Sect. This time, Since these guys from the devil sect came looking for me, I won't be polite. In the beginning, I couldn't do anything because I wasn't strong enough. But now, it's different. I think, at least, I have the ability to fight. Since that's the case, no matter what, I should play a big one. Su Yang spoke very calmly, but Mu Tiansheng was a little surprised. At this time, Su Yang was obviously going to ambush the devil sect's venerables. This was something that even she had not thought of. Su Yang continued, Sister Mu, don't worry. The reason why I dare to do this is not because I'm arrogant, but because I have a certain degree of confidence. Now, it's up to you whether you're willing to come with me. Mu Tiansheng asked, Feng Yuhai and the others will come to help, right? She was a smart woman who only knew how to excel. Although she had not been with Su Yang for a long time, this adventure on the immortal Devil Island had given her a certain understanding of Su Yang. She knew that although Su Yang was inclined to take risks, he was not a reckless madman. Su Yang said, I can't hide it from Sister Mu. Indeed, this time, I've already talked to senior brother Feng Yuhai. He should be on his way here now. At the same time, he will send a message to the seniors of the Taihang Soured faction. So, since we're going to play, let's play a big one this time. Mu Tiansheng said, Su Yang, I'm really glad that you're my friend and not my enemy. Su Yang smiled gently. His guess was right. The people from the devil sect had not given up on searching this area of the sea. After all, Mu Tiansheng was very important to them. This was related to the cooperation between them and Fan Yunlin of the Huangji sect. It didn't take long for Su Yang and Mu Tiansheng to find a devil sect's patrol ship. Boss, there's a situation here. At this time, there was a sudden commotion. The owner of this ship was leisurely basking in the sun at this time. At this time, when he suddenly heard the commotion, he immediately panicked. Damn it, don't let me meet those two guys. He prayed in his heart. The devil sect had already ordered that if they could find the whereabouts of Su Yang and Mu Tiansheng, they would be heavily rewarded. That reward was indeed very tempting, so his subordinates had been on alert every day for the past few days, deeply afraid that this merit would be snatched away by other ships. However, as the captain, Feng Yushan never thought of competing for this credit. Feng Yueshan's cultivation was neither high nor low. At this time, he was already at the cultivation of the 5 mountains. If he cultivated diligently, he might be able to break through the 6 mountains soon. At that time, although he could not be compared with those real geniuses, his status in the devil sect would be higher. However, he did not. He even deliberately suppressed his cultivation. Because he thought very clearly. Sometimes, having a high cultivation was not necessarily a good thing. Unless he could become one of the top few people, otherwise, he would only be courting death. Just like now, quietly guarding his small warship, being a captain was not bad. As for this credit, he did not want to court death. Those 2 people escaped from the hands of the 3 venerables. How could such people be simple? After discovering them, did he still expect his small warship to be able to deal with them? Therefore, at this time, his heart was extremely bitter. At this moment, he only hoped that Su Yang did not discover him. Unfortunately, he knew that his wish was in vain. At this time, Su Yang and Mu Tiansheng had already arrived above the warship. Feng Yueshan's heart collapsed at this time. At this time, one of the underlings in front immediately shouted excitedly, Boss Fang, it's the 2 of them. I've seen their portraits. It's the 2 of them. Ha ha ha, this time we're rich, we're rich. Feng Yushan broke out in cold sweat. At this time, he moved as fast as he could to the side of the person who was talking. Then, he immediately kicked him into the sea. Then, he raised his head and said to Su Yang and Mu Tiansheng, I'm Feng Yushan. Is there anything I can do for you too? Don't worry, as long as I, Feng Yushan, can do it, I'll definitely do it for you too. At this time, Su Yang asked, Are you a disciple of the devil sect? For the time being, for the time being. Feng Yueshan's pressure at this time was really huge. He did not know what Su Yang wanted to do at this time. You're an interesting person. We need a ship. You don't have any objections, right? Su Yang asked. Feng Yushan nodded repeatedly. Of course, I don't have any objections. Don't worry, this ship is yours from now on. At this time, the crew was already out of breath. Su Yang did not suppress his aura. The dragon aura released by the Sixth Dragon Realm was extremely terrifying. How could these crew members withstand it? Only Feng Yueshan's strength was not bad, so he could still speak. At this moment, Su Yang continued, also, I'll have to trouble you to inform your elders that we're here now. Su Yang's words immediately stunned Feng Yueshan. This master actually wants me to go to Gaomi? What does he want to do? What does he want to do? If I knew that today would be so unlucky, I wouldn't have gone out. Feng Yueshan knew how to protect himself. So at the beginning of the patrol, he would use various excuses to delay or not patrol at all. Now, 15 days had passed since Su Yang and the others had disappeared. In his opinion, 15 days had already passed, so no matter what, Su Yang and the others should have already left this place. So, he swaggered his crew to the sea to bask in the sun. No, it should be said to patrol. However, the first 14 days had been calm and peaceful, but today, he actually encountered such a situation. At this time, Su Yang and Mu Tianxing had already arrived. At this time, the ordinary crew members who were still clamoring all quieted down and did not even dare to make a sound. Before they met Su Yang, they thought that Su Yang was just SOSO. As long as they were lucky enough, it would not be difficult to earn this credit by relying on the strength of everyone. But now, they realized how wrong they were. These two people were really too strong. This was especially true for the man in the lead. Just by standing there, he already made their breathing become heavy. At this time, Feng Yueshan had already begun to send a voice transmission to the Devil Sect to contact the few venerables. Now, every step he took was trembling with fear. He knew very well that whether it was Su Yang or the Devil Sect's elders, he was just a small fish. If they fought, he would be killed directly. Chapter 716. Female Literature. The battleship was still sailing quietly. The waves of the sea were rolling quietly. Su Yang and Mu Tianxing stood quietly on the deck. At this time, they were waiting for the arrival of the big fish. This big fish would be unprecedentedly powerful. But it was precisely because of this that it was meaningful. Su Yang knew that the Devil Sect's venerable was already on his way. But he also believed that Meng Yang was already on his way. This fishing would be the prelude to Su Yang's counterattack against the Devil Sect. From the beginning until now, Su Yang had been too passive. Back then, the death of the Princess Chu of the Monster Palace was also inseparable from the Devil Sect. Lu Lan was taken away by the Devil Sect and might directly become a victim of the Devil Sect's plan. If Su Yang did not seize the time, it would really be too late. If the Devil Sect's people had not been so aggressive, perhaps he would have chosen to avoid the sharp edge at this time. But now, the Devil Sect was almost going against the tide. So Su Yang must seize this opportunity to directly launch a counterattack. And at this moment, it was time for the counterattack to begin. Old man, can you fly faster? This speed is really too slow, it's not much faster than a turtle. At this time, Meng Yang was constantly urging his master. The frenzied blade venerable was being shouted at by this kid. But who asked Meng Yang to be his precious disciple? But Meng Yang really talked too much nonsense. Even his master, the frenzied blade venerable, could not stand it anymore. Shut up, Meng Yang, you idiot, don't you know that we are riding a turtle now? The frenzied blade venerable immediately roared. At this time, Meng Yang and the frenzied blade venerable were sitting on the frenzied blade venerable's mount. And this mount was actually a gigantic tortoise. Meng Yang was rendered speechless by frenzied saber venerable one's words. In the end, he could only sigh. There are so many mounts in the world. Why did you choose a tortoise? Old man, your taste. Seeing how Meng Yang was shaking his head, frenzied saber the venerable was infuriated. He yelled, damn you, if you dare to talk nonsense with me again, I'll kick you off Barxia. Meng Yang's strength had indeed improved a lot on the Divine Devil Island. However, he was still far from being a match for his master. If the frenzied saber venerable really wanted to do so, Meng Yang would not be able to resist. However, Meng Yang didn't panic at all. He said calmly, go ahead and kick me. If you dare to kick me, I will cut off our master-disciple relationship. Frenzied saber venerable. On the deck, Feng Yushan carefully brought up a huge basin of caviar. As the captain of a warship, he could only sadly become a waiter at this time. What made him even more depressed was that the food was supposed to be his enjoyment. He felt really bitter. However, there was nothing he could do because Su Yang and Mu Tianxing were far stronger than him. Moreover, these two people actually dared to hunt here. Just this kind of courage alone was enough to frighten him. It was worth noting that the two of them were not hunting anyone else, but venerable ones. To target a venerable one was either a lunatic, or one had absolute confidence in their ability to do so. Nonetheless, no matter which one it wasn't good news for him. He could only pray silently that the two of them would leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be affected when they fought. At the spur of the moment, waves rose on the surface of the sea. In the beginning, it was just a small wave or two. However, in a short while, it had turned into a huge wave. The wave was enough to make the warship start to shake. This warship was naturally not a terrifying behemoth, but its power was already terrifying enough. Its power was strong enough to deal with ordinary waves. At the moment, the warship started to shake, so one could imagine the extent of the wave. At the same time, Su Yang's power started to increase. Feng Yushan felt even more bitter because he knew that the thing he didn't want the most was about to happen. Almost as soon as he had this thought, a voice was heard. Mu Tianxing, you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Don't worry, I will treat you well on account of our engagement. It was Fan Xing's voice. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Tianxing was enraged. Elder Hiroshi was the closest person to him, but now, the person closest to him had died because of him. This enmity could no longer be resolved. Feeling her anger, Su Yang gently held her hand and said, "Stay rational. Don't let anger get to your head. Don't forget that this time, we are not only dealing with a few venerables, but also the powerful vice-sect leader." Feng Yushan was shocked when he heard this. Deal with the vice-sect leader. Dealing with a venerable was already a crazy thing, but now their target was actually the vice-sect leader. It's over, it's over. This time, I'm really done for. Why is my luck so bad? Feng Yushan knew that after this, even if he could survive, he would not end up well. Although he was forced to do this, he was on the same boat as Su Yang at this time. More importantly, he was still safe and sound. The Devil Sect was not a place to be reasonable. Because of his personality, he did not have anyone to rely on in the Devil Sect. Now that the vice-sect leader was involved, he would definitely not have a good ending. No, I have to think of a way. Only then can I continue to live. Whether it was Mu Tianxing or Su Yang, neither of them took his thoughts seriously. Because at this time, they were not in the mood to deal with him. A person at the Radius realm was no longer a threat to the two of them at the moment. Mu Tianxing, could it be that you ran away with that pretty boy called Su Yang? You are really an unfilial woman. Your father's life is unknown, but you still have the mood to flirt with someone else. You bitch. Fan Xing was constantly insulting Mu Tianxing. He was doing his best to humiliate her. At this time, they were still unable to find Su Yang's whereabouts. At this time, as long as Su Yang or Mu Tianxing responded, they would immediately find him. Su Yang said, "Since Fan Xing is insulting us like this, it can only mean one thing. The vice-sect leader who attacked last time is not here. Otherwise, we would have been discovered long ago." Although the sea was vast, the vice-sect leader's divine sense was extremely powerful. Although the warship had a shielding function that could interfere with people's vision and even divine sense detection. But the divine sense of a Saint Venerable had reached a certain level. From the Venerable realm to the Saint Venerable realm, to the Sovereign realm, and then to the Tao Venerable realm, the divine sense would change terrifyingly with each advancement. If the vice-sect leader who attacked last time was here, then according to his Saint Venerable realm, the shielding array of the warship Su Yang was on would be useless. That can't be better. But since that old dog attacked last time, it means that he will do the same this time. I hope that the helpers Feng Yuhai called this time are strong enough. After a while, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly sent a message, "Master, someone is approaching." After a while, Su Yang's divine sense immediately detected the movement. At this time, he said directly, "Miss Mu, stay on this ship first. I'll go buy some time." Mu Tianxing said, "Su Yang, be careful." She knew that Su Yang was very powerful, but this time, the enemy he was facing was a venerable. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Su Yang. Su Yang said, "Don't worry. You should know that this is the sea." Indeed, this was the sea, the home of the sea-splitting demonic snake. Even if it was a venerable, so what? After the sea-splitting demonic snake evolved, its strength had increased. Even if it was a venerable, it could easily kill it now. If it could cooperate with Su Yang, it could almost achieve an instant kill. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party did not have a prerequisite. However, Su Yang was not so naive. After all, he also knew that the sea-splitting demonic snake had appeared last time. It was impossible that the other party did not have their guard up against the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, they did not expect that in just 15 days, both Su Yang and the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength had greatly increased. In the sky, the 3 heavenly ghosts of the Huangji sect were patrolling at this time. Although the battleship has a shielding array formation, the strength of the 3 of them is still very strong. After a period of time, they were able to sense the general direction of the ship. Therefore, they were now heading towards this place. However, at this time, 3 swordlights directly attacked them. At this time, the leader of the 3 heavenly ghosts immediately said, "News, there's a sneak attack." At this time, he immediately looked at the sea. 3 scarlet swordlights were defying the sky and coming towards them. "Humph, you're courting death." Even if the 3 of them did not use a combination technique, they were still at the peak of the dragon realm. Therefore, they did not care about Su Yang's sword chi at all. The leader of the 3 heavenly ghosts directly raised his palm. He actually wanted to use his bare hands to destroy Su Yang's sword chi. His strength was indeed very powerful. As his palms danced, it brought about a fierce wind. However, just as his palms were about to touch the sword chi, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 717. Girls' Literature. "No, this sword chi is so powerful." At this moment, his expression changed. He never thought that Su Yang's sword chi would be so powerful. This seemingly ordinary sword chi, when approaching him, actually possessed such a terrifying ability in an instant. Such power made the core figure of the heavenly ghost's 3 heroes wary of Su Yang. He could naturally block such power, but it would not be easy. More importantly, before coming into contact with the power, he did not realize how powerful it was at all. Su Yang's power control and disguise were too ingenious. "Break for me," he roared angrily, and the power in his hands suddenly increased by a lot. At this moment, the terrifying aura suddenly increased. At this moment, his power kept suppressing Su Yang's sword chi and finally shattered it. At this moment, Su Yang was not far in front of him, looking at the 3 of them. "Good boy, this sword chi is really powerful. Now tell me where Mu Tianxing is, or you'll die here today." He spoke without holding back, and it was obvious that he really wanted to kill Oyu Yangming at this time. However, these few words were not enough to scare Su Yang. Su Yang directly said, "Enrich, you 3 old dogs who betrayed your master. Don't be presumptuous here. If you really want to kill me, then come. I'd like to see if I'll kill you 3 old dogs or be bitten to death by you." After saying that, Su Yang immediately turned around and left. At this moment, the big ghost of the 3 heroes had a gloomy look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. It was obvious that he was really angry at Su Yang and wanted to kill Su Yang right away. "Boss, this boy is here, but Mu Tianxing isn't." He gently pondered, then said, "Mu Tianxing must be nearby, which is why this boy came out at this time. He wants to attract our attention and buy time for Mu Tianxing." It had to be said that this person was indeed smart. He had already guessed Su Yang's intentions in an instant. "Then what do we do now? Are we just going to let him leave like this?" Su Yang's provocation had clearly angered him. If he let Su Yang go just like that, he would never be willing. "Boss, how about this? I'll go chase after this brat. You and third bro continue to search here. Although that brat has some strength, It won't be difficult for me to kill him. I'll finish him off as soon as possible. After you find Mu Tianxing, surround him but don't kill him. Wait for me to come. Second brother's mind was quite meticulous, so he came up with this method that could be considered appropriate. Big brother thought for a moment and finally nodded. Second brother, I'm relieved that you're meticulous. But you must remember, don't get carried away. That kid is very cunning, and his strength is somewhat strange. The 3 streaks of sword chi just now caused the leader of the 3 ghosts to have a layer of fear towards Su Yang. If it was third bro who suggested to chase after Su Yang, he would definitely not agree. After all, although third bro was strong, he was too impulsive. If that brat set up some trap, he would easily fall into it. Third bro said, Boss, you think too highly of that brat. I think it's better to let me go. It won't cost much to kill such a small thing. At this moment, his eyes were flickering with cold light. Clearly, he was filled with killing intent towards Su Yang. Big brother looked at him and said, All right, don't have any more objections. Third bro, you follow me. Second bro, you know what to do. That brat has the help of a powerful sea beast. Last time, the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake had made him very wary. Second bro said, Don't worry, I'm best at speed. I won't give that brat a chance to summon his sea beast. I'll go first. At this moment, he sensed that Su Yang was gradually getting further away, so he did not wait any longer and immediately went forward. At this moment, Su Yang was moving forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. Instead of saying that he was running away, it would be better to say that he was waiting for someone. Or rather, he was fishing at this moment. He was waiting for the other party to come. His spiritual sense had been paying attention to the movements of the heavenly ghost's 3 heroes. At this moment, he noticed that someone was chasing after him. He could not help but sneer. As expected, you've split up, haven't you? The heavenly ghost's 3 heroes, if the 3 of you join forces and have combat powers comparable to venerable ones, I'll still be afraid. Since you've split up, I'll use you to practice. After flying for a distance, Su Yang stopped. He spread his demon dragon wings and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the other party to arrive. Before long, second bro arrived in front of Su Yang. He looked at Su Yang with a hint of gloominess in his eyes. He said directly, You actually stopped running. Could it be that you're waiting for me? Looks like you've really set up an ambush. Although he spoke casually, he was already on his guard. Once there was any movement around him, he would leave immediately. The reason why he chose to come alone was because he was afraid that third bro would be too impulsive. Su Yang looked at him and said, Ambush? No, you're wrong. Do you think you're qualified for me to ambush you? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I've already predicted that you'd come, so I'm using you to sharpen my blade. Second bro's expression became even more gloomy, and his sneer became even more sinister. Using me to sharpen your blade? You've got guts. If I'm not wrong, you're Dragon Realm level 5, right? To be able to reach this level at such a young age, you're also a first-rate genius. You're almost comparable to the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today. A Dragon Realm level 9 against a Dragon Realm level 5, there was no doubt about the outcome. If that sea beast really did not exist, second bro could not think of any reason why he would lose. However, this time, he was determined to kill Su Yang. He was extremely wary of Su Yang. Just as he had said, if a young genius like Su Yang was not killed early, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Therefore, he wanted to kill Su Yang immediately. Otherwise, if Su Yang was allowed to continue growing, he would be a disaster sooner or later. Su Yang said directly, no matter what, you've got sharp eyes. You're right, I'm at 5 Dragons Realm now. However, do you really think that the realm is everything? At this moment, Su Yang's fighting power increased abruptly. On the Divine Demon Island, his realm increased again and he was now at 5 Dragons Realm. Su Yang's accumulation was much more terrifying than an ordinary person's. The last time he increased his realm to 4 Dragons Realm, he had already attracted the arrival of the Thunder Trial. In the black hole in the extraterritorial void, He had forcefully broken through again, and it was the same. After being tempered by the thunder trial twice, his body was unimaginably strong. At this moment, his strength could only be described with the word terrifying. Su Yang knew that his opponent was much stronger than he had imagined. It was also because of this that he treasured every opportunity to fight. Facing Second Bro, who was at 9 Dragons Realm, he was even more passionate. At this moment, he attacked his opponent directly. Good, you've got guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Looks like I've underestimated you. Kill. At this moment, Second Bro was enraged. After all, no one would be happy to be looked down upon by a junior whose strength was far inferior to his. At this moment, there was a ruthless aura in his heart. One had to admit that Su Yang was really good at infuriating his opponent. Just like now. The reason Second Bro was here was because compared to Third Bro, his character was much more stable. However, unknowingly, he was already enraged. Seeing Su Yang flying towards him, his anger reached its peak. That terrifying power burst out directly at this moment, and the intense aura formed 9 terrifying dragon shadows at this time. He was indeed a 9 Dragons Realm powerhouse. Back in the extraterritorial void, Rosen had used the demon god armament to raise his aura to its peak. At that time, he was only at 8 Dragons Realm. At that time, his strength was already very strong. However, compared to Second Bro, he was still slightly weaker. However, Su Yang did not feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes seemed to be burning with a flowing golden light. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. Between the heavens and the earth, everything began to settle down at this moment. However, even in the face of such a powerful existence, Su Yang's aura did not weaken in the slightest. His sword aura came down directly from above. Die. Second Bro's power and Su Yang's power clashed directly without any fanciful moves. Sky Ghost Second Bro's 9 dragon shadows were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, at this moment, Su Yang's strength did not shrink at all. His aura was constantly pushing back. At this moment, he was actually able to forcibly resist the attack. The first exchange of blows between the two sides was actually a draw. Su Yang's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Ha, I blocked it." As this blow was blocked, the arrogance in his heart became even stronger. It was a powerful arrogance that pressed forward courageously. No matter how powerful the enemy was, Su Yang would not shrink back. He would fight a vigorous battle with the other party. This was because he was Su Yang. At this moment, Sky Ghost Second Bro's expression had become extremely ugly. This damned bastard, he actually managed to block his attack. Chapter 718. Girls' Literature. Originally, he was still on guard against the appearance of that powerful sea beast. If the situation was not right, he would immediately respond. He had never thought that Su Yang had the ability to block his sword. However, the truth was right in front of him. His attack had actually been blocked. Hehe, it seems that the Heavenly Ghost 3 is only at this level. You guys, who have nothing better to do, are simply useless. If this sentence had been said by someone whose realm was much higher than his, he would have felt indignant, but he would have still been able to accept it. After all, the other party's realm was above his, so it was indeed difficult to defeat the other party. However, the other party's realm was not as high as his. Su Yang was only at the 5 Dragons realm, while he was a 9 Dragons realm powerhouse. There was a difference of 4 realms between the two of them, but Su Yang had blocked his attack. Furthermore, Su Yang was openly mocking him at the moment. He could not accept this. At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. "Temph, you've only blocked one of my attacks. Is that really enough to make you so happy? Then, I'll kill you next." At this moment, his aura increased again. At this moment, the anger in his heart had been completely ignited. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's voice was transmitted into Su Yang's consciousness. "Master, let me devour this guy. How dare such a thing provoke you?" After devouring the void behemoth, the sea-splitting demonic serpent had undergone a huge transformation. Its strength was increasing almost every day. It would probably be able to evolve directly before long. The second heavenly ghost brother was only at the 9 dragons realm, so he did not take him seriously at all. If he wanted to make a move, the second heavenly ghost brother would not be able to escape even if he was prepared. "Hi, this is my prey. Don't interfere. Just protect Miss Mu." To Su Yang, this was a rare target to practice with. Of course, he would not let the sea-splitting demonic snake interfere. The other party was indeed powerful, but it was not to the extent that he could not deal with it. On the contrary, this kind of strength was actually the best for him. He could continuously force himself to improve, and his cultivation would improve further. Kill. Su Yang ignored the provocation of the second heavenly ghost. Instead, he turned around and slashed at him. At this moment, he was a complete and utter madman. At this moment, he quietly displayed his combat skills. That powerful force circulated over and over again, and the terrifying combat skill was displayed vividly at this moment. Because of this, Su Yang actually gained a slight advantage for a while. In the clash between the two of them, he was actually the one who had the upper hand. Damn it, is this brat really only at the 5 dragons realm? How can he be so powerful? Impossible, this is impossible. In contrast to Su Yang's state, the second brother of Heavenly Ghost became more and more alarmed as he fought. Su Yang's tenacity was too strong. From the beginning until now, no matter how strong he was, Su Yang was always able to withstand his attacks. More importantly, Su Yang was actually able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. His realm was indeed above his opponent's, and there was a difference of 4 realms. However, what surprised him was that even if the two of them were to compete in strength, he could not gain much of an advantage. Moreover, the other party's combat skills were really terrifying. Every time he attacked, the power was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Su Yang's combat skills were simply untraceable. It seemed that he could come up with new combat skills every time. Such an opponent was absolutely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying to fight with such a person. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the rhythm of the battle was no longer in his hands. He originally thought that Su Yang was just a guy who could be easily dealt with, but at this moment, he found that he was simply wrong. Damn it, it seems to be very bad if this goes on. As a powerhouse, of course, he understood that if the rhythm of the battle fell into the hands of others, then it meant the beginning of a bad ending. If this went on, he would almost certainly lose. What a terrifying brat. At this moment, he no longer had the disdain from before, only an extremely solemn expression. It seems that I can only pretend to retreat now and meet up with Big Brother and Third Brother, then use the power of thunder to directly kill this Su Yang. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind. The 3 heroes of Heavenly Ghost were actually 3 brothers, so they had a very strange psychological connection that allowed them to directly transmit messages. At this moment, he directly transmitted his will. Big Brother, Third Brother, this Su Yang is really strange and terrifying. I will lure him here first, and the 3 of us will work together to kill him. Then, we will go look for Mu Tianxing. At this moment, both the Big Brother and Third Brother received a transmission from the second brother. At this moment, the third brother directly said, "What's going on? Why can't second brother even deal with such a brat? Big Brother, what should we do now? I feel that Mu Tianxing is nearby. As long as we have a little more time, we will be able to find Mu Tianxing." They had already narrowed the search area to a certain extent. As long as they had a few more minutes, they would be able to find Mu Tianxing. At this time, the Devil Sect's venerables were also coming. However, the second brother directly sent such a message at this time. At this moment, the Big Brother pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "No, don't worry about Mu Tianxing. The Devil Sect's people will be here soon anyway. You should also know that if that woman really goes crazy, we won't be her match. So, at this time, we will go support the second brother." Previously, he had a short fight with Su Yang, so he knew very well that Su Yang was indeed unusual. The second brother's personality had always been calm. At this time, since he sent such a message, it could only mean that he was in danger. A person in the 5 dragons realm made a person in the 9 dragons realm to be in danger. This brat was up to something. However, when he thought of Su Yang's sea-splitting demonic snake, the doubts in his heart faded a little, but at this time, he was even more anxious. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes were shining with boundless light. His strength was so strong that his aura gradually began to become stronger. As the battle continued, his condition became better and better. Why? Didn't you look down on me? Why do you want to escape at this time? Your strength is definitely more than this, but you still chose to retreat. At this time, Su Yang's cold words directly fell on the second brother's heart. The second brother frowned. He felt that his intentions seemed to have been seen through by Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang's words came again. You are a very calm person. Although it is good to be calm, sometimes it is also the root of failure. If I'm not mistaken, you have now contacted the other two people in a way that I don't know and want to join forces to kill me. When Su Yang's words fell, the shock in the second brother's heart could no longer be concealed. The thought in his heart had been directly spoken out. This was not good news at all. At this moment, the uneasiness in his heart had become even more intense. It was a kind of threat of death. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time, but every time it appeared, it made his hair stand on end. It was an indescribable discomfort. The second brother knew that he must not be trapped in such a state. Otherwise, everything would fall into Su Yang's rhythm, which was not a good thing. So he forcibly dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that you want to kill me? This was a direct question. At this moment, the color of his surroundings suddenly changed. The sky was originally clear, but at this time, the whole world directly changed color. Su Yang said directly, yes. As soon as this simple word was spoken, countless streams of sword qi burst out. The strong sword qi turned into a gale at this time. At this time, the wind was the sword qi, and the sword qi was the storm. The terrifying power was constantly hovering, and the wind had begun to roar. Such power was like 10,000 horses in a mute. In a trance, the sun and the moon rose and the stars twinkled. At this moment, dawn came. This was Su Yang's sword, which was also Su Yang's dawn. After defeating Rosen, this sword appeared again, the Dawn Sword. The power of dawn was so strong that at this time, the aura of the second brother of the heavenly ghosts was directly suppressed. It was as if the 9 dragon heads were all chained up. At this moment, Su Yang's sword qi began to surge. Such power made the second brother of the heavenly ghosts completely panic. At this time, he could no longer pretend to be calm. Big brother, third brother, quickly come and save me. At this time, he once again asked his 2 brothers for help. The sword that Su Yang displayed at this time was so terrifying that it had even obliterated all of the second brother's willpower. At this time, the other 2 of the 3 heroes of the heavenly ghosts were coming. At this time, the big brother suddenly noticed the change in the situation in front. What's going on? Why did the weather suddenly change over there? Third brother asked curiously. Almost at the same time, they directly received the second brother's distress signal. Oh no, the second brother is in danger. The 3 of them were almost the same person. When the second brother was in danger, that kind of despair would directly shroud their hearts, so at this time, they could already feel the anxiety and despair of the second brother. Quickly, go and save him. They absolutely could not watch the second brother die like this. However, at this time, above the sea, a terrifying water column suddenly rose directly into the sky. In an instant, the water column had turned into a huge wave. It directly blocked the path of the 2 men. Stupid idiots, I won't let you disturb my master. Chapter 719. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn it, it's that sea monster. Its appearance had completely disrupted their plan. Damn it, why would that sea monster appear here? Neither the eldest brother nor the third brother could have imagined that Su Yang's sea-splitting demonic snake would appear here. They originally thought that the second brother had sent out a distress signal because he was being hunted. However, they finally realized that this was not the case. The sea-splitting demonic snake did not attack at all. However, if that was the case, why would the second brother be in such a dangerous situation? Could it be that someone was ambushing them? However, they did not have time to think about it because the sea-splitting demonic snake had already pounced on them. You two fools. Even at a time like this, you still dare to be absent-minded in front of me. You two really do have a death wish. If that's the case, I will eat you too. The demonic sea-splitter serpent's aura was much stronger than before. Correspondingly, his aura had also become much stronger. Therefore, at this time, his killing intent had become infinitely strong. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill. He was a monster to begin with. At this moment, his killing intent was at its peak. At this moment, an extremely intense aura appeared in his eyes. It was as if his huge eyes could destroy everything. Su Yang's Daybreaker sword had gradually begun to condense. The intense sword aura had already set off waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. The second brother of the heavenly demon felt that he was a lone boat with no one to rely on at this moment. At this moment, the entire sea was filled with malice toward him. He really could not imagine how Su Yang's strength could be so strong to such an extent. Such a sweeping power was simply frightening to the extreme. At this moment, his willpower was gradually being extinguished. At this moment, the only thought in the mind of the dignified Nine Dragons powerhouse was to escape. He wanted to escape, but all his paths of retreat were blocked by Zen. At this moment, he had nowhere to run or hide. Under such circumstances, his only thought was that his two brothers would come and save him. Because of this perseverance, he was still bitterly holding on even now. Damn it! Why aren't they here yet? Why aren't they here yet? At this moment, the entire world disappeared from his eyes. Everything began to condense without any limit. Are you still waiting for your two brothers? No, they won't be able to come. Why do you think my demonic sea-rending snake did not appear here? Su Yang asked softly. Hearing Su Yang's words, All-Er's face turned even more serious. That's right, why isn't the sea-splitting demonic snake here? That was because Su Yang was confident in dealing with him. Hence, there was no need for the demonic sea snake to appear here. Since he wasn't here, where did he go? In fact, there was no need to say anything more. Since he wasn't here, it was time for him to stop his two brothers. Su Yang wanted to kill him. Furthermore, he had already planned this from the very beginning. Could it be that this fellow had planned everything from the very beginning? Why? Why was he so powerful? At this moment, All-Er actually felt a little desperate. However, he was still a powerhouse of the Nine Dragons. At this moment, all his willpower was ignited once again. Die! Am I still going to face death in the end? Today, I was actually killed by someone whose cultivation base is far lower than mine. This is really surprising. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, from the very beginning, I knew that I would die one day. It's just that today is too unexpected. In the end, All-Er actually calmed down. Su Yang wouldn't have thought much of it if he had already gone berserk at this point. However, he was so calm right now. This was a problem. At this moment, the second brother continued, Su Yang, if I'm not wrong, then after you kill me, your target will be third brother, right? Ha ha ha. This move of yours is really powerful. At this point, I actually can't communicate with All-Er anymore. However, I won't let you get what you want. You are indeed powerful, but unfortunately, your cultivation base is still not enough. As he spoke, his body started to squirm. A huge amount of energy continued to gather in his body. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. You will indeed die. Unfortunately, you will also die. You will be killed by All-Er and All-Er. I will just be one step ahead of you. Ha ha ha. All-Er was also a character. Knowing that he was about to die, he immediately made up his mind to die together with Su Yang. At the very least, he wanted to severely injure Su Yang directly. However, at this moment, Su Yang directly sneered and said, Ha ha, it's good that you have such determination. Otherwise, I would be too disappointed. At this point, Su Yang actually didn't panic at all. All-Er's expression changed silently. Could it be that he has even calculated this step? At this moment, he was really panicking. If he had really calculated this step, then what exactly was he trying to do? Thinking about it now, All-Er had really given him too much time. If he wanted to kill him, he could have done it from the very beginning. However, he didn't. He didn't make a move. Instead, he waited for All to change his mind. He was waiting for All to self-destruct. That's right, this guy had already calculated everything about him. He was really too terrifying. At this point, he immediately hesitated. At this point, he was indeed determined to die, but he couldn't let his death be worthless. However, he didn't know what else he could do at this time. It was during this moment of hesitation that a terrifying beam of light had already descended. That was Sword Chi. This Sword Chi had already displayed the power of dawn to the extreme. He had never had such an incredible experience, nor had he ever seen such a sword. The power and terror of this sword light was really beyond his expectations. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so powerful? This sword seemed to have come into contact with time. He had encountered countless sword cultivators, but no one could do this to him. Almost in an instant, All's heart was directly devoured. When he suddenly realized that his heart was no longer controlled by himself, it would be the time of his death. And now, it was the beginning of that moment. Su Yang said directly, "I'm not a god. How can I predict every move you make? Do you know what your weakness is? Your weakness is that you're too steady. It's because of this steadiness that you become overly cautious." At this point, Su Yang's sword light had already passed through All's body. All was indeed steady, but it was also because of this steadiness that he became overly suspicious. Su Yang directly expanded All's overthinking through a series of actions. Human nature was a very strange thing. Even if it was an advantage, if it was infinitely magnified, it would become a fatal point. At this moment, Su Yang was like that. The sword radiance of dawn flashed and disappeared. Everything disappeared. All's body directly fell. Killed one. At this moment, Su Yang's aura was constantly fluctuating. It was as if all his pores were constantly breathing. At this moment, his entire person was already somewhat inflated. An expert of the Nine Dragons realm was directly killed by him just like that. It was not the first time Su Yang fought above his level. But this time, he still did not dare to believe the result. At this moment, the light in his eyes became even more determined. Every victory was extremely precious to him. At this moment, his aura had also risen into the sky. Endless rays of light began to fall one after another. Su Yang's aura was surging. His soul also had an indescribable breakthrough. Find oneself. Is this also one of them? At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words that the woman on Divine Demon Island said to him. Find oneself. This was the cultivation of the soul. He walked forward one step at a time. Killing a nine-dragon powerhouse made him feel extremely proud. However, this was already a thing of the past. What he needed to do now was to kill a second one. This was only the beginning. Soon, his strength would become more and more powerful. At this moment, Heavenly Ghost Leader and All were constantly exchanging blows with the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, they felt that the pressure on them was increasing. The sea-splitting demonic snake's strength was undeniable. Such a terrifying power made them extremely fearful. What made them even more uneasy was that the sea-splitting demonic snake could clearly kill them directly, but he did not do so. Instead, he was constantly toying with them. At this moment, the two Nine Dragons realm experts felt as if they were two rats. The two of them once again dodged Fiery Harm Demon God's attack. At this moment, they felt an inexplicable pain in their hearts, as if a long nail had pierced directly into their hearts. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, the two of them muttered to themselves, their hearts trembling non-stop. This was because they had already sensed that their brother had lost all signs of life. This was unacceptable to them. All was strong and had a very calm mind. However, he had actually died. Moreover, he had died at the hands of a Five Dragons realm expert. Second brother is dead. Second brother is actually dead. It's that kid. It's that Su Yang. I must kill him. I must. All was already crazy at this moment, but All was silent. He already knew that today seemed to be the end of the three brothers. Do you really want to kill me? Then come. Chapter 720. Girls' Literature. At that moment, Su Yang's voice was suddenly heard. He looked provocatively at the crazy third brother and sneered. Seeing his enemy, third brother immediately lost all reason and wanted to kill Su Yang. Third brother, no. The first brother wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The sea-splitting demonic snake did not give him any chance at all. The terrifying giant beast had him completely locked down. Now, Su Yang was using them as practice. He needed to become stronger, so at that moment, he needed a sparring partner. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost 3 was that they could join forces and directly reach the combat strength of a venerable. However, this time, in order to kill Su Yang, the three of them were separated. This was their path to death. Now, he wanted to take them down one by one. Damn it, why aren't those idiots from the Devil sect here yet? Why aren't they here yet? At that moment, he was beyond angry. Where were the venerables from the Devil sect? Why hadn't they come out yet? Why hadn't the powerful vice sect leader made a move yet? Third brother, be careful. At the very beginning, he had already sent a signal for help to Fan Xing. Now, he could only hope that Fan Xing had already brought people over. The direct confrontation between Su Yang and him soon began. Su Yang felt that the battle with Old Third was even more difficult. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost 3 and the second brother were almost the same, but the difference between them was their fighting style. The second brother's fighting style determined that he would not be too aggressive when fighting. Every move and style would leave some leeway. However, third brother was different. He fought with indomitable will, and no matter what, he would fight to the end. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to eat Su Yang's flesh. Therefore, at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. His powerful aura immediately burst forth. At this moment, that terrifying power actually turned into streaks of black smoke. The smoke was like a snake, making people tremble in fear. The two of them did not fight for too long, and Su Yang was already suppressed. One had to admit that this person was indeed powerful. What's more, Su Yang was currently in an exhausted state. Su Yang was constantly going berserk, and his aura was also constantly rising. Unknowingly, his strength had already reached the peak. Although he was being suppressed right now, the battle with Old Third could be said to be a satisfying one. Under such a battle, his potential was constantly being squeezed out. At this moment, Su Yang was completely forcing himself. He knew very well that if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he had to go to the extreme. The enemy he was about to face was unusual. Not to mention the enormous Devil sect, the power of the so-called Love Enchantress was enough to make him dizzy. The third heavenly ghost roared like a wild beast. His powerful 9 dragons continued to emerge, making Su Yang suffer a lot. At this time, there were at least 13 wounds on Su Yang's body, and 3 of them had almost taken his life. However, Su Yang didn't care at all. The older he got, the crazier he became. At this time, his powerful physique had been fully reflected. He was fighting across realms, and in a state of exhaustion. At this time, Su Yang had become too powerful. As his sword qi increased, the power of the scorching sun sword also became more and more violent. The violent aura was constantly rolling, and everything seemed to be drowned in it. This kid. Old Third will also die. The eldest heavenly ghost saw everything clearly. Old Third still had the upper hand, and his advantage was huge. However, he knew that if this continued, Old Third would still lose. From the beginning of their fight until now, Su Yang was improving at a speed that he could see. His speed, his strength, and his spirit qi were all increasing at the same time. How could this kid be so terrifying? He was really a monster. Now he could only pray that Old Third would unexpectedly erupt and kill Su Yang directly. However, he also knew very well that the probability of this happening was too small. It was almost impossible. The 3 brothers had been together for so many years, and they knew each other very well. They were indeed very powerful. When the 3 brothers joined forces, they could erupt with an extremely powerful force that could allow them to fight against venerables. However, only they knew that this wasn't a good thing. On the contrary, it was a bad thing. If their aptitudes were good enough, they wouldn't need to use this method. Wouldn't it be better for them to directly cultivate to become venerables? It was precisely because they had no other choice that they could only come up with this method. The three of them joining forces to unleash the fighting power of Venerables wasn't a good choice. However, their aptitudes were limited, which made the Nine Dragons realm the peak they could reach. A human's heart would never stop. They wanted to become stronger. This was the purpose of their trip. If they could succeed this time, then Fan Yunlin would help them. In the Huangji sect, apart from the sect master who was in seclusion, the vice-sect master was the most powerful god. They had no choice but to believe the promise he made. However, he didn't expect that they would pay such a huge price for this. Although the three of them had the same mind, it didn't mean that they were the same person. If it was under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be particularly obvious. However, when they were separated, this danger was immediately revealed. No matter what, the three of them were three people. They couldn't be the same person. For example, now they were separated in order to chase after Su Yang. It was also because of this that they had to pay such a heavy price. Old Second was dead, and now Old Third was in great danger. Su Yang was clearly just a guy in the dragon realm, but he played them like a fiddle. Su Yang was their nightmare. At this point, he was already regretting it. This time, they shouldn't have interfered in this matter. But at this point, it was already too late. All he wanted now was to save Old Third's life. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already trapped him. The sea-splitting demonic snake was too powerful. He knew very well that if the sea-splitting demonic snake really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake still didn't want to kill him. There was only one possibility. The sea-splitting demonic snake deliberately didn't want to kill him. This was Su Yang's will. Su Yang was deliberately keeping him alive. Using battle to support battle. This was Su Yang's objective. He really had a good plan. Not only did he want to kill the three of them, he even wanted to squeeze the last bit of value out of the three of them. He was really unwilling, but at this time, there was nothing he could do. In the beginning, they had been too confident. It was this confidence that destroyed them, causing them to fall into the abyss of death. The sea-splitting demonic snake was like a ruler on the surface of the sea. Not to mention that he was only in the Nine Dragons realm. Even if he had become a venerable, it would be useless. Now, the only reason he was slightly relieved was that Su Yang wasn't in a good condition. "Do you want to kill me? Do you really think you can kill me? You damned brat, go to hell. I want to avenge my second brother. Do you know how difficult it was for us? Do you know how deep the feelings between us were? But you damned guy, you actually dared to kill my second brother. I want you to die." The third heavenly demon had gone crazy. The three of them had grown up together. In order to become stronger, they had connected their hearts and minds. In order to be able to reach the peak, they had even forgotten their own names. However, his second brother was now dead. He had been killed by Su Yang. His power was constantly increasing, which was almost like a burst of explosive power. He knew that if this continued, he would die, but he didn't care. He had always been a crazy person, a brainless person. His fighting style was to keep moving forward and charging. He would use his strongest power to kill the enemy directly. In the past, he didn't need to worry about other things. His second brother's existence was enough. However, he was now fighting alone. Su Yang was very strong. At this point, he would no longer underestimate Su Yang. It was because he had underestimated Su Yang that his second brother died. He was already very tired. However, he knew that his opponent was even more tired than him. The huge aura of the Nine Dragons was still spreading. That powerful aura fell on the sea, causing the seawater to constantly churn. The berserk power was truly frightening. Su Yang stared at the third brother. His expression was extremely solemn. As expected of the Nine Dragons realm, none of them were to be trifled with. When he was fighting the second brother earlier, Su Yang used tricks to grasp the second brother's mind. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent. The third brother was different from the second brother. The third brother was the typical kind of person with a one-track mind. In a head-on confrontation, such people were the most powerful enemies. They were also the most terrifying enemies. It was because they were unscrupulous that they were fearless. Su Yang continued to breathe in and out his own aura. All of a sudden, his aura disappeared, as if he had stopped breathing. At this moment, the surface of his body began to glow with a very strange light. That was the light of his dragon chi. In the next moment, his entire body flew out. At this moment, his speed had reached the extreme. He was even faster than before. At this time, his body was actually very tired, but he didn't have any intention to reduce his speed. Chapter 721. Female Literature, Fatigue. Fatigue caused his body to become extremely heavy, but this was exactly what Su Yang wanted to achieve. Under such a strong pressure, Miscellany was able to make himself stronger. Su Yang firmly believed in this. He was constantly squeezing himself dry so that he could break through his limits. He needed to become stronger, and in order to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to go to such extremes. He did not take what the third brother said to heart at all. Did they have deep feelings for each other? Of course, there was no doubt about this. But what did it matter? They were his enemies. Since they were his enemies, he had to kill them. The world had always been cruel. If he was the one who lost today, the other party would definitely not be polite. Sword and shield. Sky Dragon kill. At this moment, Su Yang pushed his dragon chi to the extreme, and at the same time, he also directly displayed his powerful sword and shield. Such a sword directly made his aura reach a new peak. He was really a complete madman, and now, it was a battle between two madmen. The so-called madmen were those who did not care about anything for their own thoughts. At such a moment, the space between the two had become a land of despair. The third brother's power was already very terrifying. He had been occupying an absolute advantage since the beginning of the battle, but he was unable to turn this into a victory. As the saying went, the momentum was like a tiger's, and the second time, the third 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 time exhausted. After attacking for so long without success, the anger in his heart had become more and more vigorous. However, at this time, Su Yang directly launched an attack, using an even more violent power to fight against him. At this point, Heavenly Ghost Third was even more enraged. Su Yang's speed became faster and faster. He was like a ghost, attacking from all directions. Now, Su Yang's thoughts were very simple, and that was, he wanted to find the other party's flaw. As long as he could find the flaw, he could directly use the last fatal blow. According to his current state, it was no longer possible to use the Daybreaker sword. But that did not matter. Because without the Daybreaker sword, he still had other powerful means. The third brother's power became deeper and deeper. Every time he made a move, he would slash through the boundless waves. However, the more this was the case, the more uneasy Boss, who was forced to watch from the side, felt. He knew that all third had completely lost his rhythm. Now, the rhythm of the battle was completely in the hands of Su Yang. What was worse was that he couldn't transmit his thoughts to all third at all. Right now, he could only be a bystander and watch as his third brother died. Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yang had already evaded Heavenly Ghost's third brother's powerful sword light 16 times in a row. And at this time, he grasped this opportunity. Therefore, he immediately attacked with his sword. The fish dragon sword chi immediately appeared. It was clearly a condensation of sword energy, but the dragonfish actually possessed an indescribable spirituality. The boundless waves were actually controlled by the ichthyosaur. The sword chi was originally very powerful, and with the help of the power of the huge waves, it was even more terrifying and unstoppable. The violent power had almost exceeded the limits of the dragon realm. At this moment, Heavenly Ghost's third brother let out an extremely terrifying roar in the face of such terrifying power. The aura on his body also became deeper. His entire body charged forward directly, and then he crashed into the terrifying waves. His power was constantly roaring, and his will was also soaring to the sky. Under his powerful and crazy strength, the terrifying waves were finally parted bit by bit. The dragonfish's power was also directly broken down. After all, his power was still very strong. The dragonfish was forcibly separated, and Su Yang's entire body flew backward, and then crashed directly into the sea. This time, Su Yang was still defeated in a head-on confrontation. The powerhouse of the 9 dragons, when erupting recklessly, was ultimately terrifying. At this moment, Su Yang was already very terrifying. His state was infinitely close to this level, but he was still a little lacking. However, at this moment, Su Yang didn't feel anxious at all. Because he knew very well that the rhythm of the battle was in his hands. At this moment, it was very normal for him to be repelled. It would be strange if he really killed Heavenly Ghost's third brother with this blow. At this moment, the 2 hearts in his body were constantly beating, and the power of the great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart continuously emerged from his body. Every beat of his heart was so terrifying. It was also because of this that Su Yang became extremely excited. The power of the great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart had passed through his body in a short time. Under the nourishment of this power, his body miraculously recovered. To be exact, this couldn't be said to be a recovery, but a state. This was like a stimulant in the previous world. The powerful power directly drowned his pain, making Su Yang forget everything. At this moment, his body was constantly shuttling back and forth in the sea. He had the blood essence of the sea-splitting demonic snake, although he couldn't become the master of the sea like the sea-splitting demonic snake for the time being. However, it was very easy for him to say that he was like a fish in water. He could feel that he was already next to Heavenly Ghost's third brother. Water Dragon Roar. At this moment, Su Yang directly passed through the sea. The Water Dragon Roar was a move that he had created earlier. It was a terrifying move that combined the power of the sea-splitting demonic snake's blood essence and the power of the great demonic dragon to burst out all of his power at once. The Heavenly Ghost's first brother was right about one thing. At this moment, Su Yang was treating them as his training targets, and wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Be careful, third brother. The Heavenly Ghost's first brother roared. Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Ghost's first brother also noticed the situation. He abruptly blasted downwards, and then clashed head-on with Su Yang's power once again. The power of the 2 sides collided fiercely again. The powerful force caused a terrifying water column to directly rush into the sky, and the huge force continued to spread to the surroundings. The 2 madmen once again confronted each other directly, but this time, Su Yang had the upper hand. Although the Heavenly Ghost's third brother was in the 9 dragons realm, his body was not as strong as Su Yang's. Su Yang had such a powerful inheritance, swallowed and refined the demon god's demon core, and went through the baptism of the heavenly thunder. His power had reached an extremely terrifying level. This kind of terror was not only reflected in his power, but also in his recovery ability. It's time to end this battle. Su Yang felt the qi and blood in his body rolling, and finally decided to use a killing move. At this time, he had already felt the critical point of his power. That was the limit that his body could bear at the moment. The matter that the mysterious girl on Divine Demon Island had told him was now reflected, and that was the contradiction of power. The great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart were extremely powerful. However, when these 2 terrifying powers were stimulated at the same time, they would form a conflict. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, such a conflict might be insignificant. However, when the enemy was strong to a certain extent, causing the power of these 2 hearts to erupt to an extreme, the conflict would reach an unprecedented peak. This peak was already very dangerous for Su Yang. If this peak was increased again, it was very likely that Su Yang's body would be washed away. Therefore, Su Yang chose to suppress it at this time. He could not let his power increase anymore. Moreover, judging from the previous blow, his opponent's power had reached the limit. No, it should be said that his power had begun to decline. Such an opponent had no value in fighting with him. Sword Shield, Deity Vanquishing Sword. Deity Vanquishing Sword was the great devil god's most powerful move, and at this time, with the terrifying speed of the sword shield, the power of this move was even more terrifying. At this time, under the sword, a terrifying cave appeared in the terrifying waves. Under that violent power, a hole appeared on the surface of the sea. In the face of such power, Heavenly Ghost's whole body began to tremble. Just as Su Yang expected, His power had reached the limit. Su Yang was becoming more and more powerful, while he had become infinitely weak. He could not resist such power at all. His body began to disintegrate little by little. Cracks appeared on the surface of Heavenly Ghost's third brother's body. Ah! Third brother, third brother. Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother only felt that his soul was directly torn apart. His second brother was dead, and his third brother died in front of him. The three brothers were almost one. However, at this time, two of his brothers were already dead. He felt that he had lost a part of his body. This was a kind of sadness, but also a kind of anger. Su Yang panted. He had defeated another opponent. This battle was more difficult than the previous one, but this time, he was not as excited as he was the first time. A 9-dragon realm powerhouse was no longer an insurmountable wall to him. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Even the eldest brother, who was steady, could no longer control his mind at this time. At this time, Su Yang's eyes fell directly on Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother. Do you want to kill me? Su Yang asked directly in an extremely provocative manner. Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother did not speak, because he knew that there was no point in saying anything at this time. Only blood, only Su Yang's blood, could calm his heart and let his two brothers' souls rest in peace.